Welcome everybody to the ESL CSGO Pro League. My name is Dan Gaskin, joined on the desk by Hugo this week, and we've got some good games lined up, but you just got back from Katowice. You had a whale of a time, I hear. And what was it like over there, seeing all the pro teams playing off against each other live?
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, I was doing the female event there, as were you, obviously, on the desk. But after, I managed to stay a couple of extra days, watch the main event. So we had a lot of fun there, watching some cool CS, obviously, and having FaZe go to the grand finals, which was a bit of a surprise.
It was very much a surprise. And obviously, FaZe are one of the teams that are in the ESL CSGO Pro League. And let's take a look at the standings as well and see where these teams are kind of lying at the moment. You can see Mousesports up there at the top, 5-1 their record at the moment, but is that going to continue after the roster shuffle is the real question, to be honest. On the other side, NIP down there at the bottom, which I don't really think anyone was expecting, or were they expecting NIP to be doing?
I mean, judging by recent results, at least on LAN, they've been struggling enough, right? So going into this one, while we were hoping that would kind of resurge and typically come back after a downtime, like NIP have had history in doing, and other teams like VP as well. But looking at them so far, and looking at how kind of well, not great they've been on LAN, or at least trying to qualify as well. It's just been, more of an expected result now as we carry on. I can't see them, suddenly improving than qualifying at this point.
I mean, is there anything there on the table, any teams that have really surprised you during the opening weeks of Pro League?
I mean, Mouse being at the top has got to be one you got to say, right?
Yeah.
Them being at the top is very, very rare to see from this team, and I don't want to just shut the door on them, but I don't see this continuing with Nico now going to FaZe, and FaZe being in the middle, I think that's going to rise for sure. You'd
like to think that teams like Fnatic as well will start picking it up ever so slightly.
Yeah, and that, I mean, going into Fnatic, right, they've obviously recently rejoined in this original roster, so I feel like you need to give them time, and as we go into the latter stages of the Pro League, I feel like they're going to start to get a little bit better, start to rise up the ranks a little. Okay,
well, let's have a look at what fixtures we will be seeing today on both the main stream and the secondary stream here. As you can see, Na'Vi versus Envy and FaZe versus NIP will be on the main stream. But over here on the secondary stream, we're going to have Kinguin versus Hellraisers and North versus Mouz. North versus Mouz, I'm really excited to see, obviously with Mouz being at the top, but North looking like a dominant force. They obviously had a good performance at IEM Katowice as well, so they'll, off the back of that, they will be wanting to perform. But let's focus on Kinguin versus Hellraisers then. It's an interesting one for me. Hellraisers do find themselves near the bottom of that table. Kinguin had some surprise results in week one. They managed to pull out fantastic results and kind of surprise a few people. How do you think this one is going to end up?
I mean, this one's interesting in and of itself, right? Because we have Kinguin coming in from ESL Premier last year and, getting into this the Pro League this season, and the Hellraisers, who only just kept their spot from last season and, just at the bottom of that one. Going into this one, I feel like they're a lot weaker now. Not only are Hellraisers a little bit weaker in terms of performance, but also a lot of other teams are kind of rising up. We talk about North, we talk about Fnatic, people like that. So coming up against Kinguin, while a lot of people maybe 6 months ago would look at the teams and they go, oh, Hellraisers easy, I feel like this is still up for debate. It could go either way. We could be seeing a 1-1 split right now. So I think Kinguin is a real contender to be up there, with the top of their teams.
All right, and opening map is going to be on Train today as well. You can see on your screens there. Neither team really have a fantastic record on Train. I think Hellraisers have lost their last 4 competitive Train games. Kinguin haven't actually played Train competitively since January, so is this like a perfect setting for these two teams? You say it's a little bit 50-50. Throwing them in on Train could get interesting.
Yeah, I feel like map pool in and of itself was a bit dangerous going into this one, because the best map, at least for Kinguin, is also the best map for Hellraisers, or one of the best at least, in terms of results. Overpass, Kinguin 8-1 right now, I think, and Hellraisers 3-1, but I feel like obviously because Kinguin is so good on it, Hellraisers were going to instantly veto it anyway. So going into this one, Train, again, proving grounds, right? Neither team, as you said, has had a lot of recent performances, or at least good performances, and I feel like with these teams being so undecided, at least who's going to be better, who's going to win this two best of ones, it could be anyone's game, right?
And standout players, obviously Kinguin, Furlan, Spiro, Mouz, Mihu and Rallen. Who should we be looking for on Train? Who's going to be that big impact fragger?
You've got to watch Mihu, right? He's obviously the man that is always stepping up. Spiro as well, I think, is quite interesting. He doesn't get as much attention, but definitely a player to at least keep your eye on for the side of Kinguin.
And what about Hellraisers? Anyone that we should be looking out for? Because I feel like Hellraisers, they've kind of fallen from grace a little bit. If I kind of cycle back in my head, when I used to play CSGO, I mean, this is several years now, I used to copy all the Hellraiser strats. They were the strat team that I used to follow on like maps like Mirage. Now I feel like they're really lacking.
Well, obviously the rosters have had some changes since then, but I feel like usually you'd look at someone like Dead Fox and Hellraisers, a Hungarian player, the Orpa for the team, and you go, he's the man you should watch out for. But at least if you look at the recent statistics and the recent kind of stats for Dead Fox individually, he's not been performing very well on that Orb. So despite him being typically one of the standout players, I'm quite worried as to how he's going to go into this one, especially with Train being such an Orb-dominated map. He needs to be on his A game today.
And you were saying it's going to be quite 50-50 between these two teams, and do you think there's a lot of people that are arguing that maybe Kinguin should be able to take this very comfortably just because of the record of Hellraisers? I
mean, personally, at least I know a bit preemptive jumping into predictions, I'm going to call a 2-0 for Kinguin, but I still don't think it would be quite as comfortable as some may think. I don't expect some kind of dominant performance in terms of Hellraisers not being able to get any rounds on the board, but I still feel like Kinguin just will have the edge in terms of not only individual players but also recent performance adding up.
Oh, and what about then Cash? As we move into Cash for map number 2, a slightly favoured map, I would say, as well for Kinguin against Hellraisers too. At least statistics would say that. However, I mean, it's not been great for Kinguin. They did lose in February. I think that's the last time they played Cash as well. So another map that they've not really been playing a lot recently is, well, competitively anyway. They've probably been practicing it plenty, or at least you'd hope so. How do you see Cash kind of playing out between these two? Is it another throw up in the air and just see who catches the ball?
More so Kinguin's. I think this one leads itself than Train, because obviously, as you said, they've had a recent performance. They're 3-1 in the map in the last couple of months. So looking at them, confident map for them, one of their top 3. I mean, looking at Hellraisers as well, is a team with a really, really kind of small map pool there. They're not up there with the likes of, some other teams that can kind of go over every single map, right? Like Astralis, for example. And Hellraisers really kind of need to expand that map pool, especially with the addition of Inferno back into the active duty. And neither team has really decided to pick that up just yet. You've seen some teams like Mousesports, for example, start picking Inferno in matches, and well, they haven't been getting results. Obviously, they've still been practicing it clearly. So I feel like with the addition of Inferno, both these teams need to kind of try and get on that grind for it. But looking at the map pools for both Kinguin and Hellraisers more so, the map pool is really, really small. So kind of judging Train and Cash here is just a really, really hard decision, I think, to make.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I've been told we've got a few issues with players joining servers, so whilst we are waiting, how about we have a look at some tips and tricks on the map that is Train.
Hey Future Pros, Train is the game and we have a slick smoke to cover CT connector. This smoke is great for pushing that pesky Orpa off position, and coupled with 1 or 2 more smokes you have a great outside execute. To master this, hop up on this dumpster and nestle yourself between these 2 crates. Once done so, aim just to the right of the corner of this building and let the smoke fly. Train ain't easy, but hopefully you can find some success with this top tip.
Always handy to have a few smokes known in your back pocket. Kinguin vs Hellraisers is going to be map number 1 on Train, of course. Now, I touched on ever so slightly past results between these two teams, or certainly against other teams on Train. Have you got anything a little bit more in-depth? Have you got some more kind of nitty-gritty scorelines for me?
Yeah, we not exactly scorelines, but we can look at Hellraisers, right, as a team. We can go, in terms of actually achieving results on LAN, what are they kind of accomplishing? Because Kinguin, one of those teams, as I said, came from Premier last season, kind of making it out of the woodworks here as one of the top Polish teams at the moment. So going into Hellraisers, I think it's a little more interesting, right? Because they're one of those teams that always seem to be able to kind of qualify for these LAN events, but never really seem to get any placings on. We can look at the E-League Major, for example, bombing out there. I think Las Vegas, obviously, they got to the close qualifiers there online. They didn't quite make it, but they seem to be a team that is able to grind online, and I feel like this at least may favour them, obviously, being online as Pro League is. But going into latter stages of events, they always seem to crumble and fall out in groups, whereas Kinguin, a team that haven't had as much LAN experience. So it just comes down to the same thing. It's such an undecided matchup. We don't know where this is going to go. I mean, we could move into predictions, that being said, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, you said 2-0 you think is going to be the case in favour of Kinguin. Obviously, they're 2 separate maps, and you get 3 points for each win, so it's not necessarily a series. I can see something like a 1-1. I don't want to count Hellraisers out just yet. The big thing for me is that Kinguin just haven't been playing Train, at least competitively. So it's going to be a question, who's been playing it more out of both these teams? And if we look back, I think it was week 2 of Pro League, Hellraisers lost 16-10 versus Envy. So perhaps that might be fresh in their mind. They might have gone back, they might have worked over something. That remains to be seen. But Train in general, do you think both of these teams, are we going to see quite a slow-paced game? I remember watching Train with NIP in week 1. They were waiting until the last 30, 20 seconds before they even had any sort of push. A lot of burst strategy here, or a lot of slow, methodical play?
I think definitely on the side of Kinguin, burst strategy is going to be something we see. They're a really aim-based team, a lot of heavy hitters on that roster. So yeah, a lot of fast A plays, fast B plays I think we can be expecting. Again, we don't really have a lot to work off in terms of past results in terms of them playing it. As you said, they haven't played it competitively since January, so it'll be interesting to see what they bring to the table. But yeah, definitely burst strategies for the side of Kinguin. Hellraisers less so. They're more of a team that's kind of slower. They focus around that AWP and Dead Fox, try and get them into the angles, and a Train is definitely a map that benefits that, right? You can post them up towards Ivy, you can wait for a player to peek, maybe bait some out with some bait a player out from Ivy with nades, go into A main. There's so many opportunities for an AWP to really star in this matchup. But as I said earlier, Dead Fox been a bit iffy online as of late, especially with the Star Series qualifiers we've seen him in. He's not really been performing very well, despite the rest of Hellraisers just having to drag him through the matches.
Yeah, I wonder whether that's going to slightly hinder them, or whether he'll be able to pick up his game. You said 2-0 then, but what about just a Train scoreline then? How do you see this going?
I'm going to go... I'm going to say it's close for Train. I'm going to say a 16-12, maybe a 16-13, something like that.
Okay. I think it's going to be a bit more of a one-sided affair for Kinguin on this one. I think maybe a 16-7. I think it's all going to come down obviously to the knife and see who can get onto that CT round first. For me, if Kinguin can get CT first, I think it's going to be quite a one-sided affair. However, if Hellraisers get there, then it might be a close one. Hellraisers might even take this one, to be honest. They've definitely got it in them. It's just going to be a case of whether they can pull it out on the day, to be honest.
Yeah, personally, I feel like this is, if Hellraisers are going to take a map, this is a surprise map that they have, that maybe they've been putting some work into, but on cash, I feel like that's going to be more favoured to Kinguin, even so, than this one.
Yeah, cash definitely. I mean, statistically, you can just look at it right there. I took a look across all of the stats for Hellraisers, and cash was a lot more well-favoured to them than Train. But sometimes when a map is your weak point, you do practice it a lot more. And yes, okay, teams will be vetoing it and saying, okay, we know they're weak on it, we can look at their past results. Might be what Kinguin have done here today. They might have said, okay, Hellraisers, not won in the last 4 competitive games, should be an easy one, and then suddenly, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, Hellraisers are suddenly very well practiced.
Exactly, and you see that a lot of, also with the reintroduced maps like Inferno and Nuke, we saw a lot of teams kind of, when they first joined, start to really practice them and put some time in, and teams, going for the insta-pick on Inferno and Nuke. So while this is obviously a long-standing map, I feel like, yeah, that's definitely true. Hellraisers could have been putting in their homework, and if they at least done some research in terms of how Kinguin try and play this map, maybe they could have something up their sleeve to really help them get ahead in this league at the moment.
Oh, for sure. And I think one thing we really need to focus on between these two teams is, I mean, Kinguin got relegated, well, they got promoted last season into this league, and Hellraisers were very close at the bottom of that table as well. This is such an important match for both of these teams. Getting a couple of wins here, there could just be the difference about surviving this league. Yeah,
especially when so many of the teams here are just top 10 teams. We don't see Hellraisers or Kinguin taking maps off at the end of the day. This is the equal matchup. This is a matchup that either team needs to, use to their advantage, get themselves higher standing, obviously, because next, who knows, Kinguin's up against Fnatic and they're getting 2-0'd. So it's a hard one for both teams. But going into this, definitely an equal matchup. Definitely going to be interesting to see who can take the lead. And I mean, it's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to touch on as well what you said to me earlier when we were just talking before the broadcast. You were saying how that Kinguin, they will play any kind of competition, they'll face up against anyone, whereas Hellraisers will always make sure they are facing off against the best opposition for the best practice. But we are getting into this first round. Hellraisers are going to be starting on this T side.
Fast aggression, though, from Kinguin over on the CT. We will see Sparrow push into main, and somehow they don't clear him. He gets himself 2 quick headshots, and there we go. Already the round's looking down and out as Hellraisers are just relegated to 2 players left. The bomb site still fully in control of Team Kinguin, and the fact that Sparrow's pushed so aggressively up here means Hellraisers, they have nothing to do. He's just forced in behind, being a nuisance, and Stiko, he's going to attempt to get this bomb down, but it's just not going to work out.
This was exactly my worry with Kinguin starting on that CT side. Obviously, there was no knife round. I was silly to suggest a knife round. With the veto process, it does mean that one of the teams chooses which side they're going to start on, so I presume Kinguin chose this one. And a nice solid start for them. They just need to now press on. Hellraisers just need to, I think, just take a deep breath think about what just happened, because they tried that burst strategy, it didn't work, and as you said, it was easy pickings for Sparrow there.
Yeah, I like the aggression though, something to at least start off the match, get into the head of Hellraisers, really surprise them. And talking about surprising, it's interesting to not see the force buy here from Hellraisers in the second round. They've gone for the Deagle buy, and what this does, you see some teams starting to pick this up, is it means you can invest in a Deagle with no armor, and you can do that in both eco rounds that you have after losing the pistol, and that's very common after not getting the bomb down. But as you can see, they're not being too successful, because Team Kinguin, they're not going for the meta buy, they're actually pulling in a lot of M4s, so the rifles are going to be seriously good at this kind of range. You can just see these players getting mown down, and nothing will be found other than one kill onto Furlan. Hellraisers, they are just completely dominated, and we will go into one more eco. It'll be interesting to see if they save up for the utility in this one or go for the Deagles again.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Deagles as well. I mean, if they had just hit that one shot onto Mihu, it could have been completely different. They would have had IV control, found an M4 for themselves. Suddenly, round is winnable, but you do see those shots hit very often, and perhaps too often as of late, but it's not going to happen. I mean, if you look back at the crazy stuff from Dupree at IM Katowice, that was disgusting Deagle ace that he got, but that wasn't against M4s though, I guess. As now we move into the third round, Kinguin just looked to continue in, and they should be able to put a third one on the board. Another very weak buy for Hellraisers.
Yeah, so they're actually using that previous Deagle round just to get a little bit more utility, maybe get that AWP on Devfox, who's on a Glock this round. Not going for the double Deagle buy. Aside from Angel, who's already been removed from the equation, Mihu, nice aggression down towards Ivy, going to take down the first one, and I imagine this is just going to be a cleanup, right? P250, Glock and a Deagle. Not going to be much for the roster of Hellraisers. Team Kinguin, I like how safe they're playing this as well. Not pushing up, not getting in the faces, and sticking with the rifles so early on is something that's very uncommon. Less so on Train, obviously, because it is a range-based map, but you typically see these triple UMP buys that a lot of the CTs are buying up just to farm as much cash as possible and then go for that bonus round where they can actually bring the SMGs into the buy, which, that being said, isn't too effective, but either way, they seem to be getting a bit hungry for frags, or at least Rallin is. He takes down Devfox, and Stiko again, it's like the pistol round, he's looking for the bomb plant on B.
Yep, and play nice and safe early, just get a little bit aggressive towards the end when you start to get a little bit bored, I guess, as they will put the third on the board of the board. And I think it's important that Kinguin have played that safe. I mean, if I look back at both week 1 and 2 of Pro League, it often, especially on Train, it's who budges first, who's going to make that first mistake. It's certainly what NiP were waiting for. They were hoping that someone was going to play aggressive. They didn't, so then NiP just wasted away the round, and then they finally burst out, but half the time it was just too little, too late. So Hellraisers, they went for that burst strategy, opening the pistol. Now it's their first buy round. Let's see what they're going to do.
Yeah, keeping the SMG on Rallin as well. Not quite a UMP, but the MP9 very, very deadly at close ranges. Be interested to see how he plays this one, as he's situated, I think, over towards the Ivy there. The rest of them, though, on the Hellraiser side, putting a bit of pressure towards B, and Furlan, he is alone on this one, with the players not close for a rotation, no connect control from Kinguin, and instead pushing up quite aggressively here towards A main. That's going to be Sparrow, so they actually may be able to get a lot of information and cause an early rotation here from Kinguin, which would be perfect right now. The issue is, Hellraisers, they're about to storm out onto B.
Yeah, it's how quickly can the rest of his team get onto this B site. Furlan's going to go down, Mouz is going to rotate through the smoke here, and he will be the first person onto site, but has to back off as well. Bomb's going to go down, so Kinguin going to have to try and retake 3 versus 5 here. Zero already getting aggressive after finding that frag initially. And Kinguin, I mean, could just save here, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Hellraisers don't have much utility left, which is one positive to go for the retake. The issue is, obviously, they have the man advantage, although that's been relinquished here as Mouz. He's going to go in and get himself 2 quick kills. His teammate does fall to Devfox, but look at the trade. It's perfect so far. They need to get on this bomb, though. The time is ticking away, and they do have a kid on Mouz at least, but both players situated towards upper. It's a double peek. That's perfect. What a Kinguin looking at. First player going down, and there's a spray from Angel. It misses, but there's just no time left. He's going to be able to close it out. And Hellraisers, a bit of a sloppy one on the post plant. They lose too many members considering they had a 5-on-3, but they are going to make it work.
I would have thought by now players would have worked out how to jump onto the bomb train. Slightly painful to watch that, but the quick 360 turnaround to hit the shot was great. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. So good after plans from Hellraisers in the end. Could have gone very differently if someone from Kinguin, perhaps Mihu, had got aggressive and just pushed that upper there. That is going to be now an AWP onto Rallin.
And on Sparrow. The double AWP already, this early on into the game. This is the game changer from Kinguin. This is them trying to really bring in the hurt nice and early to shut down Hellraiser, to get that reset and to screw over the money of the T side. And this is the perfect way of doing it, right? Such an AWP-based map, bringing in 2 AWPs is just exactly what they need to spice things up. And Hellraisers yet to pull up the AWP on Devfox. They lose 4 players in the previous round. Their money's low, so they are just having to stick to the AKs for the time being. Issue is, for Hellraisers, obviously, Kinguin haven't exactly shown the fact that they have 2 AWPs, only shooting one of them so far, so it's still going to be a bit of a surprise. But that being said, if we see the retake play, if we see Hellraisers take B, these orbs are not going to be as good as we expect.
That's exactly what I was just about to ask you. I was going to say on the retake, how effective are orbs on a map like Drain, but you've already answered that one for me, and now Kinguin need to make sure they hit those shots when Hellraisers do push in. Looks like they're favouring a push towards B once again. Will the information be had? Will we see a slightly faster rotation? I kind of think if Kinguin had got onto the site a little bit earlier, it could have been different last round. Furlan going to be the first point of defence once again, throws out all of his utility just to try and keep them back, tries to spray through the smoke, but he is going to be challenged from both sides. Zero takes him down. Really important that Ratman hits this, but just gets a leg shot. Can't find any of the body, unfortunately, for him. Just 2%, but the HE grenade is going to finish him off. And we're into a 4v4.
But look at Bondik's position here. He's pushed up into the connector. He's letting them all run past. One quick kill. That will delay them so much and take their attention away from the real issue, and that is the bomb. He does go down, but he does a lot of damage before he falls. And now let's see how the AWPs fare. Two of them, in fact. Sparrow, he doesn't matter. He's going to get himself two. Angel's now alone. He has a Molotov for the bomb, and they don't have a smoke, so that will delay it. But there's still time for them to get on the defuse of Mouz's kit as well. Issue is Angel going to hit his shot? He starts to move on in. He knows they're going to be close to the bomb after that Molotov phase, and they're going to be peeking him, and Sparrow will take him down. Kinguin, they get that defuse, they get that reset, and most importantly, they keep 3 players alive, 2 of them being on orbs. So that's a huge money bonus now for Kinguin, and Hellraisers, the complete opposite.
Absolutely huge from Sparrow, as you said. I mean, we were talking about how successful are orbs on those retakes, but if you can hit shots like that, then be my guest, take an AWP every round and just continue this. As Hellraisers now, they'll have to reset, and they'll have to go for an eco here. Just one Tech 9 for 0, and they find themselves 4-1 down. How are they going to manage to break through this double AWP setup from Kinguin?
They've got 2 smokes, I mean, so they at least hinting towards a B play. They can get one down on the ramp, maybe get a connector smoke in deep or throw one towards upper. The bomb plant is essentially the main goal for this, and you can tell because they haven't invested more than $800 on anyone other than Zero. So essentially just trying to get a bit of bonus money to play with, and combined with the loss bonus now being a little more built up over into 1900 after this, it should be okay for the buy. So at least we can see Kinguin are giving them the bomb plant. They are playing the passive B setup, but it's not going to be too much of an issue here for them to mop them up, assuming the bomb does go down.
Yeah, the bomb's not gone down just yet. Looks like Zero is going to be able to plant it, though. As you said, easy pickings, and this is just going to be a formality now to clean this last member up. Bondik can't even find one of his own. So a nice clean round for Kinguin. I don't think they'll mind too much if the bomb's gone down there.
No, and they keep all players alive as well, so very, very good for the economy. As you can see, starting to being built up, 6k on the most of the players, so Kinguin got to be happy where they're sitting for the moment, and now Hellraisers will be going for the buy, but look at the issue again. No AWP here. Dead Fox, you can see he's got 5k, he's thinking about whether to go for the glass cannon, but the issue is, that is very, very risky, and yeah, he's just going to go safe. Full AKs here. And that's the thing, Hellraisers, the fact that they take so long to go for that buy shows that they're just trying to base around these strategies on getting that AWP in play. They need it early on here on the T side, and the fact that Kinguin's been so brutal against the money of Hellraisers just shows how much it's handicapping them into these rounds.
And that's why Train is so tough when you start on that T side as well. You just feel like you're constantly fighting a financial battle if you can't get those early rounds, and it's exactly what we see here from Hellraisers. Sphero, a good opportunity to take down, but just legs. Once again, Bondik is able to escape with his life there, and Sphero not going to have any of it. He's just going to back off and take a different angle instead. But information will definitely be had. He would have communicated that with his team, and now they'll be, you can see, they're all just setting up ever so slightly around Ivy. Need to be careful about the B push, though, because that has been Hellraiser's main point of attack.
Yeah, this time they're switching it up, though. 2 players coming into the Pop Dog. We got Ivy split as well, and one inside of main is looking like the strategy for the time being, although they will start to back off, so even more centered towards an A play right now. But I like this from Kinguin, a bit of aggression to throw something in the mix. Who's going to be pushed all the way up, and that will mean one of his teammates can rotate back in towards the B site, have a little more of a passive stance on A, because he is going to have far more information and be able to convey it to his team way earlier if he sees this push. The issue is, obviously, Hellraisers are about to walk into this, but oh no, Mihu, look at that, just walks down. He doesn't need help. He just takes the kill onto Angel, and still Kinguin with aggressive positioning. Sparrow is pushed all the way up. He should get himself a free kill, and he does. A 5-on-3, and Hellraisers are falling down.
Yeah, should be able to find another one. He can't quite hit it. Whips it ever so slightly, but comes back for more and whams him in the face. And now it's just Zero left on his own with very little hope. He is going to be challenged by Sparrow as well. 6-1, and I love that's just a little bit of aggression coming out from Kinguin. They really bide their time. They pick their moment perfectly. By Mihu just waiting ever so slightly in Ivy and then just taking the opportunity. As soon as that flash came out from his teammate, he was like, yep, this is it. I'm just going to go and challenge him. And having that man advantage was enough to kind of prompt Hellraisers into somewhat of a preemptive push that didn't really work out.
Yeah, and Sparrow's just destroying right now. 12-1. could not be happier for the side of Kinguin. He is just tearing off limbs left and right. And Hellraisers now really no investment. A few bits of utility. This will be an A play for sure with the amount of smokes that they've got under their belt, but not a lot of hope to go with that. They invested over $800, so even a bomb plant's not exactly going to benefit them. It will just kind of give them the reimbursement for what they spent into this. And as you can see, I'm feeling like they may be taking the bomb down towards B at least, with the smokes coming in through the upper here, but nope, Stiko's going to drop right down, and this will just be a fast charge. The wall of China smokes coming out, but Team Kinguin still keeping this aggressive positioning. They're not backing off towards CT. In fact, they're boosting. They want more. Mouz, though, he's going to go down to 0, so the P250 works out. And actually, Hellraisers, they're making this one costly.
Yeah, Bondik finds another. Can they find a weapon to work with? But Sphero at the moment is just easy pickings as he finds another. Just Dead Fox and 0 left. Have either of them found a weapon? No, they haven't, so they need to do work with Deagle. And as I say that, Dead Fox hits Rallen in the face, and 0 is just on slicing and dicing, but can't find anything. Diffuser is going to come through. Can Dead Fox hit the shot? It'd be huge if he could. He can't quite get it from that angle. Bob gets diffused, and Sphero finishes things off in style.
That's hugely important as well for Hellraisers, because you could look at that and go, oh, they invested $800 each, and they only got a bomb plant and a couple of kills, so, you know, they're not making profit, but it's not about profit. It's about hurting the economy of Kinguin. Now the money still looking good for the CT side, but players like Mouz are on 3k, we've got 4k on Rallen, and obviously losing 3 players up against a couple of P250s and a couple of Deagles is very, very effective from Hellraisers. And now, due to that, the AWP is in play. Yeah, the AWP for Dead Fox. So see if Hellraisers are going to change things up. Can Dead Fox make a huge impact with this AWP, or is he going to be forced out and out-AWPed by Kinguin? As Angel tries to take a peek, but Rallen shuts him down immediately, and will just back off deeper into the site now and say, well, you can come and push if you want, but I'm just going to take more of a passive angle. And after that pick over towards B, they know that Hellraisers are likely going to be centered some players around that site, so in reaction, Sparrow's going to push up on Ivy. A lot of control, a lot of information, and look at the rotations already. We've got 3 players on the B site from Kinguin. They know what's happening here. Hellraisers will throw down that ramp smoke, but it doesn't matter because we have so many members in position from the CT side that they are just going to be able to deal with this so easily. The issue is, can Hellraisers equalise it? Can Hellraisers find the pick? And Dead Fox is going to be looking to do so. But Bondik, nice reactor play outside of the pop dog. He's going to get himself a free kill to Mihu. And now the rotations, they come flooding back into A, because with the time ticking away, it's looking more and more likely that Hellraisers will hit the A site. And finally, Dead Fox, he's going to chime in. Yeah, this is exactly what Dead Fox needed to do. Needed to hit those shots. As Stiko will find one as well onto Furlan, so now it's just Rallen left on his own because Dead Fox takes out Mouz, and this is better from Hellraisers. This is going to be extremely difficult for Rallen to do. Can't quite connect with that shot either, so this should be Hellraisers' round, but we have seen crazier things happen throughout Counter-Strike, but maybe, just maybe, he'll even just want to save this. More than likely, right? Maybe get some exits at that, because there are 4 players remaining, so if he can try and impact the economy, that'd be great, but 0 says no. And Hellraisers, they get 2 on the board. That's a very effective one as well. Not going down to the line, they save 2 AWPs into the next round. Not sure what they're going to be doing with that, but Angel's going to dom one of them, so it'll be interesting to see how they play around this, but obviously Team Kinguin in reverse are going to also be picking up their own double AWP. I wonder whether Angel is going to go for that aggressive peek at B, this time with an AWP, and see if he can out-frag the member of Kinguin that previously took him down. It's always interesting seeing 2 AWPs on T side, especially on train. Very rare. But I guess if you're against 2 AWPs on the CT side, it feels like that's what they want to do. But Sphero finds one onto Angel. Mihu was getting very aggressive, but he didn't even need to push out in the end. And that's going to be one of the AWPs already taken out of the hands of Angel. So he did get aggressive, but it was at the other site. Yeah, and with no teammate to trade as well, that's so unfortunate. And the fact that Kinguin have noticed that no one from Hellraisers shot back, they've actually pushed Mihu in reaction. Who's done the triple AWP? The triple AWP on CT train. This is just disgusting right now. And they're looking for the reset as well, so kicking it off with a good start, taking out one of the key players of Hellraisers, and now leaving it into a 4-on-5, but still, Hellraisers set up for this B play. If they get the bomb down, the triple AWP might not be as effective as the double AWP on the retake. It might actually be a handicap for a change, but who knows? This is Kinguin we're watching. Nade's going to go out towards upper. Rallen trying to find himself a shot just through the edge of the smoke, but they are pushing down the ramp in the meantime. Bondik very aggressive here. The smoke towards Connector going to work out, and Dead Fox and Bondik both open things up. Furlan's still in the site, but not for long because Bondik's found their head. And a 3v2. This is great for Hellraisers. Yeah, all 3 AWPs have gone down. Just Mihu and Mouz left to retake this site. They need to do work, but Bondik continues his damage, leaving Mihu all alone. Does he have any hope of retaking this site? Needs to find the one in Z first, to be honest. He's going to be able to push onto the site, otherwise he's just going to be backstabbed. Stiko there, just dancing around on bomb train as the first point of defense, and now he can communicate to his teammates, but he doesn't even need to. He'll finish it off himself, and Hellraiser's looking a lot better now, and that's a lot of damage done to Kinguin's economy. Yes, they can perhaps still force something up here, but
it's not going to be 2 AWPs, I don't think.
Yeah, Sparrow's going to either have to bail out one of his teammates with low money, or he's going to go for the AWP himself. He'll actually go for the AWP, yeah. That's a bit of a risky play. Oh no, he's dropped a rifle over as well, so it's actually not that bad. Team Kinguin can get something out, and Hellraisers at least disallowing that reset, which was so important. If they got reset after pulling in a double AWP, that would have been so dangerous, right? So now, single AWP, you were right, utility is extremely limited for Kinguin. And a very key round, because if they do lose out on this, while the scoreline is very favourable for them at the moment, Hellraisers will be given basically 5 rounds for free, because Kinguin will have no money, right? They won't have a loss bonus either to force up with, so it's likely going to start to be a bit of a comeback for Hellraisers. So this is actually looking quite good here for the T's.
And did Kinguin throw away that last round themselves by picking up those 3 AWPs? Because the 3 AWPers were the 3 to go down first. Would have been different if they had M4s?
I mean, at the end of the day, I think Bondik was just the man to change that for the T side. The aggression post-bomb was perfect, and even if they had rifles, he snuck right in behind, so it seemed like Kinguin just weren't really aware. That being said, let's see if Bondik or any of the members of Hellraisers are going to have a star performance now. As we can see, the smokes are going to be set up towards A. Seems like they will be committing with the position of the bomb, but that actually being picked up, it's a fake. They're taking it back in towards B, it seems, or at least one player pushing out onto A as a fake as he goes in. Stiko looking for more, but Angel, he's found the opener over towards B, and with Kinguin rotating, this is going to be perfect, but Furlan, he's still in position. 2 kills, make that 3. Furlan is mopping up Hellraisers. There's 2 remaining now, and that is just surely over at this point.
Absolutely filthy stuff from Furlan there, but Bondik did some damage last round. Needs to do more of the same if they're going to get back into this, but Sparrow finds Stiko as well. So if Bondik is going to get anything from this round, he really needs to turn Super Saiyan right about now, but I'm not sure that the blonde hair is going to come through.
Yeah, 20 seconds left on the clock. 2 players are low on the site, but they've got everyone in position here. With the bomb being down for them, I don't think they're going to be giving this one away. And that smoke going down, that will seal the deal. Bondik should be holding onto this gun. There's no way he can push through it. Maybe if he wants a loss bonus, that could be a reason, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be that much of a, a build-up, as they almost got reset there. So Bondik just holding onto the gun. Maybe he'll get chased, but Team Kinguin, they do have a lot of low HP, so not wanting to lose any more money while they can. And actually keeping onto the double AWP, they pick it up off the body of Dead Fox, so that's something to play with now for Kinguin. And just as I was saying, Hellraisers could have had a really good opener into this map. It's all fallen apart.
It almost went perfectly for Hellraisers as well. Sold the fake, managed to get onto the B site initially with the opening frag onto bomb train, but just amazing stuff coming out from the Kinguins individually. Like, everyone's been stepping up from them. We saw Mihu hitting shots earlier, and Furlan, of course, doing the same in that round. They need to do more of the same. 8-3 is looking a comfortable scoreline. If they can turn this into a 12-3, they'll be extremely happy with that. You just want to try and destroy the economy of Hellraisers to start picking up some easy rounds. Furlan taking a very aggressive approach, but has to back off because of the molly. And he's going to drop back into his little safe cubby hole as Dead Fox gets the opening frag onto Rana.
Surprised they don't peek with that Molotov. They could have easily forced him out of position and taken the kill. Maybe they were expecting an AWP though, which could have been dangerous. But either way, nice openers actually. Angel and Dead Fox going to be striking. And a couple of kills already going the way of the T side. Let's see how Kinguin react. They push a couple of players into B, and this is going to be a complete bank on, right? If it is an A play, they should just be saving this triple rifle. But if it is B, and it's looking very likely to be so, they are at least going to try and contest this because they have all the manpower in play. But no, the bomb's actually rotating. This is good. This is a nice read from Hellraisers. They're expecting it. And look at this. The trade's still going out on the B side. This is perfect so far from the T side. Actually getting the counter reset on, but Mihu, he's not saving. He's not giving up. He is forced all the way behind enemy lines. And he will strike. Bombs dropped. Still plenty of time to grab that. And Bondik will be in position to shut him down. It's all onto Sparrow.
Sparrow with chance in his hands now. Bomb's going to go down. I wonder whether they've got any information as to where he is. Just pushing slowly down from Ivy now. If he can connect this first shot, Dead Fox, as you can see, is already looking that way. So Sparrow, having none of it, is just going to save this AWP instead. Probably the sensible play here.
Yeah, definitely. He's got so much utility as well. It's about 8k investment into this round. No reason to throw it away at all. So Hellraisers actually getting the reset onto Kinguin. If we can have a look at the scoreboard to at least have a talk about the economy, or not. But there we go. Yeah, wow, look at Sparrow right now, 18-3. That's crazy. But yeah, a reset from Hellraisers right off the back of a loss. So that's perfect for them. That's really going to hurt the economy of the CT side with it not being built up as well. So we're going to see an eco here from Team Kinguin. And this will be another opener for Hellraisers to get back into this game, the second time they've had it.
Always upsets me in those situations when I just want to see them go balls to the wall, him be like, yeah, I've got 18 frags, I'm just going to rush in, go for no scopes, go for everything. But no, of course, he plays sensible. He's a professional.
Ooh.
And that's Slightly interesting.
This buy. Okay, no, it's not that bad actually. I wasn't sure how they would get 2 rifles into it, but they actually have a double M4 plus a UMP, which I mean is basically a rifle at this point, right? And then Rallen on the CZ.
Obviously, CZ can be very detrimental if you can get in the right places with it as well. So I wonder whether Rallen is going to be able to do anything with that at all. Mouz getting aggressive here, as seeing if he can get any sort of information. Bondnik in a great position if he does get over aggressive though. But they have backed off. And Hellraisers have a fantastic chance to get back in this game. They can take this round and well and truly shaft Kinguin's economy here.
Especially off of the Force, right? A really key investment here from the CT side. So yeah, Hellraisers not actually looking in that bad of a spot despite the scoreline being fairly against them. But again, this is Train, right? This is CT sided. So it's actually not as terrible for Hellraisers as you might expect at this point. But let's see how this round can convert, because if Kinguin pick this one up, it's going to be the reset onto the reset, which will just be horrible for the T side. But let's see, Rallen here, close position with the CZ. You said it can be detrimental. Let's see if he can prove that. As you can see, Angel pushing his way up, does crouch below the shot. That's perfect. He takes the kill, does get flashbanged out though, and Mihu takes the frag, but he doesn't spot the second player all the way up Ivy, so he could get flanked as he turns around to focus towards A main. Still, Kinguin with very aggressive positioning with Mouz here in the pop dog, and he will spot them out A main. Good stuff there. 1 kill. It's traded, but this is all Kinguin are hoping for.
Really important trade coming out from Stiko. That could have been awful for them if he didn't get it. Dead Fox now pushing out onto Ivy, and as you said, Mihu didn't notice him, and he is going to get shot in the back for it as well. As Dead Fox looks for more, gets blinded ever so slightly. He is going to have to back off, but his teammates are going to put the bomb down. Do they know that there are Kinguin players just on that bomb train? And Sphero finds Dead Fox. Zero will get Furlan, so it's just on Sphero now in a 1 versus 2, and I don't think he'll be saving this time. He doesn't have the opportunity to. Can he find the shot? No, he can't. Zero finishes it off, and it's going to be 8-5, and suddenly this is looking like a lot better half for Hellraisers. At one point, it looked like they perhaps might have been down and out, but they're slowly crawling back into this one.
Yes, 7-1 to 8-5. That's a comeback if I've ever heard it. And let's see if they can close out these last 2 rounds. They have an eco ahead of them, or an anti-eco, as Kinguin can't really invest into this, so Hellraisers should be, in theory, granted a 6th round here, and then going into the last buy of the half, there's no way Kinguin are going to be on that double AWP grind again. They will just have maybe 1 AWP at max, but probably just sticking with the rifles if they want to get a good amount of utility here. But Hellraisers set up fast towards B. A bit of a default, just going to be held out, not too much aggressive control. And I like how they're playing this, right? They know they're up against pistols. They don't want to sit in A main and have an opponent flash himself in and get a headshot really quickly. So they're actually playing it far more passively than they have been doing, at least over towards A main. As you can see, Kinguin are doing exactly that, pushing the pistol in. Sparrow's there. So if Hellraisers late go for some kind of A-take, they've really got to clear out these close angles, because this gun is lethal. And look at Bondik. He's actually going to start to do it. Sparrow's going to be ready. He crouches again. This is a perfect peaks from Hellraisers. Angel and Bondik being able to duck under the pistols, and the man advantage already secured.
Yeah, it should be relatively easy getting into these sites, but I like the Hellraisers are taking their time. They're not getting too aggressive. They don't want to be caught off guard and be punished for just being silly, really, as Rallen does find one. Stiku comes in to get the trade once again. Bodek then comes in, chimes in with one of his own. And now there's just 2 players left in the hands. It's Mihu. It's Furlan, and they're going to try and do what they can, but as we said, it should just be a formality here. And I think we really need to touch on how important this is for Hellraisers. I mean, they are 1-3 at the moment in the league table. They've been on a little bit of a rut, and they could really do with picking up at least a map, if not 2, just to get that confidence builder. And to be honest, it's the same for Kinguin. They started really well in week 1, picked up a fantastic result, but ever since they've just slid off the radar ever so slightly. And it is going to be a closely contested first half. But even with just 6 rounds, I've got to say, this is favouring Hellraisers.
Yeah, definitely, and 7 looking more and more likely going into this one. If you look at the utility of Kinguin, as we expected, not going to be too great. They have a couple of smoke players, but they're actually going to try and counter this lack of weaponry with the aggression, and that is perfect. Sparrow will double peek up with Mihu up towards Ivy, and they get a free kill, just back off. Of course, they're not going to be able to smoke off this area for much longer, but the man advantage taken very early on, and that's going to be so beneficial here for the CT side. The issue is, can they convert it into a round, or will Dead Fox be able to trade? Yeah,
last time Mihu wasn't aware of that second player coming through Ivy, but he'll be well aware now as the bullets range through the smoke. And Hellraisers going to switch things up and look perhaps to move towards B. It's where they were going throughout the early rounds, weren't having that much success. And then eventually they were able to find their way, but Mihu gets slightly overzealous there and gets a bullet through the brain as punishment as well. And now it's suddenly a 4v4 situation, and Hellraisers will have their chance to use their utility and get onto one of these sites.
Yeah, I don't like that push at all. That's so detrimental. It takes away the man advantage, and that will favour Hellraisers here. There's only 4 members remain on the Kinguin side, 2 of them on the opposite side of the map as well as a bomb. It starts to make its way out through Pop Dog here, the rest of them coming in through A main. I like the elevator position from Mouz, but can he find anything with it? Sparrow definitely can. He gets himself one. Mouz, aggressive peek, and it works perfectly. He needs to double down though. He'll actually drop, allow his teammates to rotate in, take a fairer fight in 0 while he is pushed up. He's only going to get 1. Bondik is dropped, and there we go. Team Kinguin, they'll clean it up 9-6 in the half.
Yep, and that is going to be half time, so we are going to go for a quick break here at ESL Pro League. So 9-6 to Kinguin in the first half, and that could have been a lot worse for Hellraisers though. They were looking a bit down and out. It was 7-1 at one point, and then they managed to crawl back into it. What did it? Was it just? Was it things going wrong for Kinguin, or did Hellraisers just step up their game?
I feel like it was a bit of both, right? We saw Kinguin obviously get that dominant first scoreline. We were thinking this is surely over. They're doing very, very well. And then they started getting a bit aggressive. We started seeing the triple ops being pulled in on post plants. We started seeing some aggression down Ivy that some worked, some really didn't, especially in that last round as well. So I feel like Kinguin were getting a bit too big for their boots, and you can see that a lot at this level. Teams thinking overconfidently and going far too aggressive. And Hellraisers were able to exploit that, able to force him into eco, and that's when it just shut down. They got a couple of free rounds and we're back into the game.
And now moving across, Hellraisers' chance on the CT side here. Obviously the pistol is important, it always is important, but let's just say Kinguin managed to take the pistol. I mean, is there a chance they can just use this momentum on that T side? How important is it for them to build up a bank, get an AWP perhaps, just to try and take down Hellraisers?
Well, we were talking after the first couple of rounds how important it is for Hellraisers to get that T-side pistol, because you want, especially on such a CT-side map like Train, to get that early advantage, get the money building in your favour, and start to kick things off with 3 free rounds, right? So yeah, I'd say it's definitely important for Kinguin to get it. The issue is I don't think they need it to win the map. I still feel like even if Hellraisers pick up the pistol, we have Kinguin, such an aim-based team, going into this game. They could lose a pistol and still fairly easily close this out in maybe a 16-9.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether Sparrow can continue his fine form. Obviously, I think it was like 18, 19 frags in the first half, and if he can continue hitting his shots, then Kinguin should be in a good nick to actually take this map. But a great chance for Hellraisers to get back into this. He just will need to pick up this pistol. We saw early aggression coming out from Hellraisers in the first pistol round. Kinguin, however, it looks like they're going to play things a little bit more slowly, a little bit more methodical.
Yeah, Dead Fox just spotting towards Ivy. Again, we have the double plate. Very common here from the CT side. You're going to want maybe a trade player or a bait player to be up into this position, and no one's peeking from Kinguin. We do have Mihu towards the back, but at the moment the T side is just waiting for the aggression from CTs. I like the raid boss. That hints towards maybe a B play. It's very, very effective down towards that B site, but the issue is the positions of the CTs are far, or the T, sorry, are far more based towards A, but as they back off on the Ivy control, this may as well be a B play at this point. The issue is they don't have a huge amount of utility to get onto A, so yeah, looking more likely as they back off towards the B halls.
Yeah, 2 smokes, just the 1 flash. Does look like it would work out, pushing towards this B site. Angel is going to spot out one of the Kinguin members just pushing in, and there is going to be a little bit of a rotation coming out from Zero, who was just sitting in Z. But still, no push coming out from Kinguin. More than happy to bide their time. They really are trying to lure out Hellraisers, really hoping that Hellraisers will make the first move and try and make a mistake. But Hellraisers not playing ball, more than happy to stay put here.
And Rallen's throwing a smoke over to the A site in the meantime, so that might actually fake a rotation from Hellraisers back in towards A. Let's have a look. They've only got four players on the A site, but it's actually a fake, because as we see the B push come in, it's actually thwarted. Angel is in position, and a great one at that. He gets himself 2 quick headshots, and Kinguin, I like the attempt at a fake with the one smoke, but it's just not going to work out. They get the bomb down, so the money is guaranteed, but certainly at this point, not the round.
There are a few weak members, but unfortunately he goes down, and Dead Fox finishes it off as well. Amazing opening frags coming from Angel there with the USP. Is absolutely disgusting weapon when you can just one tap away, when they just walk into your crosshairs and it's just easy pickings. But that's the start that Hellraisers needed, of course. And now it's going to be a question of whether Kinguin are going to force up here.
And let's have a look at the buy as well, because the issue is obviously going for the M4s in the second round means you bit lapse on the utility on most of the players. So yeah, they actually go for a mainly rifle buy, but with a couple of UMPs as well. So they'll be great for this anti-eco, and you can also bring them into the buy round if you want. More so a bonus round if you have 2 or 3 UMPs, but either way, Kinguin, assuming they don't get a bomb plant into this round, they probably won't have that AWP in play. But that being said, they're not really a team that's based around the AWP as much as Hellraisers are with Dead Fox, so it's not too much of an issue. But still a good amount of utility on these UMP players here on the CT side, and they are definitely going to need it. Kinguin are playing that buddy system. They are grouping up towards Ivy, trying to look for those trade bags if one of them does fall down. And Hellraisers, they're not giving them any openings, playing very, very passive on the CT side and just waiting for Kinguin to walk into their crosshairs, and I think Furlan, just about to do so.
Kinguin obviously getting the bomb down last round, so they have just ecoed this one, and as you said, it's probably not going to be an AWP buy next round unless they do get the bomb, but they will have money to grab those AKs. And this round is just really a placeholder. Kinguin probably aren't expecting to win this one, but they just maybe try and frustrate Hellraisers, try and destroy the economy ever so slightly, try and find a weapon. And there is a headshot on 2-0 as well, you could hear it. Dinked away as now Angel's going to get aggressive with the UMP, is going to find one, looks for a second with the rest of his team coming to clean things up as the Kinguin had burst onto that B site. Bomb's not going to go down though, and Angel clears up Mouz. And that is a nice flawless round, exactly what Hellraisers needed.
Yeah, not a single kill from Kinguin, so no economical impact onto the money of the CT side. That being said, it is sometimes a blessing, right? Because that means if Hellraisers lost the UMPs into that previous round, they would have probably reinvested in M4s, but instead they're sticking with this. And this is not exactly a bonus round because they have a triple rifle, but 2 of them being FAMASs, it's very on the edge of being so, right? So this is actually a bit of a cheese round. Kinguin having a good chance to get into this one, as they definitely have the stronger buy, not in terms of utility, but definitely weaponry, and we know what these AKs are like, but Angel, very early aggression here towards the B upper.
And this is what I like, exactly, because you've got that slightly weaker buy, try and do something a little bit different, but Furlan is going to catch Angel trying to sneak round. Zero comes in to get the trade though, and now they're going to push onto this B side, but Zero's going to be there, can't quite find them. Does find Rallen eventually with the fire, as the bomb's now going to go down onto the B site, and it is a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, quite good here, but either way, Sparrow, he's pushed himself up Ivy. Why does he have his knife out? He's going to get caught by Stiko. That could have been the perfect reaction, but Hellraisers, they were late on the rotation, so I barely blame him for having his knife out in that position. Hoping he can strike from behind, but now only 2 remain. Mouz forced out by the Molotov. Miku tries to double peek, but it's just not going to work. Hellraisers, they have the perfect retake. And if anything, that round went to them because they made the mistake of having such late rotations. As soon as the bomb was down, you would expect them to instantly rotate, but Stiko was still sitting there on the site for some reason. So that's really going to catch back Kinguin and allow Hellraiser to pick up that 9-9 scoreline.
I mean, he had his knife out, but he did get his AK out, and he hesitated ever so slightly. He thought he's starting to turn away. I can wait here. I can make a big impact. But then there must have just been a glimpse of maybe an elbow that Stiko saw, and he just turned to finish him off. Really unfortunate. It could have gone so differently, but I think you're completely right. That late rotation really helping them out.
This buy though, what is this? They had about 3,300, and they've invested in body armor AKs. This is so risky. It would work if they had a couple of utility-based players, but they have 2 smokes to their name. This really is not going to be a good buy from Kinguin. It is an attempt to quickly get onto the economy of Hellraisers, but with them losing a couple of members, they've reinvested in an AWP, they've got these saved AKs, and they've not got a UMP to their name. I think more so Kinguin going for this investment, expecting Hellraisers to get some UMPs to try and anti-eco them. I understand it, but it's such a risk, and the reward is looking to be very unlikely with the buy of the CT side.
Guess they think the risk is worth taking, as the Molotov will come down and Sparrow bursts out, but then is found by Dead Fox. So we're into a 4v4, and Stiko just on bomb train, just raining down shots, manages to catch Mouz as well. and will just back off ever so slightly deeper into the site, just calling for support from his teammates. And Dead Fox, can he find any more shots with this AWP? Just 2 players remaining now. Mihu does find one. He can find a second onto Stiko. No, he can't. Stiko gets the headshot, leaving just Rallen in a 1 versus 3 here.
Yeah, Angel, he knows what's up. He can see the feet, and there we go. Going to be able to pre-fire. Just spots his toes around the edge, and Angel's going to close that one out for Hellraisers. So 10-9. The buy from Kinguin, understandably so, but very, very risky, and that has actually affected them quite heavily. While the loss bonus will be built up after this, they're going to be on the max loss bonus. It's still, you know, another free round given away, or another 2 free rounds of that. So Hellraisers is actually going to be able to surely get up to 11 at this point, and then that'll be perfect for leading the CT side. They can pull in a double AWP if need be. I don't expect it, not typically the team to go for it, but we saw it a little bit on the T side, so let's see if they can continue with that. But for now, Kinguin just relegated down to pistols, a bit of utility, a lot more than the previous round, ironically, and they will be setting up over towards an A take. Bomb is as well over in B upper, so I'm expecting maybe some smokes out on A, and then either the bomb to drop down Pop Dog to join Mouz, or to go into the B ramp late when Hellraisers have pre-rotated the players over.
These eco rounds are always my favourite rounds to watch as well, because it's so hard to surprise your opponent nowadays, because almost everything has been done, and you've really got to rely on your shot caller to try and do something a little bit different, to try and get onto one of these sites, at least try and get the bomb down. That's what the important thing is, as they are just going to push out from Pop here onto the site. There's lots of smokes to cover them, so bomb possibly is going to go down, but Angel's actually going to spray through and find 2. Rallen gets 1 onto Stiko, and Mihu comes in, chimes in 1 of his own. Now it's just Mouz versus, well, it's both Zero and Angel here. If he can pick up a weapon, it's very doable, but he can't find one. Angel finishes it off, 11-9, and Kinguin did a lot of damage considering it was just an eco.
Yeah, and both these teams proving to be very aggressive in the well, not pre-plants, I guess you could say. At least when we saw the eco, we saw the same eco from Hellraisers throwing that smoke down towards the connector, trying to get the bomb down. But both teams now on the CT side have played it aggressively, gone for that boost on top of the site, sat close to connector and not backed off. Because some teams you'll see, very passive teams, will give away the bomb plant, allow them to get that extra money, and then go aggressive for the retake, which will favour them. But no, both these teams are actually going very aggressive to try and stop that bomb plant. It's worked out very well for both of them. So now we see the buy from Kinguin, we see the AWP on Sparrow, but look at Dead Fox. He's got a great position, but he's not going to make it work. Misses a shot. He's going to have to back off.
It would have been a huge kill if he was able to connect. He's trying to survive though. Has hid behind here in the smoke. Are they going to know he is there is the real question. Seems like he's still more than happy to play ball here. Eventually tries to back off. He does have his teammate to support him. Somehow survives. And that could have been painful if he was shot in the butt cheeks there and taken down. Thankfully, though, he survives with his life, and we're still in a 5v5 here. Kinguin slowing things down ever so slightly, just checking if Hellraisers are going to get aggressive elsewhere here.
And there we go, Bondic pushes into the Pop Dog here, gets the information it's clear, and as a result, they rotate another player back towards B, so expecting some kind of B play. It's a wrong call to make. If you look at the setup of Kinguin, they've still got this Ivy, and they are still going to be pushing down at Furlan, trying to look for something. He's got the support as well from Mihu. This dynamic duo as they make their way up, but the Molotov going to delay them a little bit longer. Not going to matter to Mouz, though. He opens up on the other side as he drops the first player down in Pop Dog, but Angel's actually going to reposition. They won't expect 2 in this angle. The issue is, this player's coming out of main to pincer him. Oh, great spray, though, from Stiko over towards the Ivy position. Gets himself 1 through the smoke, and he's going to look for more. Will land it as well. Great stuff here from the CT side. And Kinguin, 20 seconds left, only 1 man.
What is Stiko made of? Absolutely disgusting stuff. I mean, how often does it happen? Just that one shot through smoke can really change a round. And just by having that knowledge of knowing where to be spraying is absolutely from these guys. And that shot was just absolutely ridiculous as well. Like, he had no right to win that challenge at all.
And if Kinguin got that as well, could have changed the round completely differently. It would have been back into the man advantage for the T side. So they could have actually got the bomb plant down and realistically taken a round. But so far, this CT side is just dominating for Hellraisers. They've not given up a single round here in the whole half. 6-0 as they go into this one as well. Again, Kinguin relentless on the buys. This time they have a little bit more to work with. The bomb plant in the previous one would have really made this one easier. Furlan relegated to a UMP and a fast play out towards B. I like this, changing up the pace, doing something they haven't tried since a pistol, and they're just going to be running on in. Angel turns around though, he's ready for it. 2 kills for him, and somehow he gets 3. There's not meant to be enough ammo in that gun, but he makes it work, and 4. Just switches out to the AK, and Hellraisers, they have just torn apart Kinguin.
This is the Hellraisers side that haven't won a train competitively in 4 games.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the Hellraisers that we were saying, well, they should be overturned quite comfortably by Kinguin. At least that's what I thought. But I mean, 4Ks like that, absolutely unreal. And Kinguin, they just look lost at the moment. You can see they've run out of ideas, going for something a little bit more fast-paced, but they just walked into the bullets of Angel.
Yeah, I did say it myself. Kinguin and Hellraisers, neither of this team are too prepared on this map. Neither of them have had recent results, and if they have, they've been mainly negative, as you highlighted there. So going into this one, we weren't expecting Kinguin to have a great T-side, but we were hoping they'd done a little bit of practice to maybe have a trick up their sleeve, have something to play with. But right now, they just look so lost in what they're trying to do. They're just trying to set up for double plays and go for really, really standard defaults. And the fact that they're not hitting their shots and they're not getting the picks is really resulting in Hellraisers picking up every round.
And you can see their tactical pause, and I presume coming through from Kinguin just really need to calm themselves down. Have a discussion of what can they do. I mean, what do you think they can do now? They've tried pushing A, they've tried slow pushing A, they've tried fast pushing through Ivy, they've tried fast pushing to B. It seems like everything has just been thwarted by Hellraisers.
On their pistol round, we saw, I think it was Furlan, setting up that smoke over towards the A site, and they burst the rest of the players into B. Obviously, it didn't work because Angel just executed them from back CT, but I feel like they should try that, or a version of that, into one of their buys. Maybe go for a double smoke outside, and then go for a full B play with 3 players, and that's perfect. You can push one of the A players at throwing those fake smokes into the site as well, just to commit to the fake, and the other one can rotate in and sit with a molly and upper for the post plant. Something like that, something very basic from Kinguin can really put off Hellraisers. They've been very, very angsty with their rotations, constantly moving Dead Fox back and forth between the sites. So if Kinguin take advantage of that, it could finally be around for their name.
Tech9's flashes, 1 smoke for Kinguin. Looks like they're going to go for some sort of burst play here. But Bondix was getting aggressive. I don't know if he got blinded by his own teammate there, or whether that was one coming out. There will be aggression coming out from Angel. Trade comes through from Mihu, and now they push out with the knife. Apparently, Mihu gets his second. So now it's 3v3, and they're pushing onto this site. Stiko needs to go huge, as he has done previously in these rounds, just hiding here on the bomb train. No one's playing ball just yet from Kinguin, but Dead Fox now comes in with the AWP just to help out. And there's just 2 members remaining.
And Rowland has an AK. Look at his position. He's forced all the way up. He could actually take down Dead Fox, although Stiko, he drops down for the heavens at the right time, takes himself a free kill, and now Furlan, he's on the other side of the map. He's nowhere near the action. Has to rotate on in. There will be rifles dropped in his proximity, so he may be able to grab something to play with, but still, they should know exactly where he is. And after just a few seconds, he's going to make his position known. Lots of footsteps. Dead Fox here. He has to hit the shot, but no, he crosses in time. AK running around the corner. A free kill for him. He has low ammo, though, so he trades out to the AWP. Still plenty of time to play with, and both these CTs rotating back in so they can at least get it in a position that they can crossfire and trade effectively. But Furlan, he knows what's happening. He's looking for this pick. If he can turn this into a 1v1, it's anyone's game.
Yep, Hellraisers just need to work together here. As you said, just watch their crosses. Make sure they can't get caught off guard. But being caught off guard is Stiko, but thankfully Zero was quick, hot on the scene to shut him down. It is 14-9, and now Kinguin in a position where they need to play flawlessly from here on out.
Yeah, it's OT or bust if they lose this one. At least they have a buy to play with right after that eco and getting quite a lot of damage out of it as well. But at this point, economical damage is not what Kinguin need. They need rounds, Dan. They've not got a single one on their T side, proving to really not have a lot up their strat book. And at least they have the AWP in play for this one. They've at least proven how effective their AWPing and double AWPing and even triple AWPing has been on the CT side. Yet to really make a mark on the T, but definitely potential to do so. Issue is, we see the counter op. Dead Fox posted up towards Ivy. And I think they're going for some kind of run boost here, or some kind of jump. Oh, okay, it's a jump there to get him across safely, but it fails. Mihu, he's going to hit something, not sure what, but he hits his head on the skybox and goes down to Dead Fox.
Poor Mihu. He had so much trust, and then he was just thrown into the sightlines of the AWP. Hard to watch, but also extremely funny. So I enjoy it. As now, Hellraisers have the man advantage, and Kinguin need to switch things up, try something a little bit different. I'm looking at that man, Sphero. He had 19, 20 kills in the first half. Hasn't really done much in this second half here. And he's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, but can he hit the shots is the real question, Hugo.
He's looking for Dead Fox, and I know who I would usually favour in this matchup, but right now Dead Fox is really turning up. Stiko getting back in position towards Ivy, and Sparrow, he's just going to back off here. He moves in towards the A side of the map, and the rest of his team are set up for this big play at the moment. Issue is, time is ticking away. They have 30 seconds, and they have to hurry the hell up. Otherwise, this is going to be another free round for Hellraisers here. We even have a Molotov. That will delay it massively. A whole 7 seconds on that one, and Zero, he'll plonk it out. Peeking out with it as well, but it's Mouz to open things up with 2. Good stuff for Team Kinguin, but can they convert it into a round? Yeah,
bomb's gone down. Sphero now will take position at upper, but Dead Fox finds Mouz as well, so it's 2 versus 3 as Stiko is slowly creeping. Sphero finds Bondic trying to come through from the backstab. Stiko has a grenade to work with. Can he connect with it? Yes, ever so slightly. You can see Rallen just there hiding on the site. He needs help from Dead Fox here. We need to see Dead Fox get aggressive as well. As you can see now, they're both pushing together, and they should both find Rallen together. Sparrow's on the top, but Stiko is just cleaning things up. The Molotov is going to be on the site. I'm not sure whether that's going to be enough, though. I think it was a little bit too late. Dead Fox eventually going to go for the defuse, and just about it'll be okay.
What a perfect read from Stiko, though. Knew there was one player on the site, wanted his teammate to help him, and knew there was going to be a player on upper, supposedly to throw that Molotov out. So he sticks towards the upper position after finding that first frag and instantly stops any kind of work from Team Kinguin. Because if we saw that Molotov go out on the site and then Sparrow stay alive, he could have peeked out right after it, get one more kill, and then delay the bomb plant to enough time that Kinguin could actually pick it up. But no, Stiko reads it like a book, and Hellraisers, that's it. That's 15 rounds. It's OT or bust right now for Kinguin. And they haven't got a lot to work with. The fact that they have Rallen on the AWP, obviously because of the armor situation, he has got the money to go for the glass cannon, but still, it shows the confidence on the side of Kinguin maybe lacking a little bit. As you can see, this T side are really not having a lot of issues.
Well, this is the thing. Sparrow clearly fragging well for his team, and he is several, I think it's 7 frags ahead of just the second place on his team, whereas Hellraisers, they're all fragging well. I mean, I can look at Stiko, I can look at Angel, Dead Fox, they've all stepped up when they need to be. No one is really carrying them through. They're just all playing individually extremely well right now. Kinguin, as we said before, they had to play flawlessly before if they were going to get the win. Now they need to play flawlessly if they're going to go to overtime. And to be honest, I'm not particularly hopeful. They looked a little bit lackluster on their T side.
No, but at least they had a good TT side, right? We can look at that. We can go, there's things to work off. There's new strategies to implement going into the next matches, obviously, on this map. But that being said, this is still quite abysmal from Kinguin to not get anything done here on T. That is very, very rare. While it is CT-sided, you should have some breathing room usually for getting a couple of rounds. But let's see if they have something up their sleeves here. It's a typical smoke setup towards EA site. They'll go out deep. Hellraisers have been playing very aggressive even before the bomb going down on Ecos, so let's see how they play on the buy. Bondic is set up. We have the pressure over on B from Mouz, but it's only a fake. There's the rest of Kinguin with 28 seconds left. They're going to try and make their way out onto the A site.
Rallen does find the opening onto Dead Fox. That's what they needed, is now everyone gets aggressive onto the site. There are a few members of Hellraisers just waiting on this bomb train. No, Bondic can't quite find the frag as Sparrow picks up another. But now Stiko is on the scene and he's done so much previously. Can he find a second? Yes, he can. Disgusting stuff. And it's a 2 versus 2. Can the Stiko just continue as time's coming through? Just 5 seconds left. And I don't think they're going to be able to get this bomb down, unfortunately. And that is going to be that. Hellraisers take the game 16-9. And after such a confident start from Kinguin, unfortunately, they just weren't able to do anything on their T side. And I think you're right, perhaps it was overconfidence when they're on their CT side. They were 7-1 up, and then they just threw it away.
Yeah, I mean, not that that really would make a difference, but even if they did, carry on with a safe play on CT and they ended up with a dominant half, maybe a 13-2 or something, I don't think they even would have been able to convert it. We saw nothing from their T side. Every single engagement, Hellraisers was getting the better of, but not only that, Kinguin's, at least strategy book, was fairly empty. We saw nothing intricate. We saw only basic smokes on A and then leading it down to aim battles. And while that is, something that Kinguin have been very, very well in doing in terms of, playing ESL Premier, playing these smaller tournaments, coming up against the big dogs, you can't just rely fully on aim. You need to have that strategy. And FaZe, for example, is a perfect example for that.
Absolute shame for Kinguin. I mean, even if they had taken the pistol in that second half, as you said, I just don't think they would have been able to pull it out because they just lacked so much in their tactical book. Clearly something they need to go back on. We knew that, but neither team was particularly good at train. Hellraisers now, though, they can turn around the statistic. They have finally put a win on the board on train for themselves. And clearly they've been working on it, to be honest. There was a lot more from Hellraisers. Yes, okay, they were 7-1 down, but as soon as they had that AWP on Dead Fox, completely different on their T-side pushes. And now Kinguin just have to forget it, and they move on, and it's Cash as the next map.
Yeah, and the map that I think at least they're far more favoured on in terms of results. So going into that one, I'm less scared for Kinguin, but maybe at least the tilt factor will come in, maybe they'll get upset, and maybe that will affect their performance, but I hope not. Either way, I still feel like this is still possible for a 1-1. My 2-0 prediction is ruined, but it's not over for Kinguin. I'm still going for the 1-1 call now.
Honestly, I just think the rest of Kinguin need to wake up a little bit and step up to Sparrow's level, because he's been the only person on Kinguin that's really shown anything crazy. We saw 1-3K from Rallen, I believe, as well. But they can't match the clutch factor coming out of Hellraisers. Every single member of Hellraisers at one point stepped up during that game.
Yeah, even Deadbox as well. I was criticising him before the match, saying recently we haven't seen too much out of him, but it's nice to actually see that he still had a performance with that AWP. He wasn't as deadly as usual, or they weren't playing around him as much, but he's still able to take those high pressure shots, get away with the engagements, and yeah, good performance from him as well. So actually keeping it alive on the CT side, Hellraisers is doing very, very well, far better than I expected.
And Hellraisers continue to just rise up that leaderboard ever so slightly. That's another 3 points for them, and they can actually tie with Kinguin. They'll both be on 9 points if they take both maps here, but that's going to be map 1 done and dusted. We will be moving over to map 2 on Cash ever so shortly, so we'll see you then.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com!
Two big shots in a row. Infinite's about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Infinite!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a third. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Well, welcome back everybody to the ESL CSGO Pro League, where Hellraisers have just taken down Kinguin 16-9 on Train, and now we move across to Cash. I'm joined on the desk by Mr. Hugo TV, as his Twitter handle so often says. I saw you were looking for other Twitter handles the other day, actually, weren't you?
It's horrible.
Is it someone just called Hugo that you're looking for?
It's someone who hasn't used the account in 4 years, and it's Hugo TV, and I can't get it.
Always happens.
It's upsetting.
Maybe one day we'll help you with that. Okay, so we're moving into Cash. It was quite a dominant performance in the end from Hellraisers, especially on their CT side. Do you think that's just going to move on through to Cash now? Is that going to shine through?
I feel going into Cash, it's far more it's far more simple for the T side in terms of how easy executes are, in terms of depth. I think it's far harder on Train. If you don't have a good T side, it's very, very difficult to get anything done if you don't have strategies. But the thing is, on Cash, it's very, very default, right? It's based a lot around getting those picks, whereas not so much on Train. If you get a pick, you're not necessarily going to win the round because retaking is so strong on B, for example. So going into this one, I feel like Kinguin aren't going to have any issues with not knowing what to do. It's just whether they can hit a shot and whether they can at least get the timing and everything else right. If they can, pile it all together to make a nice map. But going into this one, I still feel like they're favoured in this, despite them having a loss on the previous map.
Yeah, for sure. I think their playbook on Cash should be ever so slightly more varied than we just witnessed on Train, or at least I'd like to hope so, yeah. How important are Orbs going to play into this game on Cash here? Dead Fox obviously had that kind of battle going on, and he was the one who won it over Sphero in the end, but it seemed like Kinguin were a little bit back and forth with who they wanted to AWP as well. Yeah,
I mean, Sphero normally picks up the AWP for Kinguin, right? So we saw him on that a lot, but we did see the double AWP pulled up a fair amount by Furlong as well, which is, I mean, at one point triple AWP, but we won't get into that. That was just that was a bad choice. So, yeah, I mean, going into this map, in terms of AWPing, you don't have to do it, especially not on the T side, but it is very, very favourable to do so. You want to usually set it up on the CT side for pick, so aggro position towards B, you can occasionally push Squeaky on A. It's actually less common now, at least in the current meta, to have that AWP in towards middle. You usually like to put it, starting off maybe around B and transfer it around the map occasionally. Because the issue is, obviously, with the AWP in middle, is you have two main spots to watch. You have both the garage and the boost. So if you want to watch the garage, you need that support. Because you're scoped in, you need support from Z to watch boost. You can't solo mid with an AWP unless you play it passively and give up mid control easily. And Cash is a map where you want that mid control on the CT side as much as you want it on the T side. You don't want to give it up, because if the Ts have access to mid control, they can split through vent, split through highway. So typically you're going to have maybe a double rifle setup, occasionally an AWP in play just to spice things up, but I'm not expecting to see too much AWP dominance towards mid, as opposed to B or A. Yeah,
definitely that mid control, really important. I've seen so many teams fall behind because they can't get mid control, or they got too much mid control, so they just managed to excel even further. Do we think then that it is going to be Dead Fox just controlling middle with the AWP? Is it going to be a question of can Kinguin kind of take him down, break down that Dead Fox wall?
I hope to see them using Dead Fox in a similar way that they used him on Train. He was constantly rotating between positions. We saw him occasionally over towards Ivy, and then we'd see a swap over on B for him to go back to position back towards a connector, so he could get a pick and drop down towards the A site or play him for retake. So yeah, I hope they constantly move him around. Cash is one of those maps with long rotate times, but it still has a good ability to switch between A and B if nothing's happening, or at least go in between mid, right? You could put him towards highway, have the support from Z, for example, from another player. So yeah, I just hope they utilize him in a way that doesn't stagnate him to one spot for the whole map. And because if he plays B every map and he's doing very well, Kinguin just aren't going to hit B, or if they do, they're going to utilize the utility to get him out of there. I want him to be unpredictable, and that's something that Hellraisers at least have shown that they can do on Train.
Well, those are Hugo's tips, but whilst we're waiting for the players, let's have a look at some pro tips on Cash for you guys.
Hey Future Pros! Today I'll be teaching you guys the crisscross smokes on Cash. This is a two-man execute, so make sure you and a buddy both buy smokes. This wall of smoke will allow you to take mid in a safer manner. You both have to line up with the center of this doorway. Position yourself so you and your buddy are aiming at the opposite side of this doorway. This is great for taking vent control or just securing close mid for a later strat.
There you are, everyone. Some smoke tips for Cash. The real question is, Hugo, are you going to be my buddy so we can do that together?
Yeah, we'll queue up for a matchmaking later tonight, I'm sure.
Perfect. I really need someone to carry me through matchmaking. But we're almost ready. The players are in the server and they are just warming up. We did touch on a lot about how we think this is a chance now for Kinguin to get back into it. Cash is a very favoured map for them. But also Hellraisers, they've got a lot of experience on Cash, and I think both teams are going to know full well how to play this map, and it's really going to come down to those individual players. We spoke about Dead Fox, obviously. Who is it that needs to step up on Kinguin? Is it Sphero with that AWP, or are we looking elsewhere?
I mean, it's Mihu, sorry. People hate that.
Mihu.
Mihu
It's everywhere.
Is typically the man on the team to step up right individually. He didn't have that much of a showing on Train, but going into this, I'd like to see him get those entries, get those opening frags. Obviously, Sphero with the AWP, that's going to be hopeful. He did do very well in the previous map, or in the first half at least, so going into this, you'd like to think he would have a great impact. But you know, it's more based on the entry fraggers, I think, like Mihu, to actually get the job done more so than Sphero. But, I mean, we need everyone in Kinguin right now, because in the previous map, it seemed like it was just Sphero versus the world.
And you went for a 2-0 prediction, which is already wrong. I went for 1-1, but let's go for a map prediction then. How do you see this one playing out?
I'm just going to stick with my prediction, even though I feel like it might be wrong, but I'm going to go all in. I'm going to go Kinguin, and I'm going to go, I don't know, 16-12 again, right? Why not?
I think Kinguin will get back into this. I think Sphero showed too much individual talent for it to go to waste on a map like Cash, so I'm thinking this is going to be a closer affair, and I'm going to go obviously with my original 1-1 prediction, so I'll go for maybe like a 16-13 or something like that. It's going to be a very tight one. Kinguin obviously need it. I mean, if we look at the league standings, Hellraisers have got a fantastic chance to get back on the table and back into a chance of staying in the league, not falling into relegation. They would find themselves on 9 points if they are able to pick up both maps. We are just about ready though, getting in to Cash here. It is going to be the first round. Kinguin on the T side and Hellraisers starting off on CT.
Yep, and a fast B play already looking like it's going in. As you can see, Zero's posted up with the P2K, but he's got to connect a few headshots. He actually backs off to the site. Nice running shot there onto Mouz. Oh, Zero follows up with 2 into support from Stiko, but Zero is not done yet. He's got 3, and you can see he's hungry for that ADR. He's searching for more, as Sphero is just on the other side of the wall. Although Zero waits in for the rotation, and Bondik will do the job. Hellraisers, wow, not even receiving a point of damage.
Not like this. Not like this. I mean,
bye Kinguin. Goodbye.
Unfortunately for Kinguin, they will now have to just try and recuperate a little bit. Just try and get their head straight, because that's always a painful pistol round. When you burst in that quickly and you just get tapped away so easily, you can start to argue, you can start to question who was watching what, who should have hit what shots, but it is going to be a 1-0 lead now for Hellraisers, and they are going to buy up, and they need to just press on, probably get these first 3 rounds.
Yeah, and a bit of investment here from the T side. Nothing too heavy. A few armoured players with the Deagles as well, which is going to be interesting to see how they pull them out. But obviously, at the end of the day, Hellraisers sticking with the triple rifle, playing things safe, and I like that. Who's stepping towards middle? That's just going to be Sphero in an unorthodox spot, but nothing too much can be gained from that. And Kinguin making a lot of noise over towards the middle area as well, so Hellraisers actually with this close position from DevFox, he should be able to transfer that information over to the team, expecting some mid-control to come out at some point, and it definitely will. Mouz looking for the opener. Oh no, that's so unfortunate. DevFox whips it. Mouz gets the first kill, and he follows up with a second. Deag onto Stiko, and what is happening here? Kinguin are starting it off on fire.
Yeah, we said that those Deagles can really make a difference, but Angel comes in and mops them up. Says we're not going to see any crazy debris aces today, as Angel now continuing its bombardment and cleans up Miku as well, or Mihu, or Mi-Chow, just something with a who at the end, as it's going to be 2-0. Kinguin can't put anything on the board, and they're going to have to eco up as well now. And Hellraisers, I just want to see them play this nice and safe, not do anything too crazy here.
A couple of investments for pistols, but at the end of the day, it's a very similar buy to you would expect. Nothing too much for Kinguin, so Hellraisers just sticking with the UMPs and the triple rifle as well, just to, or actually quad rifle, just to close this one out fairly easily and playing the long range as well. No need for aggression, no need for frag hunting. You so commonly see teams do it, but I don't really like it on these anti-ecos. Just play it safe and you're almost guaranteed a round. But look at this triple mid play. They've got 3 players pushed up. We've got obviously DevFox back in his position. We've got Vents control from Stiko, I think that is, and Zero as well is posted up. So this is actually really, really good from Hellraisers, taking a lot of emphasis on mid. That's a position that's often exploited for splits if you want to go in through highway or Vents. So Team Kinguin, they're having none of, or Hellraisers having none of that from Team Kinguin. If anyone pushes up, they are going to be mincemeat, and DevFox will prove us why.
Yeah, I love the trust in his teammates as well. Just obviously watching that boost and hoping that his teammates will watch from Vents to make sure he can't be pushed through. Rallen tries to spray through the smoke as it dissipates, but he'll get taken down by DevFox, so he's just cleaning up everything. And just Mihu and Furlan left now with the bomb. They're going to rotate quickly around to A, or are they? They're going to go for a little boost up, perhaps try and catch someone off guard. DevFox still sat there though, and is probably going to spot them out very quickly. He was watching that angle ever so well, and he just continues to rain down shots. 3-0 as we expected, and now we are going to see the first buy coming out from Kinguin.
Yeah, clean stuff from Hellraisers. I like that, not losing many rifles, and that's something very, very uncommon as well. You typically see, especially with these pistols being so dominant, a lot of damage done on the T side onto CT riflers, and it can kind of cripple their first buy, but it clearly hasn't here. Dead Fox is already onto the AWP, and Kinguin aren't even thinking about that. They're just fully on the AKs for the time being, the money being too limited. As we can see, Dead Fox, as I hoped, going to post up towards a B site. Flashed in through, but he actually blinds himself as he has to back off. His teammate as well going to be supporting as they move back towards the site, and that was lucky because Mouz was on the other side of the smoke. If they didn't move there, they would have got instantly sprayed down. So keeping that 5-on-5 for the time being. But it's nice to see they've put a nice bit of emphasis on Dead Fox trying to open things up towards B.
This is another map that we saw Hellraisers lose in week 1. I believe it was against LDLC, and they just got absolutely trashed. And they had obviously worked on Train, but it looks like they've been working on Cash as well. But the opening frag actually coming through from Kinguin, but Bondik comes in, gets one of his own onto Mihu, so back to 4-on-4 now. Dead Fox was trying to take an aggressive position with that AWP, but will back off as Rallen's creeping out into middle, but Stiko is going to be there just as Rallen turned away. Unfortunately, he is destroyed.
And still passive play from Hellraisers here. Kinguin set up towards the A site. This is going to be the commitment, but Bondik preemptively going to be spotting out Furler and opening up that door. We will see the rush out just as a reactive player. Mouz, he gets away with it. Free kill from him. Stiko left on the rotation, but if he goes down here and puts his team in an awkward spot, they're going to be left in a 3-on-2. So he either has to stay alive and back off or get a quick kill and drop. So he will back off for the time being, waiting for his team to rotate in so they can play that 3-on-3 post plant, and that will favour them a little bit more than losing a man early on. But Zero, he's already tagged up. The bomb is down though, and they do have a bit of utility left on the CT side. 2 Molotovs. That will force out the first. I like the reaction, at least from Mouz. He pushes up, but Sparrow opens things up. Dead Fox reacts and turns things back, but it's still going to be a 1v2 as his teammate falls towards Highway.
We said it was so much on Dead Fox. Can he take this 1 versus 2 situation? He is just getting aggressive. You don't really know where he wants to push, as Kinguin at the moment just playing so passively, just holding their angles. They know they can. Dead Fox looks like he's going to jump up onto red here, try and find anyone. Manages to get one onto Furlan. Can he find a second, or is he going to be caught from behind? Mouz cleans him up. Well, that could have been absolutely filthy from Dead Fox, but it is going to be the round for Kinguin, and they're right back in this.
That looked very, very close for the retake, but no, good to see Kinguin is still alive and kicking into this one. They do save the AWP as well, so that's going to be pulled up? Brought up? Who knows? Picked up by Sparrow, that's the one, as he takes that on the T side.
Phase up.
Phase up, there we go. Different team. But Dead Fox is still able to get that AWP over on the CT side, so it's not too much of a handicap for the time being. They've still got a fair bit of money on the Hellraisers team. The issue is they're 1 round away for an eco. And again, we're seeing this push from Dead Fox. This time it works out though. No team flashes at least, and Mouz goes down early on towards B.
Great stuff from Dead Fox, just picking that one up there. Just as soon as he saw that smoke as well, he just put his back to the smoke. He knew his flash was going to follow it, and then goes for the aggressive peek and finds it. And now Kinguin find themselves a man down. Need to push in together at the moment. They're just heading towards this A door here. Still hovering around middle. They'll know full well someone is there. Stiko jumps down. He's just going to hold this position that we saw earlier coming through from Dead Fox, but of course Dead Fox now warping. He's given up that middle control. Kinguin managed to find a frag onto Angel just as he jumped up on top of red. Sparrow finds him. So now it's back to 4-on-4 and a real chance to get onto this A site here.
Yeah, important for Kinguin they don't get reset. And there we go, Rush. Thank you for that. The middle smoke's going to work out perfectly. And now they will at least advance with that position, pushing out Stiko's over Invents. That's a bit of an issue. No one's holding it. There's only 1 player, and Rallen will go down with no available trade as Kinguin lose out another man. But that's made it clear they are definitely hitting A at this point. I think we're going to see this rotation from Hellraisers very shortly as the nades start to get piled on in. 30 seconds remaining. We have a car position from Dead Fox. He's posted up with the AWP. Just waiting for the first engagement to be made by Kinguin. It will come through. Okay, he should have been aware of that. Sparrow takes him down, and Sparrow doubles up. This is a Sparrow from Train. He's back, and he's kicking.
Sparrow can't quite finish it off, though. Stiko takes him down, but Mihu will come in to get one of his own, and now it's just Zero rotating around Epcar here. Mihu's going to be the first point of contact. He does see him jumping up, manages to tag him as well, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Zero, this is absolutely huge round for him. Economy won't look great if they do lose this round, so he needs to push in. Needs to be very aware of where Furlan could be. Furlan pokes out and eventually gets the frag. Zero almost turned on him, almost reversed him. But in the end, it's going to be a really important round for Kinguin. Hellraisers are now going to have very little money to work with. Going to have to eco here. Kinguin right back in it.
Yeah, whichever team lost that, we're going to be on to an eco, or at least a force buy. So very, very good that Kinguin managed to at least get closer to equalising it. And this should be the equaliser, right? 3-3 is looking very, very likely here for the Polish side. As Hellraisers, they can't really invest into this. They've got a couple of PT-50s on their hands, but Kinguin's still posted up with a plethora of utility and plenty of rifles. But look at that from DevFox, just trying to bait out the AWP shot. And he doesn't just bait it, but he also gets shot in the chest. Sparrow opens it, and Stiko aggression in towards middle. This is what you have to see from PT-50 rounds. Just a bit of aggressive play, maybe some bait and switches, some anti-flash plays, but maybe not so much the solo rush mid, rush B plays, which aren't seeming to be working out so far for the CT side.
Yeah, one by one, they seem to just be dancing out, trying to find something. Angel does find something. It is the face of Rallen, but Mouz comes into trade. And now just Bondic and Zero left with these pistols. USP isn't going to be able to do too much. Also needs the double head shot. But Zero is going to be mollied off here, and Kinguin going to burst onto this B site. I wonder whether he's going to be able to just go unnoticed here. Does find one onto Mouz. It is going to be traded once again by Mihu, and they've done a little bit of damage to the economy. I guess that is something that we can look at here.
Yeah, 2 kills, that's going to be enough, right? I doubt they'll get a third onto Bondic, but he might be able to pick up a gun off of a fallen player, or maybe get an exit frag here, and it seems like he's looking in towards middle to try and find something to play with, but I think Kinguin may have thrown that rifle away somewhere, because he can't actually find it. I think, yeah, he's looking for it. They throw it on boost. That's very clever. I like that from Kinguin. A lot of teams don't do that on anti-ecos, but when you know the other team has invested basically nothing, trying to get rid of those guns, throw them out the map, throw them on top of high spots you won't be able to reach. Let's see if Bondic's been practicing his KZ, though. First jump will miss.
What a disappointment.
I was hoping for it. You barely ever see that jump in pro matches.
It was a good chance. He was on a big stage. Got a little bit nervous. Couldn't make the jump. It's going to be 3-3. Kinguin right back into it. Didn't want to count them out after, of course, just losing the pistol, but it does look like they have a little bit more in their arsenal compared to Train. And now this is another big round. Can Hellraisers get back into it? They've gone for those aggressive peaks, but no AWP for DevFox this time.
No, that's a bit of an issue, right? Because he has been doing very well. At least in opening up around, I think it was 2 rounds ago with the AWP pushing up into B main. But either way, we've got the AWP and Kinguin still intact, so that's going to be good. And the utility looking very, very good for the Polish side as well. But Sparrow now, he's going for that fast B play. Doesn't quite know they don't have an AWP, so he is going to be expecting something there as he goes to the pre-fire shot. Won't connect, obviously, as Hellraisers are playing far passive. They've only got Zero alone on that site, and instead they've gone for the double mid boost. I like this. Look at Angel. Oh my god, he almost runs past Mihu. Gets the kill anyway, and with the aggression into main, he's going to get naded in the face by his teammate, but that's definitely a worthy trade. He's down to a 5-on-4, and Kinguin, they've lost out on a key player. Yeah,
more than happy to eat a grenade for the cause, as Furlan now just wandering in, saying, what happened? Where did he come from? Where did he go? I'm not going to continue with that.
Where did he come from?
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going with, but I didn't think I'd go through with it in the end. As now Kinguin need to find something as Mouz takes down Angel, so into a 4v4. DevFox just trying to poke out. You can see a white box here, seeing if he can find anything. Doesn't have the AWP to work with, which he's been performing so well with. But he has been very aggressive throughout this game, and he has been caught off guard by Sparrow a couple of times, so perhaps just having that M4 to calm him down a little bit might be a good thing.
Molotov invents, that's going to force Stiko to drop. He actually gets wallbanged there by Sparrow, not a lot of damage still, but oh no, he peeks out into it blind. It doesn't blind the Polish player, and he gets himself a free kill. Good stuff from Kinguin there. I like the force out events by the Molotov, but now they have to hurry up and hit the site. There's 30 seconds left. One player still in towards B, that's Sparrow. The rest of them set up for an A player. Look, he's actually forced a full rotation with the nades that he's thrown in. The rest of the players, they've got a free site, and Hellraisers, they've read this one completely wrong. Fallen for the bait play with 20 seconds left, and they're going to get a free bomb plant out of it. It seems like Hellraisers has surely got a save at this point.
Yeah, the welcome mat was down, and you can see they're just backing off. They're more than happy to sit on this B site now. They need to save these weapons. So Kinguin just selling their fakes really well right now. Hellraisers, as you said, just not reading that one correctly. Always a tough decision. Of course, you have to split your sights, and you have to try and hedge your bets. If it was right, it could have been huge for Hellraisers. In the end, they look a little bit silly as they all move around to B, but they'll be more than happy to take 3 rifles through to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's a saving grace, right? Because it's very unlikely they were going to win with one player towards the A site. He would have been dropped, and then you have 2 rifles, and that's it, even if they can save. So going into the next one, they're going to have a little bit of money to work with, and they can drop a couple of guns over, but even so, it's not going to be a lot. We can see no one's even above 3k other than Angel, so maybe he can get a rifle in if he was one of the saving players, but I don't know. No, he died in the previous round, of course, so yeah, this is not going to be a good buy. They'll have FAMASes or pistols, and yeah, just investing in pistols. I like this though. Not fully investing, saving $1,000 on each of the 2, pistol players there, so even if they do lose this round in the likely event, they'll be able to buy up next anyway.
See if they can do anything dangerous with these Deagles, or the Deagle on the hand of Stiko, or in the hands of Stiko, as DevFox is going to get aggressive once again, but will be caught out by Sparrow. Zero comes into trade, and now he'll back off. It's 4-on-4. Still, just 2 pistols. They really need to find another weapon for either Angel or Stico. As Angel is just going to sit around forklift here. No one pushing too aggressively. They're slowing things down. And I'm glad that Kinguin are taking this slowly. They haven't really considered that there might be a slightly weak buy and push in, as Mihu does find Angel, who is going to be one of those weak buys. Looks for another, but can't quite connect with it just yet. Eventually comes through, gets the spray down, thankfully. Furlan comes in to chime in, and they'll be able to get this A site here.
Yep, that'll be free. And Hellraisers, I mean, they don't even have to save right. They can still buy up next round, I'm pretty sure. With the loss bonus intact, they should be able to. So holding onto these guns, yes, it will grant them a little bit of extra money, but it won't affect the outcome of the next round hugely. The only thing it could affect potentially is the ability to buy up an AWP on Deadfox, which we've seen be very crucial. So yeah, this save isn't too much of an issue. It's not like they were going to win on a retake in a 2v4 anyway, especially not with the amount of utility that we see on the T. So yeah, they have the max loss bonus now. They have 2k on most of the players, so a buy is going to be coming in regardless pretty much. And yeah, they'll have a bit to play with. Definitely the AWP if they do so, please. And Kinguin aren't hunting very heavily for this. They are playing the buddy system, which I like. But they aren't at least fully chasing for the frags. They know that their own economy is still yet to be fully built up.
I would like to see the AWP as well onto Deadfox. I feel like he needs it. I feel like he's lacking when he doesn't have it. We saw him trying to get aggressive in that last round with the M4. He wasn't able to connect with those shots. Could have been very different, as he did get the early peek onto Sphero, but because Sphero had the AWP, he's the one who got the frag in the end. And it is going to be the AWP dropped for Deadfox.
Okay, yeah, sorry,
So
I
is he
didn't
going
see
to
him.
continue his aggression?
I saw him buy up 4,500 and I was like, wait, what? Didn't see the AWP get dropped. I was very confused, but yeah, he brings it into play. And look at this heavy mid-control early on for Kinguin. So many nades come in. The counter nades come in as well, so that actually forces them back. But either way, Kinguin were looking to try and make a play down there into mid, it seemed. Not going to work out. They will just have Sparrow posted up with the AWP on the A site. A boost coming up onto the site again from Hellraisers. They've used this a couple of times with Angel up there. And this is actually a really good angle because it gives him a headshot angle. If he peeks into main, only the top of his head is going to be exposed. And with the colour of the helmets, it almost blends in with the back of the wall because obviously the shade of the glass on their helmets is orange, and so the back of the wall is orange. So if you try that out, that actually works really, really well. Issue is, I feel like these players probably know about that by now. So
Yeah, you making the pro tip videos next, mate.
yeah, you never know. I'm on that.
It's going to be a slow round for Kinguin though, just waiting, biding their time. Sphero taking several different angles, trying to find anything, but the aggression comes out from Hellraisers once again, but Sphero was well aware that Angel was going to push in and connect with it, and no trade is made. I think that's what's important for Kinguin here, is that they still keep that man advantage. They are going to be smoked off, left to delay things ever so slightly, but Mouz is slowly creeping up, and he's got support as well from Mihu. They are backing off, not finding the frag, and it looks like they might even considering going towards B here.
Yeah, the bomb backing off, the aggressive smoke down towards highway, going to mean they spot 2 players from Hellraisers on the A site. They know there's not going to be 2 on B because there's still that mid control, so they will eventually rotate back on in. And Zero, he's forced back, but he still gets himself a refrag down onto Mihu and a 4v4 in play. This is good stuff so far from Hellraisers. Despite the bomb being down, they still have a really good potential to get back into the site. The AWP shot just connecting, but Mouz finds the head of Deadfox there and takes it back into the advantage for Kinguin for the retake.
Yeah, Deadfox very eager to try and retake that shot, but he wasn't successful. Actually punished for the quick aggressive peek in the end. Very difficult retake for Hellraisers. There are a lot of weak players on Kinguin, but they need to push in and work together here, but it looks like they're having none of it. Instead, they are just going to go for the save once again, and it seems like we've seen a lot of it, to be honest, in these past 2 games. We haven't seen many risks taken from either side. They are more than happy to save their weaponry and try and look for a fresh round.
Yeah, B is so hard to retake anyway, because if you go for that plant down towards the main position or in checkers, it's so difficult, even in like a 1v2 or a 1v1, to get that defuse on, because you have to have a baiting player. The opponents can just bait while you have to have a diffusing player and their player defending them, and that's even then difficult. So yeah, I do understand them saving there, obviously. I think if they knew the HP of Team Kinguin, they probably would have gone for it anyway, but they don't have that knowledge, so it's going to be just another round here for the Polish side. A good T side so far, but I mean, I don't want to say, oh, 1/2 they've got, so they're going to close out the game, because we saw how well that went on train, right?
Exactly. It's been good from Kinguin, but they need more of the same. They need to carry it through the rest of the half. They kind of slowed down a little bit. They took their foot off the pedal in train, and it punished them, to be honest. So hopefully this half they can just continue doing the damage. So they are Furlan here just trying to spray through Squeaky. He's going to open it as well, try and give a little bit of leeway for Sphero to try and get an angle, try and connect with anything. He can give this information to his team, let them know that there's no players at forklift, or at least none that he can see anyway, but no shots are going to be connecting just yet. He's going to try and wall bang as well, but Kinguin, once again, just more than happy to bide their time and just wait for that pick before they make a move.
Miyu, though, pushed out to the edge of the smoke. This is great. They're not going to expect this. And look at the jumping towards middle. He spots it. Oh, almost misses, but he takes the first kill. Needs to wrap, and he will see Bondik's gun taking down 2 kills. And that's what I talk about when I say Miyu. He's the kind of player just to sneak out on the site, balls to the wall, and he's going to be able to single-handedly close out this round. There's surely no chance for a retake, especially not with Mouz getting 1-for-1 down into middle.
And I was saying that this game has lacked risks, or at least throughout the last game and early on in this game, but those plays are the kind of plays that can really win you not just a round, but a series as well. Having the confidence to do that is absolutely phenomenal. Just hoping that no one's watching him so you can walk through that smoke very easily. Now, Stiko and Zero are going to try and save here into round number 11.
Yeah, and look at the position as well from Miyu, right? He's pushed all the way up. If he takes another gun off, Hellraisers are going to have real issues buying up around this. There we go. There's no chance they can buy. It's very uncommon to buy up with 2 saved rifles, but Hellraisers have a bit of bank to work with, as you can see, so they could have afforded it. Actually, more than I expected. They actually can get a buy here. Sorry. So yeah, it's not going to be any issues for the time being. They will be able to fully invest into this one, but a tactical pause will be called out before that.
Yeah, Hellraisers going for the tactical pause as they want to find out what's going wrong, because after the pistol, it's all just falling apart for them. I feel like they've just not been strong enough. I mean, I know that's easy to say about their CT side, but their individual performance hasn't been great. They've not been hitting those shots, and they really need to change something, to be honest.
Yeah, and coming back to Deadfox again, while he has had a couple of flashy rounds, by and large, not been the impact fragger that we expect. He's currently 6 and 7 on the scoreboard, so not really shining for Hellraisers at all, to be honest. I mean, no one is. If you look at the scoreboard, all of them are 7 to 4, right? So yeah, really not any individual standout players like, for example, we saw on Kinguin in the previous map. Sparrow was going absolutely huge.
But that's the thing, we've seen Deadfox like getting those aggressive opening kills with the AWP, but it's always been on one player, and then it seems like Kinguin are saying, oh, okay, well, the AWP's over on B site, let's quickly bombard our way onto A site, and they've been able to just walk on in. Like, there's been welcome mats here, there, and everywhere, and they've just been able to out-frag Hellraisers at the moment. I want to see players like Stiko stepping it up again like we saw previously. Even Bondik was hitting shots on Train as well, but at the moment they just seem very lackluster, don't seem on top of their game. It seems like the momentum hasn't carried through at all from Train.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is typically when you see a team do this well, you see them take a lot of mid control and force that. But the thing is, we haven't seen Kinguin take mid control in too many rounds. There have been a couple of off ones where, for example, you saw that double play push up highway. They spotted the 2 players on the A site and they backed off through vents to B. Stuff like that has been occasional, but not every round. They've won 7 in a row simply by just barreling onto sites and getting those entry frags, so not even pressuring mid control. So at this point, Hellraisers, they should probably take a bit more lax control towards mid, maybe have only a solo player, maybe even play from highway, play from vents, play the really passive mid style where you can actually drop back into the site at the drop of a hat and try and take the fights on the site instead, right?
My worry is, I mean, we look at the scoreboard there for Kinguin. Rallen only has 1 kill. He performed really well on CT side of Train. If he can do more of the same here on Cash, then that could be absolutely fantastic for them. Sverry does drop down, tries to get that frag onto Deadfox. Thankfully, Deadfox survives. Otherwise, that could have been absolutely awful for Hellraisers, just off the back of that tactical pause. He is now going to take a more defensive position. They are going to be flashed. We will find Mihu. Looks for a second as well, but no one's walking into his crosshairs just yet. Zero goes down as Deadfox still trying to find anyone, but no one walking in front of him. Stiko comes in, gets 2 of his own, but Mouz and Rallen chime in, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Bondik in a huge position, but he gets caught out by Mouz, and now it's all on Deadfox.
Angel and Stiko, what was that? They drop in through the vents and they go for the fights while the smokes are down towards CT. If Kinguin smoke off CT, they're going to be focusing over towards the B main area for the rotations, so there's no reason that we should see Angel and Stiko going for those kind of fights. Either way, you can see the result of it. Kinguin brought it back from a 4-on-2. Now it's all onto Deadfox coming in from CT. Issue is, obviously, he does have that potential to grab a quick one-shot, but the Molotov's just going to completely cancel out the angle that he was focusing towards. He's just going to have to wait for that to extinguish and go in for this one again. Molly will go out, that should be perfect, but there's going to be plenty of time to Mouz to reposition there. And as a bomb goes down, he gets himself 1. Quick headshot onto Mouz. Rallen still recycling these flames as Deadfox... Is he even going to... Yeah, okay, he's going to go back towards upper. I thought he might have saved that one. That would have been a weird decision in a 1v1.
Yeah, he's just going to reposition himself. There was an M4, and why not take an M4, to be honest, and then just drop down and get aggressive? But is he going to notice there's a player behind him? He does! But Rallen finishes it off with a headshot, and Kinguin are going to go 8-3 up. So almost Hellraisers get back into it. But as you said, a few questionable plays on the retake there.
I love that from Rallen as well. He throws a Molotov from B main, where the bomb's planted for, and then repositions under heaven. In a 1v1, that's perfect, because the player is never going to expect you to play in such a weird open spot. Although he did check it, I don't think he was fully committed, because if he really thought he was there, he wouldn't have dropped in from heaven without at least baiting out a shot or coming in through CT. So great round from Kinguin. A huge misplay on the part of Hellraisers for Angel and Stiko to just run in through B main after rotating through vents without having any knowledge on the whereabouts of Kinguin. They just got completely destroyed. So now going into this one, they are facing the trials and tribulations of that effect, and now we can just see one AWP, which is good, but a real lackluster amount of utility.
Yeah, it almost seemed like Hellraisers panicked ever so slightly after getting a couple of those frags, and I'd expect after a tactical pause for them to be a little bit more calm, collected, and just think about these plays. But I suppose when you're in the moment, it can be extremely difficult, as Mihu taking a very defensive position here, trying to help out his teammates in case anyone is going to go for the counter boost. Not going to happen just yet, though. There are a few players from Hellraisers just hovering around in middle, so they certainly have the tools to do so. And by tools, I mean a head to stand on.
Smokes out into middle again. This time a bit more pressure from Kinguin. Oh no, Stiko, he hasn't noticed he didn't jump, and he'll run into the Molotov as well. That'll make a sound cue, and Mihu gonna react. He knows where he is, but Angel and Bondik, they're still here to make some work. They kill each, and while Bondik will fall, it's still a 3v3. These are the best odds Hellraisers have had all match. As you can see, Kinguin, only one player towards middle. If he can get taken down, this could be good, but it's actually Dead Fox repositioning back towards EA site. He's the one doing the work. One kill onto Furlan, and the bomb will still cross. How do you let go of middle like that? Angel doesn't even expect the flank to come out from Rallen. They just spotted him. I'm not too sure how that happened, but obviously a miscommunication error, as we now see a 2v2 in play.
This is the thing, Hellraisers just seem a little bit all over the place, but Zero's going to get caught off guard by Rallen as well, and now it's back to a 1 versus 2 for Dead Fox. Again, it's all on him. Can he manage to find this opening? Yes, he can, onto Rallen. Now he needs to get aggressive. He's going to switch out. Yes, he will. No. Yep, he's going to take the AK. Good. Great decision from him. And now he needs to try and take this 1v1. He wasn't successful last time. He needs to check every single angle, though. He won't check that one as Sparrow finishes it off at 9-3. And I think you're right. I think Hellraisers just seem so caught up with any kind of push that comes through from Kinguin that everyone turns to look at the same direction, and I think it's just a lack of communication, maybe a little bit of panic coming through from them.
I've got a question now. Did Angel actually spot Rallen there in middle? Because he turned his back completely to Highway after supposedly shooting at him. He was spamming the smoke, and then the smoke faded, and I assume that he'd spotted him. He must not have, because he completely let his back open to Highway when that last player was pushing onto the site. So, I don't know, weird decisions from Hellraisers. We're seeing a lot of them with these retakes. And, well, now they're on an eco, so I can't expect too much. Although, they do finally kicking it off with a pick. Bondik takes down Mihu.
Does get the opening, but he won't be able to get the weapon because Furlan's going to be guarding it with his life and is just going to chuck it away ever so slightly as well. Stiko trying to find a shot with the Deagle is going to get flashed as well as Sverre gets aggressive and will just use his pistol to take down Stiko. Rallen comes in, shuts down Zero as well. Now it's just 3 very weak Hellraisers players just on pistols, so they're not going to take this round, let's be honest. It would be crazy if they did. And I think we really need to look at the round that's going to be following. It's going to be 10-3 in favour of Kinguin, and Hellraisers, they're looking at a possible 12-3 half here.
Very, very likely. Although Dead Fox, he wants to spice things up. Nice aggression. Oh, I thought he would get away with that, but Mouz takes him down. And Angel, now the last man standing with 10 HP and a 5-7. With all the players on the other side of the map, they do have some mid-control, but again, despite his headshot angle, he's going to make noise, and that will be it. There's enough players to deal with him there. 10 rounds to Kinguin. They hit those double digits. And frankly, I don't want to call like GG this early, especially not after the previous map where we saw Kinguin get 6 rounds in the first half and still not get a single in the second. This is looking so good for the Polish side. I don't know how the hell Hellraisers are going to claw this one back.
They've really struggled, to be honest. Dead Fox does have an AWP once again, but he's going to be facing off against 2 AWPs of Rallen and Mihu. And is Dead Fox just going to go for that sheer aggression once again, or is he going to play a little bit more defensive? They're going to switch up. Who's got the AWP? Just passing it around at the moment. Kinguin very confident in their style of play, as Dead Fox is taking a relatively aggressive angle just under vents in checkers here. But Kinguin have just had so much freedom to push onto any site, and they've just pushed on so easily as well. It doesn't matter if they've chosen B or A, they've been able to get on it and get that bomb down, and Hellraisers have really struggled with their retakes.
And I like this fact that in the previous map we saw them very, very confidently throw away a few rounds just because they wanted to get over-aggressive and overzealous. And despite going for the double AWP here, which is a bit of a wild card, yes, I still don't feel like they're completely throwing this one away. They're playing it very, very safe. They're not taking any risks here, aside from the double AWP on T side. And you know, this is looking like they are playing far more effectively in terms of being able to pick up these last couple of rounds of the half to pretty much cement their slot in this map. However, we do have this close position from Stiko in middle, and despite Mouz pushing up here, he is alone, so no potential to trade for the time being, but let's see if he can at least open this one up. This is just your standard smoke A from the outside, push on in, and then having Mouz late push in through middle to either A, catch rotations, or B, hold the flank.
You can see all the utility now flying onto that A site. No one pushing on just yet. But Zero finds Mouz, and Stiko is actually rotating around, and he is going to be able to backstab these Kinguin players if they're not quick, so they need to be quick onto the site. Bomb is now going to go down, but is it going to be stopped? No, it's going to go down, so Angel now flashed off, and they need to retake this site here, as Stiko should be able to get an upper hand onto Rallen. Yes, he can. Just 2 members remaining, and this should be a relatively easy retake, but Mihu might hinder that ever so slightly, as it's just Furlan left. And now Hellraisers just need to push as a pack, to be honest, and it should be easy pickings, and it should be 11-3. There we go. Molotov comes down, but of course, it's from the opposing team. It's not going to spread far enough. And Hellraisers just... Yes, okay, so they've managed to put a 4th on the board, but to be honest, someone needs to really step up now. Someone needs to heat up for Hellraisers to really carry the team through and really get them back into this game. Try and take some of that momentum into the second half.
Yeah, I don't know what Kinguin were doing, at least with Mouz over in middle. Typically that spot, you don't push in early, you push in late to try and flank on in, but he goes very aggressive early on before the players have actually taken the site control, and he gets taken down. That was one of the issues that they lost out on that round. If he played that far more passively, because Hellraisers had that aggressive mid-control, he would have been able to easily catch them out from highway. Either way, he wasn't to know, and I don't think Kinguin are going to be too caught up, especially with this scoreline. Molotov going to force that Dead Fox over towards B, and they're putting a lot of pressure early on, but still, this is, in and of itself, a bit of a default from Kinguin. They haven't committed to either side yet.
As you said, Kinguin will be more than happy with 10 rounds. They'd like to make it 11. I think, in the end, Hellraisers will probably be happy with 5 after how this first half has gone. It's definitely something they need to try and work on. The CT side has not looked strong whatsoever. And I don't want to point fingers, because I can't really work out who's the key problem, to be honest. Yes, Dead Fox has been hitting shots, but it's... Did you just say Keo?
No.
Keo is the problem. Hellraisers, though, they're looking to get a 5th on the board here, and Kinguin just taking it slow once again. I don't think they're going to go towards A again, just after what happened last time, but Mouz manages to find Stiko getting a little bit over-aggressive on middle, and now they've got man advantage. They've got control of middle, or at least some. You can see Angel was crawling up there. With that mid-control, they can obviously push to either side, but Angel does take down Mouz, so really important frag there.
Yeah, but still Dead Fox is low, so we're going to be favouring Kinguin, and Rallen pushing out, trying to find himself on the A side. The double peek coming up, I love it. Bondic and Angel combining, and they each get a kill. Angel follows up with a second, and this round is falling apart. I don't think Kinguin can be too worried, but still, Sparrow's trying to make something work. He's got himself 1, but Angel's going to trade. And Hellraisers, they've got themselves 5 rounds. That is going to be a far more effective half than they expected, and we will just be going for a short break before we continue with the pistol.
Welcome back. It is going to be a 10-5 lead in favour of Kinguin, and this time we have lights on us, so you're not going to see any crazy dance moves coming out from me. But what needs to change for Hellraisers? They've started to claw it back, 2 rounds on the bounce now, but is their T-side going to be able to show us anything, any kind of glimmer of hope?
They need pistol, right? Coming into this, they can't miss out on pistol, because if they miss out on pistol, Kinguin have 13 rounds pretty much secured. Obviously, we haven't seen any huge individual performances, and that being said, Kinguin haven't had many themselves either. We've had Mihu stepping up a couple other rounds, but generally across the board, it's been quite nice from the whole of Kinguin, and quite the opposite from Hellraisers, right? They've really not had any individual performances going crazy, or any team performances going crazy. I've watched out Stiko's been doing fairly well, but aside from that, I don't really see anything worth congratulating on the side of Hellraisers. So yeah, very, very based around this pistol round. Going to be so important that they pick it up.
And that's kind of the opposite from Train as well, because I mean, Dead Fox has been performing well here, but the rest of his team have been kind of lackluster. But we look back at Train, and we had from Kinguin, we had Sphero performing well, but the rest of his team being a little bit lackluster. And on the side of Hellraisers, everyone was performing well on Train. So maybe it's just a case of Cash just isn't Hellraisers' map, but now they have a chance on their T side to try and push through, try and get a little bit. As you said, pistol going to make a huge difference, as it always does. But they all need to step up. It can't just be one player. They all need to work as one big unit. I mean, Stiko, we've seen him hitting shots. We saw him performing phenomenally on Train, so he can do the same. They had a good T-half on Train, to be honest. Yeah. Yes, okay, they weren't quick off the blocks, but as soon as they had a little bit of confidence, they were able to push out well as terrorists. So perhaps that's all they need. They just need that little bit of momentum, which they have gained at the end of that first half.
Definitely. It'll be interesting to see what Angel calls into this pistol as well, to see what they have up their sleeves. We do have the buy coming out. As we can see, Stiko's on the utility, rest of them going to be on the armor, and Kinguin with a very similar buy as well. So very interested to see if Stiko has anything up his sleeve in terms of what he's going to do with that utility, but it seems like they're just setting up for a standard A fast push. Although let's see if we see a reactive one from Kinguin. They are pushing up very aggressively, and Mihu, that's an opener. He's looking for more, but gets a bit too overzealous as he goes down to Deadbox.
Yeah, Deadbox gets the opening, but now it's a 4-on-4. Zero finds one of his own as well. Rallen's going to try and just tap through the smoke, but he doesn't find anything. Bomb's going to go down now for Hellraisers. They really need this pistol round. I cannot stress that enough, as Kinguin now rotating are going to try and retake this site here.
Very, very unfortunate there for Kinguin to lose out on a 2-for-1. Either way, yeah, good positions from Hellraisers. They don't need to peek. They can just take the close range engagements, and Deadbox will do exactly that. One quick kill. Nice dink from Stiko. That's a lot of damage, but the trade. Mouz still gets the headshot onto him, and Zero just sitting towards the back of the site. It's actually Deadbox's go up big again. Another kill for him. There's all onto Rallen now, and I don't see this one happening, but he's going to make it try and make it work. Rallen, 2 quick headshots. He's going in for more. Deadbox on the other side, and he might just stick the smoke. Oh no, it's defusing 5 seconds. He has a kit, but no, the knife. What is happening? He can't see him, and Rallen, he's going to clutch it. Team Kinguin, they make it work, and 11 rounds on that pistol round. How can you even fathom that if you're Dead Fox?
Oh my god. Oh, you could see him. He was just knifing around. He was so scared. Oh, it was crazy. Absolutely crazy. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Dead Fox got 3 kills on that pistol as well, so he's got to be so upset that he couldn't find that last one. Sprays away, taps with a knife. No, Kinguin just deny it. That's just so unfortunate. And they go for the triple UMP buy into the second round as well, but Hellraisers, they know the pressure against them. They're going to force up.
Pressure is everything. And that was Hellraisers' chance back in the game, to be honest.
Yeah, best chance they had as well. 3v1.
The smoke play was good, and obviously they probably weren't expecting the kit, so maybe he thought he had a little bit more time. But they're going to burst onto the site once again. Furlan's going to be first point of contact, and he finds 2. Looks for a third as well. Will find it onto Stiko. Nice and easy 3k. Thankfully, Angel finally comes in with a grenade, but Mihu is there as backup. Just leaving Angel on his own. Does manage to find one. Can he get the bomb down? Doesn't even have the bomb, so probably not.
Yeah, barrels and nades coming in. They won't connect too much. He can't find anything though. Just looking for something to play with, but no, there's nothing on the ground. Just his body. As Rallen will send him into the ground.
I hope. You can't find anything on the floor.
I mean, that buy from Hellraisers as well, right? They're trying to invest. They're trying to force something up to try and take down Kinguin while they have a low utility and an SMG prioritized buy, but. Even so, with them missing out on that now, it's going to be another eco and probably Kinguin just closing this out in a couple more rounds.
Yep, this should be an easy one for Kinguin. We need to see something somewhat spectacular coming out from Hellraisers if they're able to get a round on the board at the moment. Maybe we need to see them sell a fake. But to be honest, these rounds, sometimes you just want to play them quickly, get them over with, just so you can move on. A good chance to actually discuss the next round if you really think you're not going to take it, just maybe even slow things down. But they are going to burst out onto the site, but Rallen is going to be able to take 2. Furlan comes in as well. Actually, it's Rallen and Furlan, very similar. But
Bomb
Bomb has gone down, so they've got something out of the round. And I guess that'll be a little bit extra for their economy going into this next one.
Yeah, Furlan gets a 4K, so cleans up. He finally joins his teammates at the top of the scoreboard there, or the second place at least, as the fuse comes in. So Kinguin, 13 rounds in. Bomb plant was very, very important for Hellraisers. They can now get an AWP in play, and I really just want to see it. We need to see something, because Deadfox is the only man doing anything. I mean, alongside Angel, actually, I say that. So, yeah, at this point, no AWP. But they could have afforded it. As you can see, they still have plenty of cash left in the bank. So maybe they're just going for something very utility-based as everyone is up on that nade grind. Kinguin, on the other hand, AWP on Sparrow, still a UMP in play, but not exactly a handicap given the current state of their gun.
And a win here for Kinguin. I'll put them up on 12 points. That'll put them tied in 4th place with North as well on the league table. So they'd be right up there with the big boys. Angel gets the opening onto Mihu. Furlan will take down Deadfox, and Mouz joins in onto 0 as well. So the push slightly thwarted here on the A site, and they're going to have to back off. Grenades coming through. Will find Angel as well. Absolute Hail Mary approach makes it a 4 versus 2 situation.
Not a very good one either. They don't have much control. The A site still heavily in the favour of Kinguin, as we still have this close position from Rallen, and that will deny anything coming out through this weaky or main area. Plenty of utility as well. And Rallen just going to be waiting for this. A Molotov that will force out Furlan there towards the back of the site, but it's not going to matter because he gets a headshot through the door anyway. Bondik's dead, and Rallen will support. It will be a clean round for Kinguin, only losing one player and saving all the rifles as well in that round. So 14-5. Hellraisers, no bomb plant, no money, no chance.
GG, no re. Hellraisers are going to force up what they can here. And, I mean, I'd love to see them come back to it, and I say this every week when there's a little bit of a stomping coming through. I'd love to see a comeback, but Hellraisers just look a little bit out of gas, to be honest. They look fantastic on train, however, it just seems like they've run out of steam ever so slightly, and it's going to be a great result for Kinguin, being able to get a map on the board after looking so lackluster on train. But I think 1-1 was probably an even scoreline if it does end up that way. Both teams showing some dominance in different areas, but in the end, they both need work on their respective maps.
Definitely so. But at least I was correct in the prediction of this map, right? Maybe not the other one, but I got this one. However, it was far more dominant than either of us expected. But we're saying it like it's over. It's not over, Dan. It's still in play. It's still in contention. So let's see what Hellraisers can do. Out in towards middle. Rallen, he's going to spot that boost, but there's a double play. This is the issue that we talked about with having a solo mid player. The connector being smoked off. He is just forced into death as we can see the first kill go the way of Hellraisers. The rifle should be grabbed shortly as well. And Team Kinguin, despite being a man down, still sitting pretty. Mihu will drop that first mid player, and they're going to be in a 4v4 once again.
Yeah, Mouz just taking camp up here in vents as well. Is he going to spot Stiko? Yeah, he'll find him as well, and that should be pretty much the end of this. Mihu's getting aggressive as well, as Kinguin just looking for blood, looking to finish things off. Hellraisers are going to try and burst out of Squeaky. Bondik does manage to find Mihu. Is that going to be enough to get them on the site, get the bomb down, as Furlan is just trying to dance around Forklift, trying to spray down, but Deadfox eventually finds him with the deagle and makes it a 2 versus 2. They have found their way onto the site, but Deadfox gets taken down by a grenade, and Bondik has swiftly moved over to B site, and he should be able to get the bomb down before Sparrow gets there. It's going to be a tight one, actually, just looking at the map here. No, bomb is going to go down. How aggressive is Sparrow going to get here? Is he going to wait? Looks like he is.
Yeah, going to be the best idea. Just hold an angle. If he peeks into it, you can take the kill, but if not, there's no reason to push into the site in a 1v1. Bondik needs to find himself a pick though, but he can't stray too far from the site. The bomb plant is default, so he can't move off of the actual plant spot, waiting for the first push to come in. But let's see how organised Kinguin are in pushing together. Bondik goes in for the first. Sparrow just going to shoot him in the face. Nothing to worry about for Team Kinguin. And that was Bondik. Well, a really good opportunity there. If he sprayed down that first player, that could have been his. However, Kinguin are going to make it theirs. 14-5, now gone to 15. As we can see, Hellraisers, a bit of money to play with after that bomb plant, but by and large, not too much.
Yeah, I think that's been the story of this map for Hellraisers. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, to be honest. There were so many opportunities where players could have stepped up if they had hit that one particular shot, really could have changed it around. I mean, if they had found a knife kill through smoke when the defuse was happening, it could have been a slightly different half, but it is going to be 15-5 to Kinguin. The buy will come through from Hellraisers, 5 AKs. And of course, we are speaking like it's over. We have seen crazier things happen, but at the moment, just because of the performance we've seen from Hellraisers, they just look so out of it that it's hard to believe. I'll allow you to believe. I'm not going to believe. But Angel gets the opening onto Mihu. Perhaps he believes. Flash comes through. Is he going to peek out onto site as well? No one there to contest just yet, though, and they have mid control.
Yeah, something at least in the favour of Hellraisers, but at the cost of a lot of HP. Both Stiko and Angel are fairly tagged into this one. Issue is, obviously the time, they have plenty of it. Kinguin are going to have to wait for this push to come in, and Furlan, I think he realizes that they're making their way up highway. Angel going to be looking for that one. He will spot him out, but actually Angel gets a headshot. It's a crazy shot. Good range. And Rallen now has to back off and wait for his team to come and rejoin him as he moves back towards the car here. He may be able to get a one and done, but the issue is there's still so many players of Hellraisers, and they have so much time to make this one work. Into B they go. Sparrow will miss the shot. Rallen on the other side of the map does make it work from car, but that's a small glimmer of hope as Kinguin are being flattened out to this round. Hellraisers have control of the B site. Mou's unable to spray in through the smoke, and it will just be left down to that one lone CT player.
Yeah, just Mou's left alive, and it is going to be a 6th round for Hellraisers unless he can do anything crazy. So the dream's not over just yet. There's still
Watch the
slight bit
comeback
of hope.
plan.
I mean, they need the stars to align, basically, for this to happen, but I would love to see the stars align. Maybe even more than the stars align. Maybe they need to see all of the planets align as well. And maybe the fat lady needs to sing. But, you know, they've done the hard bit. They've got that first one on the board.
I think that's the easy bit.
Well,
I think the hard bit is getting the next 9 rounds.
I mean, I think everything's been the hard bit, judging from Hellraiser's
losing
performance
rounds
so far. I mean, Mou's going to try and survive with the AK to take through to the next round. No one's hunting just yet. Hellraisers obviously don't want to give up any of their weaponry. And it's going to be 15-6. Do you believe, Hugo?
No.
No, okay, great. I'm glad we're on board. I'm glad we're both on the same wavelength. I wonder if any of the viewers believe.
Well, fans, right? You know, still stick with teams even though when they're having down spots, and you can tell because NIP, they still have fans. Cloud9, they still have fans. They're getting nothing done, but they still have fans.
But I'm an Arsenal fan, and I don't even believe when Arsenal play football anymore. But this isn't football, this is Counter-Strike, of course, and Hellraisers are going to try and do what they can to get back into this. Kinguin just need to maybe just tighten things up ever so slightly. They were a little bit loose in that round, and it allowed Hellraisers to find their 6th round.
And the double AWP is nice to see, a bit of a switch up, a fresh breath of air. As Kinguin, they are just going to be holding on for the time being. Hellraiser's not going too aggressive, and that's the thing, I like this, because if they peek up early, take the same main control, we could easily see some aggression from Kinguin, and for them to open up with a pick and Hellraisers to already start with a man down, that's just going to be how every other round has been going this map so far. So nice to see that they're not at least falling out in that regard. But we have a boost on the A site. Don't think DevFox is going to be expecting it, a re-smoke, or, well, supposedly re-smoke towards A main. Not very good, but we'll give them points for trying, right? It's like a gold star with, an incorrect amount of points saying you tried. Either way, it will be the push coming out from Hellraisers. Up towards A main they go. They don't have any mid control for the split, and that's lucky enough as well because we have the rotation coming in already from the CT side. They are going to be moving players back in. Here we go. Furlan just going to get 2 free kills. They don't even react to that one. DeadFox posted up with the AWP, but to be honest, I don't see this one happening for Hellraisers.
And the freedom that Furlan had just to get up there, try something a little bit different. They've got so many rounds to work with that they can go for that boost. It is a 4 versus 2. We need to see a lot now from DeadFox. He did play well earlier on. He has been hitting his shots. And he is going to switch over to the M4 rather than the AWP. Miss from Rallen here. Will allow them onto the site. Zero manages to take down Rallen. There's now DeadFox trying to spray down through Squeaky, but can't find Mouz, leaving just Zero to try and do anything. Try and keep this possibility of a Hellraisers come back alive, but it's not going to happen. It is going to be the victory for Hellraisers. It is going to be one map. A victory for Kinguin, sorry. It is going to be 1 map apiece in this series, so they will both get 3 points onto the leaderboard, and just a little bit of a lackluster performance, to be honest, from Hellraisers, which was a shame after their train victory.
Yeah, somewhat of a victory, at least that they got train, right? And I expected them at least to fall 2-0, but no, it's good to see that they're still alive to some extent, right? Taking that first map, but going into cash, I mean, you weren't expecting to see anything other than Kinguin pick that up, but I didn't expect to see such a one-sided affair. Really good stuff from the Polish players, and Hellraisers, unfortunately, just going to fall, well, quite a bit short.
And this is what I love about Counter-Strike, though, that even when they were 15-5 down, there is still a possibility of a comeback, and it's so different to other sports. It just makes it a little bit crazy, makes it more exciting. Unfortunately, Hellraisers weren't able to perform the comeback, and we obviously doubted it. If we had seen it, it probably would have been history being made. But it is going to be 1-1 apiece, both getting more points on the board. That will put Kinguin up to 12 points for themselves. As I said, they'll be up to joint 4th with North, depending on that rhymes. Depending on what happens elsewhere. And for Hellraisers, they find themselves on 6 points, so they start to climb away from that relegation zone. But Who really impressed you from both of these teams? Any players that really stood out for you?
I think Dead Fox, in the end of the day, did do very well. It was kind of him and Angel up there for Hellraisers doing, the job, at least. They did fall short, at least on this pistol round that you're seeing here, but I mean, him and Angel at the top of the score were doing very well. Unfortunately, they weren't able to convert it. The smoke is different for spectators, so he was just on the edge of it. That being said, though, I feel like that no need to go for the knife, right? Just pull out the pistol. Either way, Angel and Dead Fox, to be honest.
Angel and Dead Fox, your players to watch out. So both Hellraisers players then.
Oh, sorry, that's just from one team. From Kinguin, I don't know, I'd say Furlan, he did very well. Maybe Rallin as well. There wasn't quite the star performance from the AWP on Sparrow, but he still did very consistently well, as he always does. So yeah, Furlan and Rallin, they also stepped it up a little bit for Kinguin. So yeah, those two on either side.
And after seeing those performances, where do you think these two teams are going to kind of finish off when that league table comes to an end? Do you see either of these hovering around that relegations zone?
I think Hellraisers might be down to that bottom tier. I think they might even get relegated. Who knows? Kinguin, however, I think they're more of a dark horse. I think they're a team that has the ability to take maps off of top teams. So yeah, I feel like Kinguin may be about the midpoint and maybe Hellraisers near the bottom.
So both Kinguin and Hellraisers are going to take 3 points each here, both taking a map. But we are going to go for a very short break. But when we are back, we will have North versus Mouz, and obviously Mouz are top of the table right now, so it's going to be a corker. We'll see you then.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
This, however, foils it all because there's one. Oh, where's the? Oh, look! Oh, take the far, take the close. Bye, bye, LDLC.
Something down these tunnels. Hits the nade over here. Elige is going to chime in for that first kill against Def, and well, there's 3 more from Elige. They're hoping for this mid-control, but Stewie is free. He's got free ground to walk right up. Stoodle pops all these players pushing out from Squeaky, and he's already got 2. Looking for the 3rd down. He's going to get it against Yam. 1 more in the corner, and it's into the hole with him.
Alex will put out a decoy. It's very useful, I have to say, because there's a crossfire set. 3 players to find. He finds the first without getting a re-peek. What is that? Alex!
Oscar's got to be careful. He could be pushed up in middle. Maybe expected one of his teammates to have that, but it wasn't the case. Chris J, though, dances around, finds 2. Shoulder peeks in. Sparrow goes down as well. This is beautiful from Chris J. This man is put on a masterclass.
Welcome back everybody to the ESL CSGO Pro League here in Europe. My name is Dan Gaskin, joined on the desk by Hugo, and we've got North versus Mouz as our second game of the day, which is a very exciting one. Obviously Mouz at the moment, or well, they were top of the table. I don't know if results elsewhere have changed that, but North, they're sitting in 4th place, but we've got to remember that this is a Mouz that have now changed that lineup. They are a very different team just because of losing that one player.
Yeah, exactly. Their first match since obviously losing Nico just to FaZe Clan a couple of weeks ago. So I feel like this is going to be a real telltale to see if they can continue to stay at the top of the board, or at least in the top few, or if they're suddenly going to drop back down after losing, well, what everyone would consider their star player and one of the best players in the world as well.
Yeah, and first map is going to be Mirage as well between these two. I mean, North have looked fairly strong. I mean, they had a good showing at IEM. They're obviously 4th in Pro League as well, so they've got a lot to do. But do you think this is going to be a relatively comfortable one against Mouz, or do you think Mouz will still be able to carry through despite losing Nico?
I mean, this map is okay for North. It's not a bad map by any means. They have a fairly large map pool anyway, but Mouz as well, this is one of their top maps, right? Alongside Cash, this is a map that Mouz really do want to play. These two teams do have very similar map pools in that regard, so going into this, I don't feel that Mouz have a huge disadvantage in terms of the map pool coming into these two best of ones. That being said, I feel like individually, and coming down to a lot of the team play, I feel like obviously North are going to have a way bigger advantage. All we're going to keep doing is reiterating the loss of Nico, but it is a real loss. Some would say he was the backbone for the team and the only reason the team was in fact relevant internationally and attending these big events, and despite him even doing very, very well, even in their losses, they don't seem to have any kind of good results behind their back. They don't commonly make the playoffs. They bombed out of the major. I don't think they even qualified for Las Vegas. They bombed out. Oh, no, they didn't even qualify for IEM, stuff like that. So Mouz going to have their issues, I definitely think, coming into this matchup.
Well, before we go a bit more in depth, we'll have a look at results elsewhere today and see how these teams are faring on the opposing stream, or the other stream. Na'Vi winning 16-6 against Envy, and then 16-12. That's Inferno and Train. So good result from Na'Vi coming out from there. I know Guardian was hitting some crazy shots, as he always does, so that might change the league table a little bit. And obviously we saw Hellraisers winning 16-9 on Train, but then being overturned by Kinguin 16-6 on Cash. And okay, back to North versus Mouz then, and we spoke about how well both of these teams are on Mirage. I mean, we saw in week 1, I think Fnatic actually were taken down by North 16-5 on Mirage. So that shows what North are capable of. Of course, that was Fnatic's first week since they changed that lineup, so they're definitely capable of it. On the other side, for Mouz, they played Spirit the other day, and they were able to take down Spirit. They did lose this series in the end, which was a bit questionable, but at least they're good at Mirage, and they also beat FaZe at DreamHack Las Vegas, so they're more than capable of performing well on this map as well.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, at least looking at, obviously, as I said, previous results, North are kind of on paper the better team. I don't expect Mouz to pick up a map here, but that being said, we've seen the previous matchup, and that went kind of against what we expected. So there's definitely a chance for Mouz to be a dark horse. Maybe North will underestimate them, assume that they're total rubbish now that they've lost Nico, and obviously they're not the case. That's not being the case. They aren't completely useless now, but they're definitely going to be severely handicapped. Missing a leg or an arm or something.
And you casted that series the other day between Spirit and Mouz, and how has Oscar filled the boots of Nico? Has he completely like for like trying to take that role, or have they had to shift things here and there?
Well, obviously he plays a different role, right? He's on that AWP. We see both two very good AWPers, Oscar and Chris J, in the same lineup, but Oscar was the one commonly to pick up the AWP. Obviously Nico wasn't quite on that, so very different roles in that regard, but still the role of the mad fragger, the standout player, right? Obviously we didn't see them play together for too long. Oscar was removed from the lineup, and there was a lot of back and forth, and now he's back and with Chris J, and Mousesports have been very reckless with the roster changes, going and removing Chris J, added him back and everything. So, I mean, yes, he's a star player. Yes, he's very, very good individually, but it's hard to compare anyone to Nico, right? You can't put them in the same bus. They're completely different, and I feel like it's going to be hard for him to at least show up the way Nico did.
Yeah, we saw what he did at IEM. He just had a fantastic performance on FaZe, of course. But okay, on the side of North then, who are we looking at to really stand out and make the big plays?
I mean, you got the duo of Magis and Config, right? The two star players to the team. MSL, obviously one of the IGLs that doesn't really frag as much, but he still occasionally has a standout performances. I feel like the thing is with North is they're a wholly consistent team. They all have the ability to step up massively. We've got Cajun, who's always firing off big shots, and I especially look towards Magis and Config, right? The two young players, the two stars of the team to kind of show up and go big.
Alright, well, whilst we're waiting for the players, you know what time it is. Let's take a look at some of the tips for Mirage this time.
Hey Future Pros! Today we have a nice and simple smoke for mid-window. This smoke is very handy if you get stuck behind the mid boxes against an AWPer. This smoke should anger the AWPer immensely, so watch out for him rage peeking from connector. For this smoke you will need to be behind the mid boxes. Crouch down in this corner and aim at the corner of this box. Then just let the smoke soar for around 3 minutes and you should have a perfect mid-window smoke. Good luck!
Hey, Future Pros. Hope you like that one. Mirage, of course, is going to be map 1, but let's delve into map 2 a little bit while we're waiting for these players to get ready then. It is going to be Inferno. Obviously, Inferno now reintroduced to the map pool. Wasn't there in week 1, but we brought it in for weeks 2 and now 3 as well. I mean, how good is this for not just players, but for spectators as well? Inferno is a great map.
Yeah, everyone loves Inferno. We all missed it greatly when it kind of exited the map pool, and you know that varies map to map. When Dust went from the map pool recently, no one cried, no one was upset. We all want it gone. So Inferno now being back in the map pool is great, right? Everyone's a big fan. It's one of the El Clasico maps, right? So it's good to see it kind of be reintroduced and see how teams react to it and play on it. We've seen some interesting styles and not too heavily changed from the previous Inferno, but I like that. I like that they haven't completely butchered the map. They've just changed a couple of little things. I like the addition to Banana, obviously, with it being wider and adding that little wall, which adds a lot of wall bangs that we've seen. But yeah, I feel like the map pick of Inferno is a very interesting one. It's a big talking point because while North haven't had a lot of experience on it in terms of playing, many times they've had a couple of matches. I think the interesting one to look at is Mouz. So. For those who didn't check it out yesterday, we had the Star Series match on Mouz versus Spirit. It was a round of 16, single elimination, best of 3. We saw Spirit ban Nuke, and then Mouz insta-picked Inferno. Now, this is weird, right? Why would you insta-pick Inferno? This is odd. They'd never played it before in a competitive environment, aside from scrims, I can assume. So they had obviously been practicing it, right, for them to be so confident in their first pick. We see them, they start off on the T side, they lose it at 9th round, we're like, okay, let's see how they do. They get 11 rounds T side. Just a phenomenal T side, so well put together. It looked like the loss of Nico didn't affect them, and then they lost the game 16-12. 1 round on CT side.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah, terrible. So...
Yeah, so if we get to Inferno then, Mouz obviously looking to make up for that loss, but we did see North win 16-10 yesterday against G2 on Inferno, so it's a confident one for them. So clearly we're swinging in that direction for North against Mouz. But I didn't ask you for a prediction on Mirage. Like, how do you actually think that one's going to play out?
I think that's going to be interesting. I still feel like the loss of Nico, despite Oscar being great with the AWP and having Chris J as well, the ability to throw in that double AWP and kind of spice things up, which is very common on Mirage as well. I still feel like it's going to be a favourable victory to North. This is a good map for them. They shouldn't have any issues with it. I'm going to say something like 16-8, 16-9, to be honest, in the favour of the Danish side. What about you?
I want to agree with you, but I feel like I should go against you, because I went against you last time and went in my favour. So I think Mouz are going to make it a close one. I think North will still win, but I think it's going to be maybe 16,
at least you're realistic, right?
14 or 13. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I think Mouz are going to win, but honestly, after that performance the other day against Spirit, I'm really struggling to see that. Maybe there's been lots of practice that's come out from Mouz. And
in 24 hours?
Yeah, 24 hours you can do a lot. You can learn new smokes with our pro tips and all that jazz.
There we go.
And maybe they'll play a little bit better. But yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Mouz, and I don't know how much this lineup's going to change over the course of the next few months. I feel like there's a lot of absolutely fantastic players on this squad, of course, but it's a question of, are they going to gel together?
Yeah, it's a horrible one as well, because I hate to pick on individual players, but you just got to be realistic, right? We have the Star 3 core. We have, obviously, Oscar, Chris J, and Lau, all very good, talented players. And then we have Spiddy and Dennis. I'm kind of... you see where I'm going with this one. I don't think they're quite on par with the rest of the team. I still feel that they're good players and they can play at this kind of level, but I feel like if Mousesports had 2 other stars, made it this full international team, made it the phase or whatever, I feel like it'd be a far better contender for a top tier team. That being said, Spiddy and Dennis definitely do have the days when they step up. Dennis more so than Spiddy, but at the end of the day, I feel like the 3 core of Lau, Chris J, and Oscar are just miles above, and that kind of handicaps them when they have 2 weaker players who can't quite step up to the same level as consistently as they can.
And obviously they're 5-1 at the moment. They're sitting pretty at the top, and I'm wondering whether there is going to be a slight fall from grace from Mouz, and how much that's going to impact the league table, because those teams that have already lost to Mouz and now other teams are going to be like, oh, actually, we're playing a lot weaker version of Mouz, and that's a fantastic opportunity to get back in the league.
Right?
Can Mouz, realistically speaking, with this lineup, do you think they can still continue their run and be at the top of this table?
I mean, yeah, it is going to come down to matchups at the end of the day and maps and all of that, but I don't think they are out. I don't think they're going to get relegated or be exactly at the bottom. I think worst comes to worst, they'll be stuck around the middle stage, so they'll still be in next season anyway, but I don't see them continuing being at the first place, but definitely still a contender, right? I don't think they're complete rubbish. They are definitely a great team together, and they've proven that. So yeah, there's a good chance.
Well, this is certainly a good test to see how this Mousesports lineup is going to perform without the man Nico, and we're going to be kicking things off. Mouz are going to be on this T side. They're going to get aggressive, but 3 members of North are going to be there to greet them. MSL is going to be the first. Can't quite find the frag, though, as Dennis finds 2. He finds a 3rd as well, and he pushes onto the side. That's 4 for him now. Going absolutely mad. He's going to push in and try and find the ace. It's going to be an easy bomb plant, but North just falling like flies here.
I take everything I said about Dennis in the pre-game back. Every single word. What a stomp. 4 headshots. That is just incredible. All onto Magisk, and frankly, I think this round is well and truly over. Mousesports not having lost a man yet, and I feel like that's not only due to Dennis going crazy, it's also North kind of reading it wrong. I don't think they were expecting the fast speed play, and why would they? So they set up for that triple push into the B apps. Now that's great when Mousesports are heading towards an A site, or maybe have a lurker over in the B apps or taking this underpass control because you have a triple B play. Even if you get picked by one of the Glocks, instant trades, no issues because you've got so many players. So very unfortunate that we saw that setup from Mouz go very, very hard in towards that B site, and unfortunately we are just going to see for North missing out on that one.
That's the thing. There was several players there at B site, but as you said, they kind of went for that aggressive and they all backed off out of apps, and then you're just in poor positions and you're able to get caught out. And if Dennis is going to be hitting shots here, there and everywhere, it's extremely difficult as Mouz take the opening round, and they can buy up 2 AKs to work with, 2 UMPs and just the 1 scout, but it is going to be a deco for North. 5 Deagles, can they do any damage with them on the CT side here?
Config's got a bit of armor, but other than that, they're just going drive for this one. And AZ peeking out into middle. We have a lot of the phenomenal aimers here on the north side, so looking at them, very good chance they could exploit these SMG players as well. Even the scout onto Oscar, but the AK is going to be lethal up against these long-range Deagles. Either way, Mouz playing it very, very slow and calculated. They don't want to give away this round, especially not after picking up such a phenomenal pistol. So they are just going to take things slower. In towards the B apps they go as they start to take a little bit more control. No split coming out. The only lone player is going to be Lowell over towards the T-Spawn, but he will be joining them eventually, or maybe just holding off on the mid-presence to see if North go for the aggressive rotations. But Config spotting on towards B. Oh no, fully exposed. Somehow he gets out of there against 4 Mousesports players. They're still going to rush on in. Config, he has to get something done because his teammate is already out of the count. Config gets dropped, and the retake is already on here for North.
Yeah, Chris J just pushing onto the site easily with the UMP, and it's going to be very tough for North to retake this site now. He just got caught out there on top of Van as well. I'm surprised that he was able to escape and survive for as long as he did, but now North would probably just back off and save what they can. There is a kit there that they can work with, but even these Deagles taking them to the next round is going to be better than nothing. But a nice aggressive start from Mouz, certainly working out, and perhaps they've got a chance here to silence any doubters about this lineup.
Yeah, maybe the B rush every round will work out for them. Who knows? But obviously this is only Antico, so we're not really expecting too much from North. I feel like you typically see more from these Deagles, but either way, it's not too much of an issue. We'll be bringing some of those into the next round as well, just have another play around. And the other team members, obviously, aside from Config, MSL can reinvest in a Deagle here. He could even get one dropped over to Config as well, so money not too bad, but they might just be saving for the utility here with a 2,700 left in the bank on the majority of these guys. Mousesports, still fairly clean, not too much of an issue. Going to be going into this one with heads held high, looking to Antico once again.
It can always be tough going up against Deagles, because if you can just get caught out, and it can be detrimental if they manage to find that weapon as well. But Lau's going to get aggressive onto the site once again. They're just so quick onto these sites. Just turn away from the flash, and they can't find the frag just yet. Magisk eventually picks it up. Can they get the weapon is the real question, as Chris J is now pushing his way onto the B site again. And he's going to be greeted by MSL, just walking around, trying to play coy here, but Chris J turns around, finishes him off. Does just have 2 HP to work with.
Nice reactive play. 2 is spotted towards A, so he goes for that fast B play just to kind of get into the site while they don't have enough players or manpower. Either way, AZ rotates back in, and one swift shot to the chest will render Chris J dead. It's a 3-on-3 now, but still weaponry heavily in the favour of Mousesports, but maybe not for long as Magisk, he's got the Deagle on the site and he's found himself one. There's another one, he spams away, but Dennis will get the better of that engagement. Trey comes out, Molotov goes in deep, but Config, oh look at this push, this is just typical Config right on the edge of the smoke over towards the bench, looking for more, but Spiddy says no, and now it's all on AZ, no armour. But he could take down the bomb planter or even the defender of it, as the bomb will be stuck. He peeks out, they're expecting it. Oh, what? He takes one! But still, Spiddy is quick on the trigger, and Mousesports 3-0.
Good that Spiddy came off the bomb there. Would have been interesting if he had actually held that. That could be a completely different round, but a little bit of damage done by North. And now they can buy up, get these M4s, but there is going to be an AWP to work with from Oscar. And you said that Oscar is that man that will be hitting those shots. Has obviously replaced Nico in this side. Is a lot of his on his shoulders, but he is playing a very different role. I'd love to see him go off. I'd love to see him silence any critics of this side, to be honest. Ooh. But Cajun B will open things off when Oscar comes in to get the trade. Getting that early AWP pick. Really important to get them back into this round, and obviously the 4-on-4 is going to favour the T side.
Definitely so, especially the utility left on them North. They're a little bit crippled in that regard, despite saving on that third round, not reinvesting in the Deagles that they lost. Either way, we're going to see Mousesports back towards A, so it's not a B-rush every round. Ladies and gentlemen, there's Magisk, he's going to be alone on the site. AZ's posted up towards connector here, so just holding on for the time being for North. And they are going to have a bit of a late rotation as well, because it's unlikely they're going to push in through mid without the support of the window room from Cajun, so they might have to rotate in through the market, at least those B players, which could leave Mousesports having a really good advantage getting onto this site. But let's see, the smokes go rain over. This is going to be clearly telegraphed. We see the third player surely start to rotate sooner or later as Magisk. He's just sitting towards the back of the site. They don't Molotov it. AZ pushing in through the edge of the smoke, and they don't even check it. He gets himself a free kill, turns it into two, and Magisk, he's wiped them down. There's only Oscar remaining, and while he has the AWP, it's a hard task ahead.
It seems strange that they wouldn't check Firebox. I mean, like, usually that's one of the first places you will see teams check. I don't know if that's just a lack of communication or whether he was just checking something else and got caught off guard, but either or, North will put one on the board, and it's exactly what they needed to do. It's still going to be money to work with for Mouse, and now North need to continue this fine form. And I guess what I didn't touch on is when we were talking about Mouse having a poor performance against Spirit the other day, is that was earlier on in the day, and sometimes playing in the evening can be a lot better for teams as they are just a little bit more awake, as, I mean, esports never sleeps. As Oscar gets the opening frag onto a Marcel. A very aggressive approach now coming through as they are pushing through apps, but Config will be the first point of defense. Can he find anything? He's trying to spray down, but can't. As Dennis gets that, it's a 5 versus 3 now, and they're going to push onto this site.
Mousesports so perfect on this site take already, looking like they're going to be able to reset North back down to the terrible loss bonus. As Oscar, he has control, but he doesn't check Cajun. Over towards short, he gets dropped in AZ. He's already forced himself up. They're not going to expect this close-up position. He turns it into a 3-on-3. So far, Mouse, they still haven't got this bomb down. It is lurking in apps, but Dennis won't be able to escape without getting taken down over from the market or short. Zazy, oh, perfect nade. That is going to dunk right onto Dennis. Goodbye. As Lau, he will get a refrag over towards the CT spawners. He's wrapped himself in through the A site, but still, it's a grave task ahead of Mousesports. There's a 2v2 in play, and an AWP and an M4 left on the side of North.
Yeah, I mean, interesting that they still have the bomb, and they didn't commit the bomb to that site, so now they do have the freedom to rotate and try and split North here. It's going to be a question of whether North are going to commit to either site, but perhaps there's been a little bit of sound cues. You can see now, Cajun B is rotating around behind the bomb here. Has the bomb heard any footsteps of his own, though, as they are pushing now slowly onto this A site. And Cajun B is going to be in prime position to try and take one of these players down.
The bomb is default, so he won't be able to stop that. Spiddy has no need to peek. The CT plant is perfect now, because Lau is just going to be able to hold on to that. Spiddy playing up close and personal with the UMP. And Cajun, he's going to start to try and clear the site. Now, Spiddy, he cannot afford to peek here unless he has a really good reason to. He just needs to sit up close, because this AWP is not going to be as effective in a close range unless Cajun goes to that no-scope. I think he knows there's someone on the site, though. There's the peek with the flash. Spiddy won't connect, and now his position is given away, but at least he has Lau to support from CT spawn. Now onto AZ. He has a kit to play with and the smoke for the bomb, but he doesn't have a lot of time. Wraps around the site, and Spiddy, there we go, plays it perfectly, sits on default, and he takes the kill. Mousesports looking very good, I will admit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They were so aggressive to get onto that B site so quick, but because the bomb was so late, they were able to have that freedom just to rotate ever so slightly, and I thought that there was going to be a big chance for Cajun, but because he slowed down, because he didn't want those footsteps to be given away, he wasn't in a great position. And good stuff from Mouse from not peeking too eagerly as well, just biding their time, being patient, peeking above the smoke as well, and catching Cajun off guard.
Good team play there. And now North are going to be on this eco. With only a P250 to their name, and that's on config. Mouse are looking very, very good. Still continuing this dominance on Chris J with the SMG. typically the AWPer of most of the teams he's been in, but obviously going into one with Oscar, it's hard to kind of show up to that level. So he's just going to be going with he's often the man to buy the scout, right? We always see him on the CT side on that scout, profound scoutmaster indeed, but just playing the anti-eco gun, trying to rack up some money ASAP. As North, they're going for a double connector stack with the mid control through the window as well. So a bit of aggression early on. They have the support from the top of mid, and Magisk, he's going to push up very close. But look, Mousesports just expecting this. They have so many players, and the AWP is going to make its mark. Oscar shoots into the face of Magisk, and while it's not exactly an easy round anyway for North, the man advantage is going to make things way easier for Mouz.
Yeah, Mouz just more than happy to just move away from mid as well, just in case anyone from North is getting aggressive. Config's going to push through apps as well, so he's going to walk into most of these Mouz players. Can he find anything with the pistol? No, he can't. Chris J shuts him down, and now they can get aggressive and push through apps on their own. Accord here, get onto the site, get the bomb plant down. It should be 5-1, it should be easy peasy. There are a couple of players in kitchen they do need to worry about, but they make short work of AZ and MSL, and that'll be that. 5-1. Mouz looking pretty strong, actually. I mean, I'm going to be honest, we did play them down ever so slightly. In the preamble, we said we didn't think Mouz were going to be too effective without Nico, but they're looking strong. They're looking like a team that do deserve to be at the top of the league table.
Yeah, but to be honest, can you blame us, right? They've always been an inconsistent team, even with Nico, and now without Nico, you would expect them to just fall into irrelevance, but no. That being said, we are chanting their praises. We are 5 or 6 rounds in, so let's give North some breathing room, some time to get on that up, to get a proper buy-in. I mean, looking at this one again, still not fully bought up, as Magisk or AZ don't have a real good nade set. So Famas left on Magisk as well, not exactly the best buy in the world. That being said, it's enough for North to get the job done, and they need to get the job done ASAP. They have the close ramp player, they have the player on the site as well. This is going to be the perfect setup. They have enough players in for rotations as well. Magisk, oh, he pushes in through the smoke. This is so good. They're running right past him. He's going to be in the best position possible. Spiddy's down. He looks for more, and Oscar not going to be able to connect enough shots here, but he actually pushes in through the ramp. That's perfect. Leaving Config on the site isolated, but it doesn't matter because the smoke is going to allow him to have that freedom of movement. Takes down another one, and now a 2v2 in play. The bomb yet to be planted.
Yeah, just MSL left, pushing through connector here. There is utility to work with from Mouz, but they have just thrown it all. Just one more Molotov left, and it's going to come out as well to try and force out MSL. Can he find these shots is the real question. It looked like it was going in North's favour after Magisk getting those opening frags, but he wasn't able to continue his damage once he pushed through that smoke. He was taken down. Oscar slowly edging his way across the site, trying to get an angle. I don't know if they are aware that MSO is on stairs here. I think they might have thought he went across to jungle. He can't connect with that shot either, so the bomb is going to go down here.
Yeah, and both players on the site, with him not having a Molotov, is going to be very difficult. Might be able to get an elevated position on the bench, but doesn't want to jump to expose himself too much. They don't know he's wrapped, and Oscar's going to expect it. Turns back around with the AWP, and this man is on fire right now. He is just destroying North. As you can see, him and Dennis at the top of the score, but obviously Dennis after that phenomenal pistol round, but Oscar very, very effective, 7-3 himself. So Mousesports 6-1 up. No tactical pause in sight yet from North, and I feel like if they lose out on another buy round, or even I personally feel like if they lose out, well, when they lose out on this eco, they should be going for the pause, right? Because that's 7-1 T-side Mirage. That's pretty impressive.
Definitely look like a different squad, Mouz, at the moment to what we saw the other day against Spirit in some online games. North really need to find something. Someone needs to step up, change this, try and kill Mouse's momentum. This conflict's just going to get flashed off, so he's not going to make an impact. Of course, it's an eco round, so it should be an easy one for Mouz. It could have been such a different round last time. Magisk, with that position, he was able to get one. If he was able to find that second through the spray down through the smoke, that could have quite easily been North's round, and then that could have really flipped the game on its head. But obviously hindsight's a wonderful thing. It didn't happen. And Mouz now are just pressing on and looking very dominant in this game. And as you said, if the tactical pause doesn't come through from North in this next round and Mouz continue their dominance, then we're looking at a really tough game for North going into that second half.
Yeah, this is looking good though with the rotation. It's going to be read fairly well. There's only one player over towards B, but still with only USPs at this kind of range and a couple of invested pistols, it's not going to be great. Although Chris J, he'll hear that runaway from the B site, so he might actually call for the rotation towards there. Either way, they are actually going to still commit despite knowing that the B site's fairly unguarded. Chris J taking the fight in the meantime. He will open it up onto MSL, but still North yet to rotate because they know this A play is coming underway. They are going to be spotted, and there's only one kill coming out from Magisk with that Deagle. He will be dropped by the AWP. And AZ jumping in. Okay, that's quite impressive, but Oscar will trade. Still on point with that AWP. 3 kills for him that round, and Mousesports 7-1. If they don't win this buy round, this is a shambles from North.
Do they have enough for an AWP is the real question.
Config can get it, just it over, but he will have no utility.
And perhaps this is what North need. They need an AWP there. Well, there is it coming through, so they can slightly change things up. They have been they've really been lacking in the kind of control department on this game, so perhaps that AWP will help them keep maybe some mid-control, perhaps. But it's whether Mouz are just going to be able to burst through and continue the aggression that we've seen previously, and Oscar gets the opening onto Config, so that AWP goes down straight away. They tried to hold B apps, but Oscar says no, you can pick up an AWP every day of the week, but I'm going to win this 1v1.
Yeah, great stuff from Oscar, looking to be the new Nico here. As we can see, they will be rotating the bomb once again back towards EA site. We have a close position from Magisk. The issue is, if he goes down, that's going to completely open this one up. Look at the positions in north that they're playing. One in towards jungle, one in towards connector. This isn't great. This is more of a retake setup here for North than anything. That being said, if Magisk can get the info, or at least one kill, then drop back, very favourable for North to take this round. But Mousesports are setting up all these smokes. As soon as he hears a pins, he should push up or back off. He shouldn't sit here in the open because it's so dangerous. He will throw down a molly. That'll be good. And he actually pushes up with it. Here we go. Spitty going to be spotted. That's the first kill. Bomb dropped as well. So instant rotations now coming out from North. And Magix, he's not done yet. Found himself 3 kills. That's a massive performance from Magix. And somehow he's still alive. Somehow he hasn't been traded, but eventually will go down to Oscar.
Yeah, he just tried to whip out the pistol to finish it off. I thought he chanced for a little bit long, but eventually he was taken down, as you say, leaving us in a 2v2 now. Oscar just holding this angle in case anyone's going to be coming from behind. Obviously not aware of where the CTs could be. They could be here, there and everywhere, as Lowell is just waiting to burst out of Palace as well. And it's going to be a situation where Mouz can pick and choose once again, try and split this North roster. Try and force someone over to that B site to get an advantage when they push on, but perhaps now with the utility coming through, North are going to be well aware. Lowell is going to be tagged down to just 13 HP as his teammate's going to push on. Try and plant the bomb. KGB should be able to stop this. Yes, he can. Can he get the second? Yes, he gets the follow-up. MSL finishes off Lowell, and North finally putting a second on the board, and it's exactly when they needed to step up.
And just off the back of Magisk as well. Without him, that round could have been very dangerous. I like the push, though. He throws in the molly, he sees the play, and he just goes for it, and it works out phenomenally. So now, another round on the board for North, but can it continue, or will Mouz get the reset? That's the question we're all wondering. The T side still has plenty of cash to play with, so will we the full buy here? And despite North also having a similar full buy, okay, Cajun, quick pick down mid.
What is Cajun B doing? Crazy risks he's taking, just jumping out there, but he's hitting the shots. And it's what North needed, to be honest. They needed to get the opening pick. They've been allowing Mouz to be the aggressors and get those opening picks each round, and they've been on the back foot ever since. So, showing a little bit of innovation there and trying to change things up. I like to see it.
Very nice. And it does work out. Obviously, Config missed out in the previous round, but it's Cajun this time to make it work. And Mousesports, let's see how they react to this one. They're all posted up towards B, yet to commit. Oscar down into middle. If he can catch himself a pick or at least split up through the short area, that's great. But North have been very heavy on the mid control, having not only short, but also connector under control as well as window. So a bit of a risk for Oscar to split down here, but if he goes maybe late, it could be good. He takes his way in towards middle. The rest of Mousesports up in towards a B app, so it's looking very clear here with a minute left on the clock that they're going to be committing. And already Config going to fall back from the short area to the site, expecting this play. MSL though, he spots it. That's a big frag, opens things up, and he takes a man advantage one step further.
Yeah, and Config will chime in with one of his own as well onto Spitty. Looks for a second, he will catch Lowell with his pants down, leaving just Oscar on his own with the AWP. I mean, he's been doing crazy things so far, but can he go as crazy to win a 1 versus 4 here? No is the answer. Config gets a headshot, and it is going to be a third round for North.
Yeah, good stuff. No reset. They keep 4 players alive, so money going to be on the up here on out as Mousesports. They're facing their own economical struggles, so they can afford some kind of investment, but probably just the quasi we're going to be seeing is the loss spend is going to be 2,400 after this round, so they'll have a little bit more money into their bank. So yeah, save 2 to 3k, that'll be perfectly enough. And you can see a scout on Oscar actually opting to go for it instead of Chris J, and the rest of them just on the pistols. Let's see if Oscar can get anything done. We know he's dangerous with the AWP, but can that carry on to the $1,700 rifle? Apparently not. Not even a tag. Config takes him down, and Armorless aim punch will finish him off.
Yeah, I was expecting something great, but unfortunately it didn't happen as Config will now run through and grab 2 onto Chris J and Dennis. Just 2 players remaining on Mouz. Lauer is going to pick up that scout, see if he can do any damage, but he's not hitting anything either as Config is really taking this fight to 2 people. Cajun B eventually comes in to help him out, leaving Spitty on his own at top middle, but that round was always going to be a little bit of a formality. 4th round for North, they're right back in this now, and if they can take this one, this is finally, well, looking like a good half for North. They've finally woken up. That AWP has really made the difference, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely so. It's nice to see that they weren't completely getting crumbled. It looked at the start the Mousesports were going to be something completely different to what we expect, and we're about to dominate them, but nope, North are still in this. So Oscar not on the AWP this time, can't quite afford it. And again, Cajun, he does this. He tries to go for the jump, I think, there into the short area to try and get that quick pick, but luckily for him, no one's putting pressure towards middle, so he actually makes it out alive this time. That being said, no pick. So Mousesports will have all of their forces as they head up towards this A site. Cajun's going to react. He will take the top and mid control with that support from short as well, but that's going to mean they have a very lax control towards the B site. That's not going to be an issue though, because Mouz, they're hitting A.
Yeah, they're all just bombarding their way into A. Magix isn't going to take that aggressive position. He's going to be taken down on Firebox by Dennis. And now the rest of North are just trapped by these smokes here over on stairs and jungle. There's just 3 of them remaining against 5. A couple are weak. Will he catch? Oh, Chris J almost gets caught through the smoke there. AZ eventually finds him. Really important kill because that's the bomb down now. And they can just guard this bomb. They know exactly where there is. They don't need to get aggressive. AZ can't quite find Spiddy though. Really important kill from Spiddy as he can pick up that bomb. And Config's got so much to do. He's going to obviously put the Molotov down onto Firebox. That's why it's called Firebox. And it's a 2 versus 3 as Gage and B will find one. But it's just now Config left.
Alone towards CT, will boost himself on top of the box to get an elevated position. It'll actually work out. 1 quick kill. He follows up with 2. The bomb plant's in, but Spiddy's 2 HP left. And Config's got a Tech 9. He can spam with that gun as he wraps around the back of the box. Spiddy not going to make it away in time, but he still takes the kill. Mousesports are going to take 8 rounds on the board. And wow, what a close one from Spiddy there. 2 HP and he makes it work.
Incredible that Spiddy was able to survive there. That could have been so different. Mouz put the 8th on the board now. And as soon as it looked like North were gaining a little bit of momentum, Mouz have thwarted that. So still enough money just about for North to get a AWP once again in the hands of Cajun B. And really they don't want to be allowing Mouz any more than 8 in this half if they want to be able to successfully come back in their second half.
Yeah, 7 rounds. I mean, that's low for a CT side. So already having Mouz up to this kind of scoreline, they need to continue it onto the CT side. If they get this reset, that's going to be perfect for leading them to 7. It will definitely guarantee them 6 pretty much, and then 7 is, well, that's the wild card round, but let's start off with this one, I guess, as we do see Mousesports set up outside of the B site again. Bomb going to be backing off as they head in towards the T-spawn, so not really putting too much aggression over towards mid, despite having Oscar back on that AWP. And that's the thing as well, there's no mid control from North either. They're playing far too passive, well, not far too passive, but very passive at least. Cajun's over towards stairs. Now, I think he's holding on to ramp as well with the Palace control held by Magisk, but we can see, oh no, he is holding ramp, so Magisk's holding Palace, yep. And we will see a bit of a push come in towards the ramp area. Now, essentially what this is going to be either an A fake with the 3 players pushing up short, which would be unlikely, or the A take with these players pushing in connector, which looks far more than possible here with the smokes going out.
Yeah, Cajun B just getting tagged down ever so slightly, but that smoke hitting him right in the noggin. Mouz aren't pushing in just yet. They're creeping their way up middle, and AZ going to be the first point of defense. Is he going to spot Dennis through the smoke here? Didn't quite see him, but Dennis might have seen some feet. And Oscar gets the frag onto AZ, and that will allow them to push onto this site as Oscar finds a second as well. And Magisk, now he's in such a prime position here in Palace. Can he burst out and find anything? No one's seen him just yet. Yes, they have. Dennis gets him. Oscar gets his 3rd as well, leaving just Config on his own once again. A fantastic push here from Mouz.
That is just perfect there. Oscar, I think, even wallbang Cajun through the little connector wood part onto the stairs. So I'm not sure if he saw him, if he just went for the luck shot, but that was pretty good. Config, though, needs to hold on to this gun. They need everything they can play for in the next round because there's no reset coming onto the likes of Mouz today. It's going to be a 9th round secured, and this is just very dominant stuff here from the T side. Issue is obviously, can they continue it onto the CT side once we get to that, or are they going to fall short? We've seen teams do that today. They've had great halves and then just lost it, Kinguin being one of them. So it's going to be very important that we see Mouz continue with this streak of rounds going into the second half.
I mean, speaking of having great halves and then losing them, didn't Mouz do exactly that on Inferno against Spirit?
Yeah.
So they're more than capable of throwing away a game, but they're certainly looking in good nick at the moment. It is going to be a tactical pause coming through, I presume, from North just to try and clear things up. Try and just discuss a little bit what's going wrong, what can we change here? I mean, what would you be saying to the team in this kind of situation?
Hide from Oscar, because he's going off 16 kills.
Well, apparently he's wallbanging here, there and everywhere, so you can't even hide from him.
No, there we go. 16 kills for him. Very, very good performance, obviously, and Dennis just lacking behind at 10. So across the board, Mousesports just doing everything right? So North, I don't know, carrying on with this half. They've got an eco now. That'll be the second last round. Then they've got a buy coming out. Oh, okay, no, they've actually forced it. Okay, this is interesting. So the reason behind this is, despite them not having enough money, is they want to get back into this game ASAP. Because if they give away this round, it's 10 rounds guaranteed to Mouz, and then they're playing for a 5th. So they want to try and at least get themselves to 6th. But this is just, you know, risk reward. I don't know if it's worth it.
So both teams are not playing what we would have really expected. I mean, recent results would have suggested North were going to be performing a little bit better. Recent results would have suggested Mouz would be performing a little bit worse.
Yeah.
Is it a case that Mouz are just performing fantastically, or are North not quite reached their level yet?
Well, Mouz are always a T-sided team, even with or without Nico. I think that's a fair assessment. So I not only think that North are being a little bit stagnant with their CT side play in terms of they don't really have the control over towards the A site. They keep losing out on that. Even with the rotations being quite delayed as well, despite spotting the bomb. I think, you know, that one round Magic's got the 3K right. He spotted the bomb. The rotation was something like 5 seconds, 10 seconds later. So things like that, at least in rotations, are a bit slow for North. But by and large, it's just Mouz hitting every single shot they can take. Oscar is going off. Dennis is doing very well. And I mean, everyone else on the team lacking behind a little bit, but it's not like it matters because they're just being carried.
I think I just want to see something a little bit more risque coming out from North. I mean, when KGB dropped out of window into mid and hit a shot with the AWP, that was what really changed it, and it swung a little bit of momentum in their favour. But Oscar's going to be the one playing the aggressor here. Can't quite catch the elbow. Looks for a second through the wall, but it's not going to happen. Config is just going to stand there and wait and hope that he's not caught. Oscar did see him drop down as they are just edging their way up these apps, but bomb has been dropped further back towards that T-spawn, so no one's going to be pushing just yet. As Magisk, look at this position here.
This is good. The issue is UMP, right? So he can't really push. Long-range engagement going to favour the AKs, all the AWP posted up there, so even though Chris J is holding it, he's in a great position. If they eventually try and split back down through the A site or go for any kind of control for underpass, he is going to win that engagement 9 times out of 10. So Mousesports, they aren't going to be hitting there. They are still sending their players into the B site. And this is the thing as well. Mousesports aren't doing anything incredibly tactical. They're just walking into B, and North are letting them get away with it. Obviously, their buy's weak here, but the fact that they're not even splitting is just something else. Either way, aggression towards underpass from Magisk does damage Chris, but the rest of them, they are just going to charge right into the B site. This is what I'm talking about. There's no split. There's nothing going on here, and they're still getting the opening kills. Magisk's on the flank, though. He's made it work. He's got himself one. He needs to go big.
Yeah, he's found an AK as well. Is he going to be able to find a second? No, he can't. Oscar hits an incredible shot. Finds another as well as Dennis comes in, and it's just KGB with a pistol. Oscar is... What are you eating? I want to know. I want to eat some. I want to be performing as well as you. As now KGB with little hope in hell of doing this one. We'll find the first onto Dennis to make his odds ever slightly in his favour. But he has only got the slightest of HP. 39 HP. Does spot the man on short there, but it's not... going to be able to find it. Yes, he can. Actually pulls out the 5-7. He finds another one! KGB, absolutely disgusting stuff. I said he didn't have a hope in hell, but somehow he pulls that out. We'll get the defuse as well, and perhaps that is the tide turner for North.
That is huge. What a round as well from North. The one we did not expect them to win. They were trying to play for the 6th and the half, but it didn't seem possible. Somehow KGB pulls out an incredible clutch, and that will keep them, you know, breathing going into this one. They're actually going to have a buy now, which is just something that we didn't expect. We expected the force buy just to be crushed, and them to have maybe $2,900, $2,400 to go for the last buy, and that was about it. So no, North somehow make it work off the back of the KGB clutch there, but that's the thing, right? All these rounds won by North are coming down to individual performance. You know, Cajun going nuts, Magic going nuts. So can this continue into the T side? Most definitely, but they need a lot of individual plays to really close out this map.
North now need to try and move on from that momentum swing from the clutch. They have got so aggressive here in apps, and they're kind of trapped here now. The smoke will allow them to back off if they like, but they're going to continue this aggression here. You can see KGB's found his way to top middle as well.
They've spotted him. Chris just saw him there. He knows where he is. Going to be able to pre-fire this one. Oh, and he finds it. Goodbye, Cajun. No pistol clutch for you today. The man advantage is secured from Mousesports, and doubled down as well as Dennis takes down one more in middle. AZ gets caught. And a 5-on-3. I like the aggression, the reactive play from Magic's pushed up. The issue is his crosshair's on the wrong place. He's looking towards Palace. They're instead pushing their way up, and they know there's a chance he could have pushed it. They know that Magic's plays ramp. So Chris J's going to be ready for this one. He takes the headshot, ducks under the shots, and now North just relegated to 2.
2 with UMPs as well. Grenade will come out. Isn't going to tag anyone down just a detrimental amount. It's going to be very difficult with this UMP for MSL, but he needs to wait. He needs to get help from Config, but here comes Spitty. Notices Config, gets the spray down as well. Easy pickings for him. And MSL, can he do what Cajun B did in the previous round? Can he do the unthinkable? Nope, no he can't. Chris J finishes off the half. It is going to be 10-5 in favour of Mouz, but that's going to be half time, so we're going for a quick break. Mouse are leading North 10-5 here on Mirage, and I mean, we weren't really expecting this, let's be honest. I'm not going to play coy and be like, yeah, we knew Mouse were going to be absolutely performing out of their skin. No, both of us said we don't think Mouse are going to be up for it. They are well up for it, and Oscar, well, as a replacement for Nico, I take my hat off to you, sir.
Yeah, very good performance. That being said, we need to face the crux of the issue that is Mouse. They are a T-sided team. We've seen, I mean, yesterday they did this exact same thing on Inferno. 11 rounds T-side against Spirit. They lost a game 16-12. If they lose out on the pistol, North can get some momentum. North could easily bring it back. And I'm not confident, despite Mouse having a great half, that they've closed out the game. This is still up for contention for the Danish side. North as well, very good at comebacks. So it could go either way at this point. But
I'm wondering whether North are going to be able to execute as well as Mouse have been. Mouse have just been executing onto either site, A and B, so successfully. They've been able to wander onto the site with smokes, they've been hitting their shots, and North just allowed it for the majority. There were a couple of rounds where Cajun B dropped down with the up out of mid. That really changed it. Obviously, the pistol round was just insane, and well, the pistol kill with the 5-7, that 3K was just disgusting. I wonder whether Mouse are gonna, now they have this little cushion, this 5-round cushion, especially it could be an even bigger, an 8-round cushion if they take the pistol, whether they'll try and do something a little bit different. Try and catch North off guard a bit, because it is always advantageous when you do have that cushion to work with.
Yeah, and the surprise factor as well from Mouse. You know, they have these star players like Oscar that can go off at any point, so it'd be interesting to see how they do it. But a double smoke buy from North. They're set up both towards the A side. This is just a fast play, as Mousesports did over towards B on their pistol round. So let's see how it works out. Apparently not very well, according to Chris and Dennis, as they take a headshot each. It will be Chris looking for more, but Dennis, he's gone big again. Another pistol round for him. Chris has landed 2 in the meantime, and it's all on to Cajun. He's being hunted, and hunted like a dog. Mousesports, they are going to be able to take that pistol round, only losing 1 player. Dennis loves pistols.
See, now this is what I was worried about. I mean, we're possibly looking at a 13-5 advantage for Mouse, and North then the pressure's just on them, and Mouse have such freedom to just try and test any kind of risky plays, any aggressive pushes that they want, until it gets to slightly nervous for them, and then they go back to those defaults. Really, we need to see something soon from North if they're going to be able to get back into this one, because otherwise it's just going to snowball out of control, and there's going to be too much momentum built for Mouse here.
Yeah, these Deagle rounds though, they have invested in armor this time, so at least they're banking on trying to get something done. I wouldn't count them out for this one, but that being said, it's a lot to bet on really, just some pistols. Though maybe the Deagle isn't just classed as a pistol, it's classed as a headshot machine, as obviously we've seen what some players can do with them. Up and towards middle though, North will go, up towards Connector. And this is the A site split. 1 Palace, 1 ramp, a distraction player at B, and he has been spotted as well. I think that's a config over there. So the rest of North going to be making their way in. I like the position for Dennis as well. Passive on mid, but he'll be able to peek out. Good timing, but AZ, he's going to be quick on the trigger. Takes the headshot, a rifle grabbed and supported by armor. These guns are deadly. The A site's under control. All that's left is Chris.
Yeah, Chris J with the scout here. Can he find anything? He has got a molly to work with. Going to throw that down onto Firebox. Bomb's going to go down. He's not going to be able to find anyone. He does tag him down. He's very weak. But that is going to be the bomb gone down, and now they can take some after plant positions. As you said, 1 M4 to work with, but Chris J slams a bullet into Cajun B's brains, and now he can look for more as the rest of his team are coming to assist him. Spitty taking down AZ as well. Just Magisk and MSL left on these after plants. MSL does find one onto Chris J. Needs to do more with his M4. A lot riding on his shoulders here. Needs to get aggressive and try and find a shot, but he's just holding an angle and he gets taken down. And now it's just Magisk left in Palace. And the defuse is going to come through, and I don't think Magisk is going to be able to stop it.
No, not at all. That's so unfortunate as well. North, they seem like they have that round in the bag, but they go for the open plant so they can get in the ramp after plants, and that just completely thwarts them, right? Because they sit in the open, Chris gets himself a bit of damage off, and then he gets the pick onto Cajun, and that round just falls apart. If they could get rid of Chris, if they could get aggressive in CT, which I feel like they should have done, they could have easily taken that round. Take out the 1 lurk player still on the site, and it's yours to play with North. So going into this one, Magic's still on the armor from the save. The rest of them going to reinvest in a couple of Deagles, but still got some Glocks on the T side, and already setting up for a couple of players on the fast B.
20 kills and 8 deaths for Oscar at the moment. Wow. Even when it's just a scout in the hand, he's still able to hit ridiculous shots. As Dennis is going to show some aggression here, and he'll take down MSL, and Chris J at the same time will remove AZ from the server, and it's 5 versus 3. Config is able to get one with the clock, but Lowell is going to get aggressive here in B apps as well, leaving just Cajun B on his own. Cajun B did do crazy things earlier, but he's not going to do more of the same. 13-5 as we expected, and now this is a do or die moment, to be honest, for North.
Yep, they have to pick up this buy. There's nothing else they need. The whole game is riding on it. And, well, for what shouldn't have been a bad map for North, this has turned out to be a terrible map. Mouz are really bringing the hurt. Chris J's on the AWP on the CT side. Oscar's sticking with that scout, and I think that's more of a confident buy than anything, as he has been doing very, very well on the CT side so far. But either way, North, no AWP in their hands. They still have the rifles to play with. They had the money to go for one, at least with Kevlar, but they aren't going to be committing to it. It's going to be Dennis playing solo mid. He's got a lot of pressure on him because there's an underpass split as well coming out from AZ, but the nade goes out. That will do a bit of damage. Oh, look at Magis, down to 12. Early damage, and North is not going to be favoured in that.
At the same time, Oscar was taken down to 5 HP as well, as Lau's going to get aggressive, and he does find Magisk. As you said, he was very weak. You will spray him down ever so slightly, so Lau's on 18 HP as well. There are some weak players on this Mouse lineup. North, if they can just find 1 or 2 bullets onto the chest, it will be a nice easy frag as they're moving their way towards this A site now. Need to be careful that they don't get picked off from behind. MSL did spot someone there just on CT, and they need to work together here to get onto the site. Need to get the bomb down and get some decent alpha plants. Config Cajun will find decent frags, but Chris J is there to stop anything coming through. Can he find the wall bang? Not just yet.
There we go, Molly goes out deep, and Cajun will just remove his sculpt. Chris is down and out, and now Mouz left to 2 players, both of them very tagged up. Oscar only has a scout to play with, but there's a rifle just down on the ground. And oh no, Lau will get caught out with his knife out, just trying to switch weapon. Oscar will make the sound cue. He drops as well. They know exactly where he is. There's surely nothing he can do. He's in the open, and MSL just going to take him out of the equation. North, what an important round that they do take.
Yeah, very much a pressure round there, and that was the rounds that I was really talking about. With Mouse having that cushion, I'm surprised they didn't go for something a little bit more extravagant and really try and catch North off guard, whilst North were a little bit nervous knowing that they have to win the round, but they played it safe. It looked like it was going pretty well until just decent frags coming out from North, and Cajun B picking up good kills there, and he'll have an AWP to work with now. Will he be able to fend off the man that is Oscar, though, who has been hitting everything so far?
Less so with the scout, more so with the AWP, but this time he'll back off. Smoke just going to ward his position useless, and AZ, oh no, that position for Dennis is perfect, just peeking on top of the smoke, gets himself a free kill. Spinny backs off as a react. As you can see, they have the man advantage, no reason to give it away to North here at this point, but we will just see these Ts continuing to push up towards short. Splitting in through B, they have the apps control, but again, Lau, he's aggressive. Config may have found an entry, and that might spark a push onto the site, but they need to clear out this apps position, and 2 players are going to be walking right into the crosshair of Lau. They might check it. They should check it.
You have to check it.
But will he get on top of it?
First place you've got to check, but even if you check it, sometimes the frag still won't come through. You at least have to trade with it. You've both got to be aware. If they don't check it, it will obviously be awful. You can see Magisk is kind of, with the silhouette there, you saw he edged towards and he was looking in that direction. So they'll be well aware that there is a possibility Lau could be here, but this could be massive if they don't check it for Mouse. This could be possibly a game-winning situation, and now we're going to turn off that X-ray just so we can see what Lau is seeing.
It's tense.
Yeah, just get some suspense, but he does see it, and now he gives away his position as well, so no full well is there. MSL comes in, gets the headshot, but Oscar comes in to take down Cajun B. They are going to burst quickly onto the site, but Oscar gets a second. Config eventually takes him down, makes it a 2 versus 2. Bomb's going to go down, and the rotation is going to come through from the Mouse players.
Yeah, not much utility left on either team here, so it will make things a little bit difficult from the side of Mouse to try and get it back into the site. The flash is going to be enough, but they don't want to get caught with their pants down as they push on in. Dennis trying to make his mark up towards short, and Chris J's going to be splitting through the apps, but he's sneaking. They don't know where he is. His head will be exposed, and that will be spotted. MSL removes another head as well. Dennis is going to be found, and Chris J, he needs to hurry the hell up. There's still 2 players to find, but MSL, he's going to deny it. North are back in this game. They are fighting, and now Mouse are going to have to eco. Mouse's best opportunity to close this out before North got the ball rolling, and they are going to fall short.
I wonder if perhaps he had had even the slightest bit more of trigger discipline rather than trying to take those shots. Do you reckon they saw him anyway, so he had to go through it?
No, I think they pushed up with the rifle, and the barrel was peeking out, so he reactively shot, just, you know, because obviously he knows the players are there, right? He knows they're setting up for a replay, so he just shoots as the first thing he sees, and that gives away his position. I don't think they exactly knew he was there, but I'm sure they would have checked it eventually.
Well, Config gets 2 easy frags onto Dennis, and Chris J is an eco coming out from Mouse, and North slowly worming their way back into this game. Building a little bit of momentum. Question will really be if Mouse can actually stop this one. They try and do something aggressive through middle. Oscar does find 1 frag onto MSL, but that will be all. Just consolation frag. 13 to 8. And now, Mouse. Really important round here, Hugo. What do you think they need to do?
I mean, they can't get the AWP right, unless Oscar complete glass cannons.
Okay, so it's going to be a save. Well,
I think they're doing this for the AWP, right? They're doing this for the AWP. They want it in play. Oscar could have got it from a a non-armored perspective, but that's not a good idea, really. You're going to want that armor, you're going to want the nades as well. So they are saving just a little bit more money just to go for the buy in the upcoming round. Lau can invest in a nice little MP9 there. We will have close positions by and large here from the CT side. And this is what I like to see as well. This could be good. The issue is there's 3 players in Palace, so even if Oscar gets aggressive, it will be to his own demise. And let's see, one quick kill, goes in for more. His teammate will fall, and so will he. And now Chris J, I like the repositioning. They won't expect a player down here. That being said, though, he's going to go for the dry peek. No flashbangs, and Magic's almost being able to react in time. Chris J will at least get a 1, but it's a 3-on-3 and still weaponry in favour of North.
Yeah, KGB does find Chris J, but Spitty comes in, makes it a 2 versus 2, and somehow pops a shot over across onto Cajun, and now it's just Config left, and he's only on 18 HP. How the hell have Mouse managed to find their way back into this round? Config sat there. He's thinking, what has gone wrong? Where have all my teammates gone? How have you been absolutely eliminated by CZ? And now you're slowly pushing onto the site. And with such little HP, this is going to be extremely difficult.
Yeah, the players are split up though, so he can take 2 one-on-ones. I think Lau's going to walk right back in. Look at the timing though, and he gives away his position with a flashbang. Lau will have seen that cross, so now they know exactly where he is in theory. But he's going to wrap in towards a B site, and Lau, he knows what's going on. Look at him, he's going in through the underpass here. Oh, the player turns around from CT. He still gets a kill. 4 HP left on the man, and the bomb, he's going to take it to the site. The issue is, there's no way he'd expect Lau this pushed up in B-apps.
Yeah, needs to be careful, needs to reposition and just be well aware of every possible angle. I like the defensive approach here in Kitchen. Is Lau going to be able to win this? What seemed like an unwinnable round for Mouse because of crazy plays. Now footsteps will be heard. Config's well aware, but he's still on that 4 HP. Lau not able to land that shot. Config needs to be so careful. He goes for the grenade. Why go for the grenade? As Lau will find that and will just about have enough time to get the defuse as well. And somehow, just somehow, Mouse put a 14th round on the board, and they had no right to.
No, that's the thing about those cheese rounds though. When you have a quasi and you know you're going to be buying next round regardless, you kind of do nice and aggressive plays like that push up in apps, obviously from the CT side. So yeah, things like that are always going to end up in, you know, every now and then in round wins. But that was such a dire one for North. That should have just been an easy closeout. They should have been more worried about the buy. And now look at this, the Orpa team in D, Mousesports pulling up the double, Oscar and Chris J on that. And we still have 4 rifles for North, but no AWP to contest it.
It's always so hard going into these rounds as well, especially for North. After throwing away that, it just does so much to your mindset. You start to ask questions about yourself, about your teammates, and they've really just got to pull through as they need to stop Mouse getting any sort of momentum. Now as Spitty going to be in a great position, does find one, and his teammates come through. Chris J and Dennis get them. Magisk will only get 1 kill onto Spitty, and that's going to leave just 2 players left, Cajun B and Magisk. It's a 4 versus 2. And it looks like Oscar is going to catch one of these going through connector as well. That's going to be Cajun B, and he should get shot in the back if he tries to push through.
Yeah, he got the information. He doesn't get the kill, but that's enough to play with, right? And this spray, at least from Dennis, might actually trigger Lau to push in. I'm sorry, Cajun to push in through that connector. Either way, Lau just going to go right onto peeking him, and it will all be onto Magisk alone towards ramp. And Mousesports just seconds away from a 15th round in what should not have been their map. But either way, they have done a phenomenal job of doing so. Oscar as well, really stepping up for the team. And in fact, across the board, Mousesports have just been very, very consistent in this map. The issue is, will they continue it onto Inferno? They have been practicing it. So, you know, there's a chance for it to go here. The issue is, obviously, we do have North, and we know what North are like with coming back.
And what's important is that Mouse, they get their 6th win of the league. They'll be 6-1, still sitting pretty at the top of the league. And I mean, it wasn't just us that were doubting Mouse. I'm sure there were many critics around saying we don't think Mouse are going to be the same without Nico. Can Oscar fill those boots? It's a completely different role, but Oscar has really shown today why he is a worthwhile pickup, as Magis is going to push in and do what he can, but Lau finishes him off. 15-8, North backs against the wall.
Hey, I don't know, maybe this was a breath of fresh air, right? This is them just not having an issue now they've got rid of Nico for whatever reason. Maybe they realise, guys, we need to step up. We can't bank on one player just going crazy. We've got to work together more as a team and really put in the hours and grind this. And if that is the case, they've done very well in doing so. They're doing better at playing than speaking. That's definitely true. But North now on 2 Tech 9s and 3 rifles, really having to bite the bullet there. And what can you say to that from Dennis?
Yeah, Dennis just finding one through smoke there, and Chris J getting Then taking down Cajun B, Spinny gets aggressive, finishes off AZ, leaving just Config and MSL to try and do anything, try and get back into this game, but it's not going to happen. All on Config now in a 4 versus 1. Dennis has spotted him out, Config does find the headshot, but the information will be had, and now these 3 Mouse players can press on in, work together to finish the game off, and as you said, win a map that not many people would have been expecting them to win. Really silencing any doubters. It's a massive win for them. They will still continue to put points on the board, still continue to be, well, at the top of the table and looking like one of the favourites to take this league at the moment, to be honest. No one's able to shut them down.
Config isolated though, still trying to keep this dream alive here for North. Does get peeked by Lau though, and that will be it. Mousesports close it out 16-8. That will be their map. And what a phenomenal performance across the board there from the European team. Not exactly a map you expected them to take, as you just said, but you got to give it to them. That was an incredible performance from the guys.
And why? What was just so different about Mouse? Because it's like they were executing well, but was it just the case they were hitting their shots? Was it just the case that Oscar was hitting everything in his sight lines?
Well, the thing is, I think you've got to come down to it as well over on the second half. I think North were looking like they were about to pull things back, but that eco win from Mouse just completely changed the tides of the matchup, right? You weren't expecting them to pick that up. They pick it up. It not only screws over North's economy, but it also puts Mousesports at something like 14, 15 rounds, and then that was just them being able to close it out off the back of that. So I feel like if that eco win didn't happen, we might have seen a closer scoreline to North. I think they could have actually brought back a few rounds. They seem to be very effective on that second half. At least, well, they were until the end.
Was it just that eco
no,
round
of course
as well?
not.
The quasi-buy, like, that really changed it. Because, I mean, if North had taken that one, and would the confidence have just brought them through and they'd be able to get themselves back?
I still don't think they would have won the map, though. I feel like this would have been a closer scoreline. 16-8, I called that in favour of North. So, yeah. Not only that, of course, individual performance was very, very good from Mousesports. We had Oscar stepping up. We had Dennis, not usually the man to be at the top of the scoreboard, but he definitely was. And Chris J as well, having a stellar performance as always. So yeah, Mousesports individual plays North. They were just playing a little bit scared on the T side, I feel. And especially on the CT side, we talked a little bit with the rotations being a little bit off, especially after spotting the bomb. They'd still take the time to rotate and keeping players on the site. And typically, that is just to stop the Ts, coming in with a flank over towards B, for example. But typically, you just need to rotate ASAP, right? Get those players on the site ASAP as soon as possible, basically.
What a result it is for Mouse, and I'm sure Mousesports fans will be extremely happy with that one, to see them still performing exceptionally well with Oscar. And I'm just going to do this, and I'm just going to tear that out, because that said that Mouse were going to lose, and they're not, because they played absolutely out of their skin.
You know what it was? Well, Nico was the problem.
I mean, I don't know if I will, if I'll agree with that, but still, we now move into Inferno as map number 2, but that is going to be after a short little break, so don't go anywhere, because map number 2 is Inferno.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Easy boy, yeah? You ready? Yeah?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
holding off, not fully committing. Those players are in front of him, finds a kill on the lead, maybe a seconder as well, there it is. And now the third with the pistol.
Lovely. Oh, fourth as well. Why not buy two guns, Henry? That's what I always say, but inside of the site, Rush has got something better to say. Down goes Zeus, down goes Henny, and already Optic. Oh, Rush! They're going to be going massive inside of the site. Bolt's caught off in the back corner.
They're going to move in, and once again, very quickly, they've tried this before, then it's been shut down time after time again. Automatic, absolutely destroying it.
Rush here to the left. That's a nice flick. That's why you want Stewie to have the AWP. He's going to go for more as well. Looks like he's staying perch. He gets a second one. Shroud, he's got to guess if they come from above or straight ahead, and this is so awkward, but Stewie bails him out. Third kill of the round. He's being a hero. Optic has been stumped in this round, and Stewie with the fourth.
This is very, very good. Spots one. Easy shot.
Full back at this point. No need to overcommit.
Again, they've had the most success distilling Michael Lilly. Like you say, he's playing it conservatively. There's nothing wrong with that. Now down ramp, he's set for position on the left side. First shot's very easy. Knows that they're on the right. Lovely shot, and get right with the ace.
Welcome back everybody to the ESL CSGO Pro League, where Mouz have just taken down North 16-8. I don't think we were really expecting that here on the desk, and I'm sure many viewers weren't really expecting it either, but Mouz still continuing their fine form at the top of the league. They are now 6-1, but we move across to Inferno, and Inferno is a touchy subject for these Mouse boys, because yesterday they had 11 rounds on T-side on Inferno. Fantastic, you're thinking great, you're in good nick against Spirit, and then they managed to throw the game. Was it 16-12?
16-12, one round. It wasn't like a pistol, it was just a random buy round, and then they got reset and just got destroyed.
Hopefully this is going to be a very different situation, because let's be honest, Mouz look completely different to what we saw yesterday. I remember watching that game thinking, Mouz don't look great. Oscar certainly wasn't hitting the shots that he's been hitting today. How do you see Inferno panning out? Are North going to be able to find a little bit of momentum?
See, I hate this, right? I hate this question right now because I never like changing my predictions. I like picking one and sticking with it. Eventually, when I do pick one, I'm not on the fence.
I thought you were on the fence,
yeah.
Hugo. I thought that was
No. I'm going to do something very stupid because if I now change my decision and I'm wrong, I'm going to kick myself. But I feel like after watching that map, I can't go on to say North is going to win this. I've got to say, because we know Mousesports have done practice on Inferno, right? Despite them throwing the game, let's just forget about that for a second. Let's remember they got 11 rounds T-side, which is very impressive. Right, this is CT-sided, at least it's supposed to be, right? So going to this one, if they can show the same T-side that they showed yesterday against Spirit, obviously a lesser team, we can admit that, but still a good team, they are very likely to be able to close this out if they can just lock down their CT side. If they still have the same issues that they had in the previous, or yesterday at least, who knows what will happen. But going into this one, I'm going to call that Mousesports will bring it back with a win, especially after the way that they just destroyed North in the previous map.
Yeah, it's hard to go against Mouz after that performance that we've just seen on Mirage, but yesterday we did see North win 16-10 against G2, which on Inferno, so they're clearly confident on this map as well. So I think it's going to be a tighter affair, or at least I'd like to think it's going to be a tighter affair. What have North got to do differently? I know it's obviously a completely different map, but there's still just fundamental problems, I think, for me.
Well, there are a couple of ways to play Inferno in the sense that a lot of teams like to play it aggressively in terms of having this constant mid control, having an AWP peek down mid, and making sure that you're always asserting your dominance onto the T side. But there are other ways that teams play it. For example, I think you can mention maybe flip side, in the sense that they have a very passive CT side. They situate players back in towards library, back in towards pit, and then maybe have a default site player holding amps. And that's what I want to see from North. I don't want to see such aggressive style on the CT side, because we saw that at least on well, not so much, but at least over towards ramp and getting picked a lot on the CT side when they were on Mirage. And obviously it's a very different map, as you said, so there's more avenues for aggression on CT on Mirage. But going into this one, if they have a passive CT hold, I feel like that will wheedle down the time of Mousesports to the sense where they have to force a bomb plant, and North can just deny that. So I'd like to see some passive play on the CT side. That being said, I want to see the extravagant, crazy pushes down mid, or the peek into second mid, or the boost up towards B, just over the little ledge and getting a pick with a AWP, something like that. I want to see North switch things up occasionally, but I don't want it every round.
No, I mean, they were very, very passive, what we just saw on Mirage. They very rarely went for any of those risky plays. Coincidentally, when they did go for the risky plays, it kind of paid off, so perhaps they should show a little bit more aggression here and there, but it's whether Mouz will just be able to shut that down immediately. And I guess the real question is, if Mouz win this, and they go 7-1, and they're sitting pretty at the top of the table, I mean, are we potentially looking at one of the teams that should be making the finals?
I mean, most definitely, right? If they not only in terms of if they win this, they get the score that puts them in such an advantageous spot over some of the other teams, but also it's in a spot where, okay, these guys can beat North. Who else can they beat, right? There are plenty of teams at North's level that we're expecting to see at the LAN finals in Dallas, North being one of them. I would be very surprised if we didn't see North make it. So now going into this, I'm thinking maybe Mousesports could make it. A team that's been unable to qualify for LANs of this kind of level are now looking like they're going to be able to dominate their way to the LAN finals in Dallas.
Yeah, and what's crazy is we look at the other side of the table, and NIP, they're at the bottom. They've just lost a map to FaZe as well, so they're currently 0-5. And I mean, if you had told me before the season Mouz were going to be top 7-1 and NIP were going to be bottom 0-5, I probably would have laughed in your face. But that is what it is, as we are going to jump into the second map. It's going to be Inferno. Mouz are going to be starting things off on CT side. They have an absolutely abysmal CT side when they played Inferno yesterday against Spirit in a different league. It wasn't ESL Pro League, but still, a lot to work on for them. Are they going to be able to improve?
Let's have a look. Okay, Oscar. Nice opener, going to take down AZ, starting things off. And Dennis, the Pistol King, is striking again. 3 for him. He's going in for more, but Cajun will deny it. But he has done his job. And Oscar's just going to close it out. Dan almost falls off his chair. I can barely blame you. What a pistol round for Mousesports. They are back, baby.
Jesus Christ, how do these players do it? Absolutely one-tap central. Incredible stuff. Perfect way for Mouz to start their CT side. We said the CT side was lacking yesterday, but that's a good way to start it off. And now they can buy up. There are going to be Tech 9s from North. I wonder if it's going to be another aggressive push, perhaps a fast banana play, maybe. It does look like they are going to go for somewhat of a split, however.
Yeah, just holding back for the time being. And I think the thing is, if they go for the fast B, we're going to see Mousesports very, very aware with the amount of the utility that they're using. Look at this. There's no way they could have committed to a fast B. They would have got completely destroyed. Either way, the fast B is actually coming out from Mouz alternatively. They're going to push their way down banana, the deep smoke. And I like this. It's good to take banana control. Issue is, these Tech 9s are great. If you flash through a smoke and you run in with a Tech 9, you can catch out Mousesports terribly. But Still, they're wasting a lot of time by recycling smokes, and this is what I talk about. Flashing through smoke, at least Chris J's backed off. Mousesports playing far more reserved into this one as they give up the banana control, back off towards the site, and the Techno Rush comes on into B.
He had another smoke as well, but they are going to push through that smoke. He's got support from Lowell over there as they're going to now push onto the site, and is Chris J going to pop out? They are all flashed, so perfect time for him to peek out as he finds MSL. Looks for maybe a second as well as they jump onto the site. They're going to jump into Lowell's UMP instead as Chris J continues to rain down damage, gets his pistol out, tries to finish off AZ, but AZ picks it up onto Chris J. AZ is the last remaining, but he's only on 1 HP, so easy peasy for Oscar. 2-0 to Mousesports there. And I mean, that was another, we didn't see it, but Oscar hitting a headshot with the scout there, just disgusting stuff. I mean, the man is crazy, to be honest.
Yep, first USB in the pistol round, then scout down mid, nothing. Doesn't need any other guns. He's a legend in and of himself. So now North going for a couple of pistols, or just one in fact, just a BT-50 on Magnus, and the rest of them just sticking with the Glock. So not a lot of hope into this round. I don't think a bomb plant is even going to be a possibility, and they fast rushing towards B. Here's Lowell, the shred comes in, he sprays them all down. He's still peeking despite having 4 HP, but he has the support from Chris, and that's all he's going to need. Sprays them away, and Dennis on the flank, run and gun. Why not? This is it, CSGO at the end of the day.
Yeah, and that's one of those rounds where it's just, let's get this over with, let's move on to our buy round. Maybe we'll catch them off guard, but the likelihood is we're just going to get torn to pieces. 5 AKs now, though, for North. Let's see what they're made of. Let's see if they can overturn this Mousesports side here on their CT. It is just going to be still the SMGs and the Scout for Mouse, so it's a good chance for North to get one on the board, but it's more of a scouting round, no pun intended, of course, for Mouse, as they can try something a little bit different, see what North are going to try and do on their full buys.
Oscar again. Got to be tagging up Config here. Not quite the kill, but that's a significant amount of damage. That's the thing with the Scout as well. You get one shot off with that, and suddenly every player is available to get naded. 29 HP, damaged by a nade will kill him instantly. So this is good from Mouse. A nice early start. Cage is going to be looking to try and relinquish his damage, though, as he pushes his way up towards Banana. Issue is, they have no AWP to go for this wallbang spot. Chris J in a great position. If you have an AWP, you're going to wallbang that, so Chris J's gone. But the thing is, he knows they don't have the economy for that, so he's actually in a really, really versatile position right now. He does have the support as well from the top Banana. Still, Oscar in position there with the Scout, so... Actually, no, I think he swapped. Yeah, Oscar's back towards Arch. We have actually Lowell playing close, but Config, the pre-fire through the smoke, going to drop Chris.
That's going to be the man advantage now for North. And there are some weak players of Mouse in terms of what they're holding in their hands. The Scout and the UMP, of course. Dennis is going to back off after being flashed. Smoke's probably going to come through from North. Smoke off Arch probably, and then push up A onto quad here as AZ just see if he can find anyone quad. No one just yet. We'll check every angle though. No one is stood there. They are going to be hiding in pit, and instead it looks like they're going to move on over to Arch and perhaps go for a B wrap.
I like this as well. They're going to be perfectly placed for this one. I don't think Mousesports even have a clue what's going on, but with the time ticking away, they're going to work it out sooner rather than later. Oscar will hear these footsteps. They can't afford to sneak. 15 seconds left on the clock. All they have to do is delay the plant. Oscar looking in for more. Another tag on occasion. 2 of these players are low HP, but he has to finally convert one into a kill. He does. Config's gone. Another tag out, but still, his teammates are falling like flies around him, and eventually the bomb will go down. That's so unfortunate. All he needs to do was take a couple of kills, and now Spiddy's going to be left in on the retake. Yes, 2 players are low, but it's still looking pretty undoable.
Nice B-wrap there from North, but as I said, a scouting round from Mouse, obviously it wasn't a full buy from them. Now they should be well aware that that's a possibility, and North probably aren't going to try that again, at least not anytime soon. And it was a little bit close for comfort. I mean, just a second left before that plant. As you said, if Oscar had hit a headshot, that could have been a completely different scenario, but it is how it is, and North do put one on the board, and now will a Mouse crumble? Or will they be able to find their way back into the game?
Money's good.
Yeah, the money is good, and there is the AWP there for Oscar as well. He was hitting shots with the Scout. Is he going to be able to do more of the same with the AWP? Yeah. The answer is probably yes.
I don't think that was an issue them losing it either, right? Because it was a bonus round. They had 2 UMPs and a Scout. That's not exactly a full buy, right? So going into this one, it's still up for contention whether that North will even get into this game, or Mouse is just going to straight up reset them the second we open it up. And talking of opening it up, Tom? Oscar. I don't know why I called you, because I was casting with Tom earlier. Dan. Oscar's on the AWP.
Yes, he is, Harry.
Thank you. Alright, Mandrews.
Config now just trying to spray down through the smoke. It's always a frustrating situation when someone gets picked off down middle so early on, and you really have to second guess what your push is going to go through, because a lot of the time you'll be planning to have all 5 members. But speaking of all 5 members, it's going to be 3 left as Chris J takes down Config. AZ does trade off. Now just the 3 members of North, and you really need to decide where they're going to push. They are going to throw smokes towards B, consider faking. It looks like they're still a little bit undecided as they edge ever closer to this B side.
Yeah, push will come on in. But Oscar's still here with the AWP, and of course he's going to push in through this, the smoke. He's ready for this one. Just going to sit on the edge of it as the flashes rain on in. Oh, fully blind, jumping on top of the coffins, takes down MSL, and that's it. The round is surely over. Magis, he's going to have to pull out a phenomenal clutch out of his back pocket. Molotov does go in. He's going to be hunting for a little bit more, but the boost on top of the fountain he will not expect. Lau takes a kill, and Mousesports, another round on the board.
What a disgusting shot that was from Oscar. It's going to be a technical pause, I believe, coming out from North, so something just going a little bit wrong, and I guess a lot's going a little bit wrong in this series so far, as Mouz looking really strong, and it's not just Oscar, but it helps when he's hitting shots like that, let's be honest.
Lau's up there as well. He's top of the scoreboard right now, I think 8 kills, so yeah, good performance across the board really from Mouz, and this is what's happening, Dan. This time I got your name right. This is what's happening. We're seeing Mousesports actually win this. That's a reset onto North's economy. Now their money's pretty much screwed, right? So going into the CT half, assuming they can have a similar T half to their performance on Inferno yesterday, if they get 4 rounds CT, apparently they're good now.
Yeah, I'm being told it is just a short pause, so technical difficulties have been sorted out. But what's got to change for North? Because they had that wrap round, but obviously it was against a weak buy from Mouz. Do they need to try more of that, more of a methodical, slow approach? And, well, I think the big thing is not to get picked off mid.
Yeah, I was about to say, they should be nade attacking mid every round. I don't know why that isn't a thing. On their buys, nade attack mid. Oscar's just, he's not even delaying his peek into middle, like waiting 10, 15 seconds and going for it. He's just playing off spawn. He's just peeking down mid instantly. The moment North take mid control, it's a free pick. So why are they not nade attacking mid?
And it's so difficult as well. When a player is that confident and they can just be like, yeah, I'm just going to pick mid every round, or even if he gets a nice B spawn, he can be like, I'm going to go aggressive onto B. Always so good to have that on your team, to have a player that is going to have that confidence. And to be honest, Chris J is more than capable of doing that as well.
Look at Spiddy though. He's 0-1 right now. He's got no kills in this game, and we're 5 rounds in. And that's not necessarily him just playing badly, because he's only got 1 death. He's not even getting killed. It's just Oscar doing all the damage with Lau. He's not seeing anyone. Spiddy's just sitting at the back like, guys, where are they? Hello? It's like a little lost kid in a supermarket.
You see it so often on Inferno as well. Sometimes the guy that plays Pit can always be in that situation, but Chris J gets a triple through when he's blinded, finds a 4K as well, and they just walk into him. It was easy pickings for him, as AZ is going to be the last. And good spray control there from Chris.
Fully blind as well. Was not expecting that at all. He's looking for the ace, and I can't blame him. Oh, Lau, you snake. He's going to take it away.
Evil man.
Evil, evil man. Mousesports 5-1 though. Clean anti-quasi, or anti-force at least. And now North really with nothing to work with. They fully invested into that one actually. So 1 AK and 4 Tech 9 is going to go amiss. And now coming into this one just with Glocks and probably nothing more. I don't know, another free round for Mouz, 6-1.
Spiddy's still like, where are they? Where are they pushing? Let me get one. And I bet he's playing Pit. Yeah, he's holding apps. And that's, I was in this situation 3 years ago when I used to play competitively. No one ever pushes. And now he's going to perhaps get a chance, as Dennis is going to be first point of contact here at Quad. Eventually takes down Magisk. It took a while, and he's going to burn a little bit. Spiddy gets his first kill. Thank the Lord. Looks for a second. Does find it as well. Eventually, people come to play at A site. And it's going to be a 7th round now for Mouz. North get to buy up next round, though. We're in a similar situation that we saw earlier, where if North don't win this round, suddenly Mouz are just going to start to spiral out of control.
Yeah, but this was the same with Mirage, right, wasn't it? And
yeah.
I think North actually did win the round.
They did, yeah.
So, yeah, let's see if they can at least prove history repeats itself as they go for this buy. No AWP up on occasion, but not going to be too much of an issue as long as they don't get picked down mid again. But it's Mousesports this time to actually smoke it off. They don't even want to go for that mid peak. They are playing fine. And already Dennis, he's actually got aggressive in second mid. He's going to go into the apartments and take down MSL. While AZ will trade, that's going to be favourable for the T side. So North actually starting off a round despite losing a player on the positive end. Oh no, don't do it.
Oscar had hit that shot.
I would have had a little cry.
I would have been shouting back. But he doesn't hit it. So he's completely clean. That's Mouz now, as you said. In a slightly disadvantageous position. You say that nice and slowly, and then there is no problems with it. As they only have 4 members to North's 4 members. And it does always favour the T side. It's perhaps they've sniffed out something here, as they are going to Molotov off Magisk. And North, considering hitting this A site, whether they're going to be able to be successful is another question, though.
But the triple play over towards A makes it so hard as well, because you have so many players to hold down this push. Even if you don't take that long control, retreat back to site, expecting North not to wrap, and perfect. Oscar's pushed down Banana, so he's going to have all the information he needs. But let's see if they wrap again, because they have got this one player down towards bottom mid. Issue is, there's Chris J. He's going to be spotting it. He's going to have all the information if they do decide to do so, and they will. In towards the CT spawn they go, but however, will they come back down through library? Apparently not, as they push onto the lone player on that B site. Oscar, he's going to have to back off Banana. He knows the split's coming on in, and he's going to peek out. Misses that shot. This is crucial. This is 2 bullets, maybe 3 that he hasn't connected, and 4. That's huge. Oscar's pretty much given away the round at that point. Not hitting a single shot with the AWP.
Where are they, guys? I'll get it. No, he won't. And Oscar, it's different seeing him miss those shots, but it shows that he is human after all. As we said, that was such an important round for North, and they do put it on the board. So really important now that they can press on from this. Cajun B is going to get an AWP to work with of his own. Is he going to challenge Oscar down middle is the real question. Definitely a dangerous game to be playing though.
And the only 2 rounds North have won so far are from B wraps. So I feel like Mousesports need to go, okay guys, let's probably not go for the quad A stack or the triple A stack, and instead just commit to a 2-2 right now, because they keep losing the CT control, or at least having maybe a late CT player like in the CT spawn. Oh, Cajun, he's going to expect it.
Yeah, does jump up above the smoke there, but I said, is Cajun B going to be challenging him down mid? He did do so. That's an advantage now, and taking out Oscar of the fray is always a good situation. North now continue their aggression through apps. Is Chris J going to get aggressive down Banana as well? No, he's going to back off. I thought he was just going to bombard his way down and get shut down. But Config is going to come to play. Chris J does find him, finds the headshot, will back off before it gets traded out. So good work from him, evening up the men here.
Yeah, 4-on-4. They have this AAA play still intact. It's Chris J to be anchored alone. But look at the push. Actually, Dennis on the AWP going to be able to take down AZ still. Going to be retaining what Oscar couldn't. As we back off, I like this. So they're actually playing the CT wrap this time. It's Lauer in position there. So even if they try and go for this late B play, which they are expecting, he will be ready for it. So that's actually good. They react to the fact that North have won 2 rounds off of a B wrap. And now we're going to see up and towards middle they go. Dennis supporting with the AWP. Not usually the man to pick it up, even on the double AWP, even on the triple AWP. But he is there, and he is ready and waiting. The smoke goes down. He peeks out on the edge of it. This is ballsy. I think a flash might be coming through. But no, that's just dry. Goes straight in for it on MSL. And the man advantage now 2+ for North, for Mouse with 25 seconds left.
Yeah, Molotov will come through. They're going to start getting aggressive, but Dennis continues hitting these shots, finds a 4th of the round. Nice 4K from Dennis there. He found an AWP on the floor and said, "Don't worry, Oscar, I got you, bro. I'll finish this off." And then he just drops the AWP like it's nothing, saying, well, yeah, have it back.
To be honest, if you're North and you're letting Dennis get a 4K with the AWP, you should probably call a pause. That's just not an okay position to be in, is it? Not flaming Dennis, but he never picks up the AWP. He's never allowed to pick up the AWP. We've had Chris J and Oscar on this lineup, previously Nico. When is there ever an opportunity for one of the German players to pick up the AWP? Never.
MSL manages to find opening frag onto Lal with the Tech 9, and now they'll continue their aggression through Banana onto this B site. Chris J a lot to do here, really needs to find a couple of frags, but at the moment he can't find anything. He's burning to a crisp, as well as Cajun B takes him down. They have full control of this B site. Bomb goes down. Rotation comes through from the rest of Mouse. It's going to be a tough retake here. Let's look at all those weapons in the hands of North. They did start with a couple of Tech 9s, but now they've got AKs. They have M4s. Mouse are actually going to back off. They're having none of this. They don't want to throw anything away.
No, safe decision. Hold on to the 3 guns and let North pick up their 3rd round on the board. Nothing to be worried about, especially not, but I like how North switched up the pace. They've been going for these slow tactical rounds, eventually just getting picked over and over. I mean, Dennis in the previous round was a perfect example. He just picked off 4 players in one-on-ones. So now going into this one, they're playing it, a little more aggressively, a little faster. And it will catch out Mouse for their 3rd round. But can they continue, or will the reset come in? Not only do Mouse have a lot of money in the bank, but they're also going to be able to drop even if they didn't, save all these players. So they're going to be absolutely fine for the buy.
Will North continue this aggression? Now they have weapons. It's always easier to go for those aggressive plays when you've got a couple of players on those Tech 9 and you can just have them as cannon fodder running in nice and early through Banana. Sometimes you see teams do exactly the same in rounds like this. Just continue that pace, just push in even though you've got AKs. It can go in your favour occasionally, but you can be punished for doing so as well. North, it does look like it's just going to play more defensive, just going to throw out those Molotovs and the smoke comes down to stop any sort of Banana push.
That's the thing, now they have to retreat back to a normal slow play, and that could be, the kryptonite. That could be Mousesports picking up the reset round, which is very likely here. the fact that they only are winning off B-Raps and fast plays means that this could be a really dangerous one. But look at Spiddy's position. They are going to walk into it. Oh, he spots them. That's the information. Drops back down. Flash is going over here. We'll just molly the back of pit. That will stop them from dropping on in. And that's perfect. Lots of damage, though, but this time it's by his gun. He only gets one before he falls, but Oscar's rotated back in with the orb. Good position. He actually tags AZ through the box there, but still, the bomb is down. How does that miss? Oscar, he gives up the man advantage.
So close there from Oscar. I thought he definitely hit that shot. It looked like it was... Crosshair was right on his belly button, but I guess he was still moving. Chris J comes in, finds Config with his pants down, and now we'll look for more. There are a couple of weak players here on this north side, so I'm thinking Mouse might go for this. But no, okay. Every time I get my hopes up, Hugo.
I feel like that was doable as well.
I always get my hopes up, and I think it's because in matchmaking I always go for it. But I mean, I
you
guess
always win, don't you?
No, unfortunately not. That's why I am not a pro player. Mouse gonna save yet again. I guess when the orb comes through, orb is found on the floor, you are going to save that. I got thrown off a little bit there because production said that I'm not very good at the game, and whilst they may be right...
How did they word that?
Exactly.
Was it rude?
It was
rude?
Well,
should we fire them?
I wish I had the power, but unfortunately I don't. But who does have the power at the moment? Mouse are in a power position, but North slowly crawling back into it.
Dennis has the power apparently, 11-4 right now. Top ranking for the team. Obviously, it's good that Mouse saved those 2 guns, because now that's going to at least facilitate a buy into this one. It's a very good buy at that. But obviously, the retake wasn't looking likely with the fact that Inferno is one of those maps with very difficult to retake bomb sites. B is very closed off, so it's hard to really get into it as a CT, especially with those orbs. And A has so many angles to check, it's very, very difficult. You've got the crossfires on both sides. It's not a good retake map. So, despite being CT-sided, if you get that bomb down, most of the time you're going to have it in the bag.
It's going to be North just splitting here, seeing if they can find a pick before they commit to either side. Are going to have to back off from Banana, though, because of the Molotov. And now perhaps some aggression coming out from Mouse, and Config actually is in a fantastic position here. If he just peeks out, we might be able to find both of them, but they have backed off just to see turns around the corner. Could have been so different. That's Counter-Strike, to be honest. As soon as you look away, they suddenly peek out. As soon as it's just one of those things, but now here come the push from North. They are going to find their way out onto quad. Smokes down as well to protect him, but Oscar peeks out and finds the shot with the orb and continues his fine form of the day, but Cajun B comes in with one of his own onto Lal and makes it a 4-on-4.
Oh, the peek from Chris J with the flashbang. He does so much onto Config, but AZ, he's just going to recover quick enough to get the frag onto him. Bomb will be getting down on the site. There we go. Stuttering. But Oscar, he's still contesting this one. He's still pushed up, waiting for the potential boost on top of the box. It will come through, but just after he moves, obviously, because timing is a thing. And Oscar, he's going to have to back off here as Dennis goes down over towards Banana area. Will be over here. He starts to back off. Oh no, Config has even done more damage. Mousesports not even holding on to these guns.
Yeah, they tried to save. Oscar tried to back off once again, and Spiddy left all on his own.
Where are they, guys?
Yeah, I mean, they pushed.
How many frags is Spiddy on?
I think he's on 2.
3.
I mean,
but he's not dying. It's
well,
not.
This is the thing. They haven't been pushing pit like they. I think there was one round they pushed through Raps and he got 1 kill, and every time they've pushed A, he's just been trading kills, which happens so often when you are the pit player and that first point of contact. And it is always difficult, especially when your team aren't going for those retakes as well. If you're going to keep saving, of course he's going to be in that situation. And unfortunately, if Spiddy finds himself in a 1v2 clutch moment later, he's not going to be feeling very warm, because he hasn't had a chance to be like warming up those shots, because he's just been looking at nothing for half the game.
Holding an angle for 45 seconds around and then rotating and then realizing, oh wait, no, we need to save, all my teammates are dead. Yeah, not good. I'm surprised they even get a buy out of this one. They save 1 rifle, then they buy up 2 more and a couple of SMGs. They have more money than I expected. Now going into this one, North, looking like they found their footing again. They're going to go over. Chris J. Oh, that's so unfortunate. MSL just takes them down just as the smoke blooms, and they will continue their push onto B. The barrage coming in. There's a rotation. In fact, a double, triple rotation. Mousesports actually want to go for this one. I can barely blame them. They need to eventually get around on the board. They can't keep saving as Config. He drops another, but Oscar is in close proximity.
This is the moment I was on about. Spiddy now rotating, has a massive chance, has the M4, but is he going to be warm as Dennis finds one onto MSL? Config comes out, takes down Dennis. And Oscar is in such a prime position, but he takes down Config. So really important. It's now 2 versus 3. They need to get aggressive. They need to do something soon. Otherwise, this bomb is just going to tick away. I don't think they're going to try and save this. Surely not again.
Look at Spiddy, though. He's just sitting in CT.
Yeah,
and there's a player coming from behind.
Surely.
I don't know. I mean, they're not going for it, but maybe Oscar's waiting for the last second to defuse the bomb. Oh no, this is ballsy. He's jumping right on it. He might actually get away with it. If they don't connect the shots, Oscar, don't tell me you're actually going to get away with this. Oh, 1 second. He does it. Oscar, he's going to get the defuse. How the hell did that happen? Mousesports, they're going to pick up the round.
Absolutely huge from Oscar. As you said, really a ballsy player. And I was saying, I don't think they're going to go for this. I think they're taking too long. And then he just bides his time. He waits for them to push off the site, finds the one player left remaining. And the smoke will just about be enough protection. And when it looked like North were getting back into this, putting rounds on the board, Mouz will gobble that one up and find their 8th.
That is ridiculous from Oscar. Ridiculous. I was sitting there thinking, is he actually going to go? But there's no way they'll give away the site like that, right? Especially not when they've seen these players in CT. They know they're still in close proximity because they've got this wrap round through Arch. That's the thing. They had a player in Arch. They knew the CTs were in spawn. And they had to be in spawn.
And because Spiddy was just sitting there not going for it, they were thinking, yeah, okay, they're probably saving because Spiddy's not coming in for this one, so it just played perfectly.
But Spiddy never goes for it. Spiddy never goes for it. That's what they need to learn.
Spiddy, going for it he's now. Found something. He's found 2 kills with the CZ, and Mouz continuing to upset North here. And it's just on KGB and MSL, but MSL gets taken down. Can Spiddy finish things off in style with this CZ? Crazy stuff from Mouz out of nowhere. They are just in fine form, and it's going to be painful for North. Those rounds are always the difficult ones, when you've just been ninjured, or however you want to say it, when you've thrown a round away that you really shouldn't have. So difficult.
This is the most exciting match I've casted in a while. This is just back and forth. And I still don't think it's even over. I don't think Mousesports have got, a huge lead. North have got 5 rounds T-side. Again, we don't really know the balance of this map, but in the old Inferno, it was about 10-5, 9-6. So assuming this is similar to that, I think this seems a bit more T-sided, but it is new, obviously newly added, so you're always going to have maps be more T-sided. But Dan, you seem upset. Is it because Oscar's, again, got a mid-pick?
How is he getting so many picks on middle? And they've backed off, and he's still alive.
Oh, no.
And he connects with Magisk as well. This man is on absolute fire. Inferno is quite rightly his home territory as Chris J finishes off config. That is going to be 10-5 to Mouz. It looked like North were getting back into it, but they've shut them down. That's going to be half time. We're going for a break. Welcome back to the ESL CSGO Pro League, where, well, Mouz are putting on a bit of a show, but I guess North are a part of that show as well. It is going to be 10-5 in the first half, as you can see on your screens down there. I mean, it's been a bit of it's taken our breath away in several occasions here, but can Mouz press on their T side now?
I just want to see it, right? We've got to see it. They've been doing so well this match, and I mean, at least off previous results on Inferno, only playing it once. Yes, they lost it, but we talked about it earlier. 11 rounds T side up against Spirit, eventually going on to lose a game. But we've seen how strong their CT side is against North. So, at least what I saw, at least from that matchup, they had a very strong T side. They seem to know what they were doing. They seem to have a plan. They seem to execute it every single time. And I'm not just talking like, oh, let's just rush B, don't stop. They actually had good setups. They had good wraps round to the A site, round to B. And so looking at them performing there and looking at how they're performing right this second, I think there's a really good chance they can close this out in, a fairly considerable scoreline.
Yeah, it's going to be whether Oscar... I mean, if they get the pistol and then they get the economy and Oscar starts picking up an AWP on the T side as well, I mean, do you think he can just continue hitting the shots that he has been and just maybe taking those aggressive peaks down middle?
You can't bet against him, can you?
Not
after that CT side.
I mean, the fact he was able to pick up so many kills down middle was unreal. I feel like North was slightly playing into that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's of their own fault, right? They have never been attacking mid. They always seem to be exposed to mid, and you know, you can go, oh, you know, he peaked late rounds sometimes, yeah, but why are you sitting in middle if you don't have an AWP posted up, or at least a player to trade you? You know, Oscar's just peeking out dry, getting a kill. It's not like they were even flashing him in. That's the incredible thing, because the thing is, if you flash someone in and someone reacts and goes with the peak of the flash, you're going to be expecting it if you're a T player. But no, he was just running on in, no flash, and just killing everyone.
And we talk about his AWP, but I mean, talk about the ninja defuse. I mean, the fact that he was able to pull that off just shows what a key man he is in this Mouse lineup, as Magis gets tagged down to 18 HP and will have to back off, and automatically North have to just get so much more passive onto this A site and just give up apps control, as Lowell is now pushing in. We'll give that information to his team, and perhaps it is going to be an A push for Mouse here in the pistol round.
Yeah, very likely after that dink. They know they got it because a lot of blood would have spewed out of his head, and Lowell even spotted it over towards the apartments anyway. MSL, another dink. I mean, Mouse aren't exactly getting kills, but this is whittling them down, and we know how hard Glocks are to hit headshots with, so if they just get one body shot now, that's both these players out. Maybe a little more Magics, because it does about, you know, maybe 15 damage, but still, this is phenomenal so far from Mouse. No kills, but they've got a huge advantage just off of HP.
Yeah, Mouse are just sitting, like, waiting, saying, no, guys, let's just wait and see if anyone else pops out and lets us dink them again, and then we'll push in. Time now ticking down, and the push is going to come through. Config's going to be flashed off, has to back off, and Magis is able to pick up one. Dennis comes in to get the trade. Can Config hit this one? No, he can't. Oscar gets it and continues his fine form. AZ was in a great position, but he just couldn't hit it. And now Occasion B is he was the lone survivor, and Mouse continue the destruction of North here. They go 11-5 up. Really important pistol round for them, and to be honest, this is like a repeat of Mirage.
This is ridiculous. This is just... And Dennis, again, proving he is the pistol god this series so far. He's 17-7. This is not the man that we see step up. Oscar's close behind in 15-5, but still, this is just a great performance. All the pistol rounds, he seems to be having an awesome effect. Remember him on the CT side, over towards Apps, just spamming away with the pistol round, and Oscar getting that pick down mid again. So... this is just really, really good stuff. And Oscar, he's sitting in towards mid. Is he going to do it down? Is he going to get the pick with the AK?
Occasion B tries to take him on. And the thing is, I've been harping on about Oscar. Yes, Occasion B making a difference, but you quite rightly touch upon Dennis. Chris J and Lowell have been performing fantastically as well. And Spiddy, well, he's been doing his bit. He's been there. He's been there. And
dropping guns.
Now he has a chance on T side to make an impact.
Yeah, and that's good. At least he can. They can say. They can say, Spiddy, do you want some frags? And he'll be like, yes, I'd love some frags. And they'll be like, okay, you entry frag now. Okay, give him some chance. Oh, okay, so he's not entry fragging. Okay, Spiddy's just, he's just the anchor of the team. He's the backbone. He's the glue that keeps them all together.
Definitely is. As now they are going to push up Banana. AZ is going to be there, and actually, I didn't even see that. Config took down Oscar. As now Mouse fall to 4, so that opening Deagle pick is going to be really important for North. Config can continue this aggression. He was still confident, but Dennis comes in with the AK to take him down, and now I wonder whether they're going to get aggressive and use that pick, but no, it looks like they're going to wrap back round and head towards the A site instead.
And that's very common, because North are likely to rotate another player over towards B, so attacking two players on the A site is better than attacking two players on the B site, because it's so much easier on the B site to hold it down in terms of having that close crossfire, having the pistols play close range positions. But no, Mousesports are wrapping A, and actually I think MSL's realised that as he pushes himself back towards Arch. There's Cajun here on the balcony, and MSL, that's a key shot. He should have hit that, and that is going to thwart this round as Dennis, he gets another entry. Lowell and Spiddy going to follow up. Spiddy's on the board, and AZ alone as the bomb goes down, and Mousesports secure another round.
Yeah, and Mouse taking their time in that round. I've seen many a team just push in aggressively when they know the other team is on an eco or a force, or just to try and catch them off guard. But I like that Mouse took their time. Even though they went a man down nice and early, they just bided their time, managed to get a trade-off, and that's when they decided to switch on round and move to the A side. Very smart, slow, methodical play coming out from Mouse, as they'll look to put a 13th on the board now against a full eco of North.
Yeah, not too bad of a map so far from Mouse. Understatement of the year, obviously. But North, just with the flashbang here, I'm expecting maybe a fast push down middle or B or wherever that flashbang is going. As you can see, yeah, it is going to be the fast play. Splitting from both areas of the map. I like this, trying to switch it up considering they have no investment. Flash does nothing, but they are going to push on in, and Chris J opening things up with the Deagle. There's Oscar as well with the AK. He gets himself one, turns it into two, maybe a third. Yes, a third. It's going to be the round to Mousesports once again. 13-5.
And North find themselves, just as they did in Mirage, in one of these do or die situations after the pistol. If they lose, it's pretty much GG. In the last game, they didn't lose this follow-up round. They were able to take it. They started to string together a few rounds, found themselves at 8, but then that was when Mouse kicked back into gear once again. I don't know if North are going to be able to do the same, because Mouz just look very hot right now. But we will see as this 19th round gets underway and Mouz make their way up second mid.
Yeah, just making Spoiled playing close here, just outside the apartments over towards quad. Nothing too special from the setup from North. Obviously, lack of AWP is going to be an issue in terms of not being able to get the pick, but Config, he's over towards that pit position. He needs to get himself 1 or 2 before he goes down, otherwise it's going to be a real issue. If he doesn't get a single kill here, that's surely the round over. He is in a pinpoint, a position to shut this one down, but the flashbangs are perfect. Mouz very well executed onto the site. Dennis opening up. Spiddy's even got a kill, and that's when you know it's going wrong. It's Cajun. He follows up. Lau's going to drop another, and the smoke going out towards the long area. That will grant Mousesports the freedom of bomb plants.
Such a difficult position when you're there on pit and you get flashed out and have to hide, and Mouz were well aware that he was going to be hiding behind in pit, and now North are going to have to save, find themselves 14-5 down. It's looking pretty dire.
Definitely. I mean, what more can you do if you're North right now?
Is that an insult of my accent? Because I'm
no, that's a dazed joke on the rank S. What more can I do? As Chris, he's going to follow up onto MSL there. AZ last one standing, and well, apparently not, as Chris removes his head as well. These guys are just frag hungry. There we go, Hungary. And I can barely blame them as North try and force things up here for what may be the match point secured from Mousesports. 14 rounds in. We've got a double mag 7 buy, which I do like, something spicy. Bring it into the mix. But I don't think Mousesports are having any issues with dealing with these kind of buys.
And you send them separate areas. You send one to A, one to B, or aggressive up banana.
You go for the double apps push of mag 7s. I'm kidding, don't do that.
Nuts as Config tries to find an opening frag with the scout here. He's taking on an interesting angle, but does find the forehead of Oscar. So they will have the man advantage. Perfect way to start the round for North to try and get back into this. Dennis will be well aware that that scout is just hovering around middle. That's why he's being very careful with the angles that he's checking right now. But Lowell takes down Magisk, so that Mag 7's not going to do any damage in apps.
Easy spotted over towards B. Can't take long-range engagements up against the AK. Only the UMP in his hand as he backs off towards the site. Spiddy will follow up on towards middle. That's going to catch out the scout on Config. Another rotation coming back in. MSL's playing close to that CZ as these players start to assert their dominance up towards the B site. I don't think they'll expect both players being here, but look at the push from Cajun. He's all the way down the bottom of mid, and Dennis, it doesn't even matter if they have the information. North is still going to fall short. It's all onto MSL here to delay the bomb plant so his teammate can rotate back in through Banana.
And then his teammate rotating has a Mag 7 though, so I mean, yeah, okay, the Mag 7s were a good idea when you're playing up close to personal, but in this position, when you're spamming it from afar, you're not going to get very much done, as this should be easy pickings now for the Mousesports players, just taking them out. Yes, they do. That is going to be a 15th round, and it is going to be match point here now for Mouz. An absolutely crazy performance from Mouz. A dominant one. North have looked very lackluster, but I am not taking anything away from Mouz. They have really shown up today. They will find themselves 7-1 at the top of the table if they do carry this one out. But of course, the game is not over yet. There is still hope, but I remember us saying this previously in Mirage as well, so we'll see. We'll see.
Maybe a new dominant force in Inferno, right? You said North beat G2 yesterday, something like 16... 16-10. So going into this one, if Mouz can beat North, you know, what can they do against G2? They are looking very, very impressive, and I'm looking forward to continue seeing this going on forward into the league. But Config, I mean, the student has become the master. Oscar, who previously got picked from that exact position, is going to return the fire.
I mean, you don't try and take him out twice, surely. This Oscar, the man who's been hitting everything, you don't just... Oscar will be more than happy to take those challenges. It is a 4v4 situation, as AZ's trying to get some information by jumping up and down here.
How did he still react and hit this shot? How does he damage him there? How do you react? He just peeked.
What is this man made of? Is the real question. As Dennis will finish off AZ after he was tagged down, and now they can move on over to that B site. It looked like MSL was going to push through the smoke there, but instead he is going to back off into ruins, and Dennis will push through the smoke himself. Bomb's not gone down just yet, as MSL does find one. Can't find the second though. Lal takes him down. It is a 3 versus 2, but Cajun B is wrapping around once again with the Mag 7. He's going to spot the player to his left. No, he's not. Dennis takes him down, and it's just all on Magisk pushing down Banana here. All he has, of course, is the fans to work with. So this is game over, let's be honest. And it's been an incredible performance from Mouz. There we have it. They'll continue their form. They will continue to be top of the league table. That is going to be 7-1 for them. And just... well, what have we got? What can we say?
I think you need to rip another few pages out of your notebook at this point, because...
I mean, I may have to, because I didn't see it coming. I mean... to be honest, I don't think many people would. I know there'll be people that would say, yeah, we know. Mouz are amazing.
Mouz are good. Everyone knows North suck. No, like no one realistically expected a 2-0 in a best of 2 on the Pro League.
Especially considering the results we saw, like North taking down G2 yesterday on Inferno, for example, and Mouz having a really bad performance in a different league against Spirit. But it is what it is, and Mouz will just... they're still at the top of the table. Absolutely crazy. And I don't know what happened elsewhere, but we're possibly looking at Mouz being 7-1 at the top of the table, Nip maybe being 0-6 at the bottom of the table.
More than likely.
Just crazy here at the ESL Pro League. But, I mean, where do North go from here? Because a lot has to change, because they looked, let's be honest, in tatters today.
Yeah, you said it yourself. You don't want to take it away from Mouz, but North really didn't look like regular North, especially not on that first map, the map that in theory they should have won. Going into this one, it was more of a kind of a wild card, because Mousesports have been putting in time. We know they've been putting in time. They keep picking this map in series that they do play. So, yeah, we expected something like this from them, but North should not have missed out so heavily on Mirage. Both these maps were a landslide victory for Mousesports. So, yeah, going forward, North... well, they have some thinking to do.
They definitely have some thinking to do. Well, let's have a look at all of the results from today, both from our stream and from the main stream as well. There have been some very one-sided games. As you can see, Navi taking down Envy 16-6 on Inferno, and then winning Train 16-12. And then NIP were torn apart by FaZe 16-9 on Nuke. And then I believe Overpass is still ongoing. It's currently 11-6. In favour of FaZe. Then over here we saw Hellraisers beating Kinguin 16-9 on Train, but then Kinguin responding with a 16-6 themselves on Cash. And then, as we just witnessed, Mouz turning up and being hot, 16-8 on Mirage and 16-5 on Inferno. And let's have a look at how all these results have affected the standings. As you can see, Mouz continuing their fine form at the top of that table. Talk me through that,
But look at second place, right? Astralis, the best team in the world, I think unarguably at this point, right? Winning all the events they attend, 4-4. 4-4 online. How is that happening? How are Mousesports still 7-1? We went into today going, okay, Mousesports were 5-1 with Nico, so this means they're going to slip off, right? This means they're going to start to fall down the rankings as FaZe alternatively climb the rankings. Apparently, that is not true. Apparently, Mousesports are at the top of the bracket still.
And I've been told the round difference isn't correct, so do apologies for that one. But I mean, look at the bottom. You've got NIP down there, Fnatic are down towards the bottom, Virtus Pro towards the bottom as well.
This is online though, so what do you expect?
Hey, but I mean, still, you wouldn't be expecting some of these teams. I mean, like, Heroic obviously had a fantastic performance at IEM though, so they're towards the top of the table as well.
To be fair, when you say a VP down at the bottom, they are exactly the same pretty much in terms of results to Na'Vi, who are 6th. So it's not that bad of a score in terms of their 4-2 and so Na'Vi. But yeah, even so, this is a really interesting bracket. Some of the bigger teams not apparently looking like they're going to make it through. G2 is the really weird one as well, because we have Envy and then we have G2. G2, the French super team, are 1-6, and Envy are actually okay.
And okay, I asked you before that map started, I said, do we think Mouz are going to be potential finalists? Now looking at the league table, seeing how far they are ahead, it's hard to count them out of finalists.
I feel like even if they lose most of their next matches, they'll still probably make it in. Assuming they just win a few more, they should be okay. This is phenomenal. Yeah, there we go. Another page being ripped out. You know, another bit of logic just gone.
That one said that Mouz were going to lose as well. So.
Yeah. And I did predict that. I did predict the comeback, obviously. So I'll take, one map right.
Yeah, you got one thing right today. But it's been fantastic to work with you. Thank you very much for joining us today. But that is going to be all here on the secondary stream of the ESL Pro League. We've had some fantastic games, some one-sided ones, but that's going to be all for us. We'll see you again next week.